separate from God, that's just an illusion. People don't really have a consciousness or a soul separate from God. It's kind of illusionary. Um, God creates good and evil. So my question to you is, if God creates good and evil and his will is ever pervasive and no one's really separate or going against his will, is there really a meaningful difference between good and evil? And if so, is your God good and evil? Is he all evil? Is he all good? Is he a bit of both? So that's my line of questioning for you, Gio.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't really call it a God or like a him, because I think it's just us. That's why I was using the word source. But I do hear I hear what you're saying. Well, those are big questions too. So wait, let's go through those one. Wait, which ones? Now I'm trying to remember what they were. So is there?
So like, so you said God creates good and evil, right? And basically, you said that God has the ultimate free will, and no one can go against his will, and our will is just like an extension of his will, and our consciousness is just an extension of his consciousness, and like anything that we perceive to be separate from him or going against him is actually just an illusion. And so my question is, if God creates good and evil, is God good or evil or a mix of the two? Is there an actual real difference in your worldview between good and evil, or is good and evil that is that an illusion of itself? So yeah, that's my question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't really say that like we just okay. Well, it's okay. I just don't. That's not exactly my wording, but that's fine. If we just want to move past that, because I'm not quite saying those things exactly, but that's fine. I get what you're generally saying, and I know you're not trying to strawman or anything. You're just trying to summarize it in certain wording, and I get that. It's fine. Well, okay. So this like principle. See, the thing is, it's not like a God that has some will over our will. Like we are it in this view. So it's like, it's not really that it is a God out there that has a thing over us. It's like we are just like the manifestation of ourselves essentially. But in terms of the good and evil thing, I would say like, I do think that who we are, as it were, like this one singular source is literally made of love and light, eternally love and light, and incredibly positive, like to a blissful and, like, when people say like it's lit, it's like beyond lit, like it's incredibly positive and loving. But so that's what it is ultimately. But it also can manifest within itself the tremendous darkness for the purpose of various reasons to do so. So it can create that within itself. And yeah, you get obviously like Illuminati, Satanism, people that rape and kill and murder and, wars and torture and all kinds of stuff. So it can create all that within itself. But when it's all one, it's not really evil to anyone else because there's only one. So it's just a game within itself in a way. So there isn't really another thing to be evil against. It's choosing to make that for a purpose, for some experiential purpose. Now, with all that being said, though, as humans, like we have, what's right and wrong. And I do think there is like a meaning and significance because there is like, if I were to use the word like a karmic law, that's kind of written into the game, as it were. So the karmic law means that there is a right and wrong, just like there's like gravity. Like if you jump off the top of your roof, you're going to have broken arms and be in pain for months, whereas if you don't jump off your roof, you can just chill and have a good time. So in the same way, like that's a law of gravity and it has consequences. Well, there's like the morality that's written in as well, where doing the wrong thing has, negative consequences and more pain will come upon you. Doing the right thing has positive consequences. So in that way, I do think there's a very real like difference of right and wrong. That's why I'm not just saying, oh, it's all one, do as thou wilt, hurt people, it's all one, who cares, it's all just self-inflicted. I wouldn't really go that far because I think there's something very real in my viewpoint of like the spiritual journey and, what's, doing what's, whether you're engaged in something that's right and wrong, there is a meaning to that. So did that kind of address what you're asking? Because there's a lot of layers to that.
So basically there's this, I guess, like divine totality or whatever, and that everything is a part of it or a fractal of it, and there's no true separation. Yet in this reality, we observe the manifestation of evil and the manifestation of good, and they seem to be the exact opposite of each other. But if everything is just one thing and there's no separation between things, wouldn't that perception of evil and good being the opposite of each other implicitly be an illusion, given nothing is separate from anything else? And so that's, I guess, a moral issue that I have.
I hear what you're getting at. Yeah, with that, that if it's all one, then good and evil. I mean, I guess I was saying there is like the karmic law to where there is something very different about like, going and hurting someone versus going and helping someone. But yeah, like I do hear what you're saying, like on an ultimate level. Well, what are you asking?
Yeah, like everything is one. If everything is one and nothing is separate from anything else, then how is there a difference between helping and hurting someone? If they're just one, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd say you need, like, in my worldview, like, our God is a God of separation. First thing he did was separate things in the creation account. So we definitely believe in separateness. And I guess these are kind of the conundrums that I come to, is that if, like, ignorance and knowledge are not separate from each other, or like good and evil are not separate from each other, that type of, like, dilemma.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, there's all these kind of polarities, like male, female, light, dark, all these things. Like it's darkness, like the absence of light, and polarities. And so I hear what you're saying. I mean, this is like a whole metaphysical question, and what's involved. Um, I mean, I do think there's like a moral agent within like a human, let's say, like the human soul, the creation, and then what's right and wrong. Like there is, like, just because we're all one doesn't mean like, oh yeah, just go, kill someone. Who cares? Because we're just all one. And I'm just killing myself. Like I don't. I think there is a very like real like morality and doing what's right and wrong, because it's like a game that we create for ourselves, and part of the game is if you do wrong things will happen to you, basically, in a way. The do unto others as to do to yourself. So that whole kind of law of like cause and effect. So there is like, if it's like a game that we've made for ourselves, then yeah, the ultimate quest would be to eliminate all the evil and be good and learn all the lessons of being good. But people may be in a part of it where they're being evil, like the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds or these Illuminati dudes lying to us about the earth. Like they are the ultimate self as well, but they're in like a different modality. I'm kind of going off on other things. I mean, they're in an evil modality. I mean, I hear what you're saying about that, but I guess I'm just like, there is ultimately real what's right and wrong in a human life is what I'm saying. So it's not just irrelevant on that level, but yeah, from the highest level, like the ultimate good, the way I see it, like the ultimate light actually made the darkness. Well, I guess the analogy would be like that, like in a movie where you could be like a producer of a movie. I know, sorry, it's going back to that analogy, but you could be a producer of a movie who is like, a totally good person. You're loving, you're incredibly peaceful. You help people, you help old ladies cross the street, all that. But then you go and you write a movie script that's crazy. There's all this like drug dealing and killing and stuff going on, but you do that because you want to. You're like, oh, I'm going to create this. Look at this dude shoots this guy, or this happens, or this woman gets raped, all the crazy shit in movies, but it's like, and yes, it's all coming from the mind of the director, from that higher level. So yeah, I mean, the darkness and light are ultimately one on the highest level, but the light is the one that's ultimately in control, that's creating the darkness for a specific purpose to experience. So yeah, they are one ultimately, but they're separate in expression, and it's all through the intention of the source that actually wants to create these things. Like it wanted to create the globe deception, for example, and have it be a part of this time.
Okay, finally a good topic. I do agree with a lot in the beginning of what you said, Gio, but I do not agree with the effects thereof. I don't think actually a highly, like an intelligent being who, or let's say has a great moral development will actually go on to make these movies where people get blown up to pieces, unless it's actually
I hear you.
having a really huge moral teaching throughout and ends upon its resolution, like conflict is completely removed throughout that movie. If you get what I'm saying.
What you're saying, that a perfectly healthy individual would not make a movie with bloods and rapings and killings?
I think they would. It's very situational dependent in our time. Sure, yeah, because if the intention here is to morally awaken the general mass, then perhaps one needs to do it through the modality that they have removed themselves from reality with, that being television and movies.
Let's say it's fluid or changing. Your image of self, it's never the same. Like I might think of myself, and I can maybe put it back to a time where I want to position my image as, but it's always in the past, never in the present. If I try and poise myself in the present, it's always built on things I've done in the past, and that isn't even a true image of self at the moment. I think self is something you reflect on from the future looking back on. So I don't think we're ever self. I think we're always present, but we may never be ourselves.
Yeah, so the image of God is an abstraction within Judaism and Christianity. So when one is aware that the image of God itself is just an abstraction, then we can see how the religion creates many positive claims, which they build an entire realm or reality around.
I'd even argue even each of those fractions could be true in their self, because if it's a division or a fractal point of it, it's a part of it, and no matter how divergent from the true self, it's a part of it.
Well,
that's why.
Yeah, Demon Stride. Oh, that's interesting, dude. Yeah, the way the self is always changing, and then how it's positioned. Do you think there's an ultimate self, or like, do you come from the view that we're all one, and there's an ultimate source that is an ultimate
Yeah,
self that is consistent and it's not always changing, but then our individual selves are the ones that are changing, or what do you think of that?
so that's it. I mean, it's kind of like the Bhagavad Gita kind of points at it, where we're all kind of like everyone's everyone, and we're all fingers pointing back to the one. And it kind of feels like that might be the truth, but even more so, like I've kind of been wondering, what if maybe they're like people think about reincarnation, like maybe it's this ever looping thing. Maybe there's only one course of reality, and all fingers actually do point to the one thing, and we're all part of one of those fingers, right? And we're just like maybe a path of light that's fracturing through the beam of human and diverting into what you exist in your reality as, but it's all pointing to the one thing it's all coming from. And you could then say that, like, oh, we all experience a religious experience based in all these different frameworks, and they all have different meanings, light, shades, and feelings, but ultimately they all do mean the same thing. So then, like, when you try and bridge that gap, some people are wholeheartedly, they're only looking through one piece of that glass that's a mosaic, right? And they're like, well, I only see one color, and it's hard for them to understand it's a bigger picture. I think that's truly what it maybe it's nothing, maybe it absolutely is nothing, and it's just a hallucination to pass the time while you're here.
Yeah, it makes me think in a way of how everybody, like in different cultures, no matter what language, like our laughs are the same or similar. The way humans laugh.
Yeah, you laugh and cry in the same language. What tears do you cry in? What language do you laugh in?
Yeah, and you said a lot there as well, but I just was for some thought about that as like a kind of poetic response, because yeah, there was a lot of deep things you were saying there in terms of how that
I
plays
think
out.
it all ties in the same. I think the reason that all ties in or it all feels the same is because it is, and I think the problem is people want to try and separate and say, well, mine's the true one. I think that's the ultimate problem with all of argument in everything, honestly. Like, everyone's so solidified in thinking they got the true thing. Just, you might be wrong. Can everyone be comfortable with I might be wrong?
Well, sure, they definitely are conditioned to compete over arguments for argument's sake, and but it's a lost game, which is why I don't go into argumentation, because the truth itself doesn't require an argument to still exist and be true. The truth isn't born through reasoning; it already exists prior to you thinking about it. And you don't know that
And
you exist purely because you're thinking. You already know that you are existing prior to even drawing a thought, and you are aware of the fact. So,
right, and if you also maybe you might not even ever know the truth. Like, you may be built into a program where you're excluded from the actual truth, and you just have to live the part you have.
okay, so um, sure, one can be
But we're all
so
certainly.
with a
Sorry,
sense of
we're all
alienation.
excluded. Can I just say this briefly? We're all excluded from some truths because none of us have all of it. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I know I
Well,
interrupted. I just want to interject that real quick.
all good. That does not apply to the generality of people, though, or individuals, or beings. That just sure, you can use any, if you go into using the imagination to creatively just say possibility, and
Hmm.
then the simulated possibility, sure, anything is possible. But that's also a fallacy. So we got to understand, when is it used to attempt sort of go deeper into something that we already are absent of. So attempting to go through something abstract, for example, to get closer to something that's real or tangible.
Well,
How we are
do you
used.
have a truth you can point to that would be intangible that I couldn't deny?
Well, anything can be denied by invoking doubt. My point, like, for example, I can do that now, and I can also show you how you can doubt about its existence. So,
Hmm.
for example, you can place your hand, my classic example, on a tree. Your hand is now on the tree. The language is a signifier to your actions. It can be rendered knowingly without even using logic. You can stand out in nature, place your hand on, let's say, a phone pole, or like a. It doesn't matter anywhere. You can just stand in nature, and you are now
So
standing in nature. It doesn't
is
require our
just
language
my
to signify
is
your
my
location.
is my interpretation of my senses truth then, in that sense? Because how do I know I'm truly touching a tree? How do I know anything is actually really happening? What is truth, and
Exactly.
how do I determine it?
So asking the questions is if one is now alienated from the knowing, asking the questions can further instill doubt, or of course they can redirect into becoming aware of one's doings yet again.
So instead of asking, can I know this is real? I should just infer that I do know it's real. Is that what you just said to me?
Well, you should just not blindly accept it because the possibility exists. One should come to
So should
realize.
should I accept the touching the tree as reality, or should I also conclude that it may be not real and it may just be an interpretation? I'm not understanding your language, and there may be a language barrier here. I'm not sure.
Could be. So let's say you're standing in a field, high grass around you. You are there now in the field. You know,
Well, all right. So how do I know that to be real though? Because I might be hallucinating it. It might not be real.
That's where you are now.
This is the demonstration of your imagination. So you can imagine that, but you can also see how that would be real if you were in the field. So you are in the field, but of course you are not in the field, but you can use your imagination now, like close your eyes and go to the field, for example.
Yeah, is there
Okay,
really
yeah.
a field, Demon Stride? Is
So-
there really, really, really a field? Like at the end of the day, if you and I are in a field and we just ate some mushrooms and we're chilling there,
We don't have to eat the mushrooms to get there. That's the point. Is like your existence may be a hallucination. To imagine that the hallucination that you are experiencing is the real, I think is the fallacy we're talking about. And now I can imagine myself being in a field. I'm also hallucinating myself being in a field, and now I have a duality. Which one of them is real? Neither. It's in my imagination. Me being in a field physically, that's what I'm saying, is my touching the thing proving reality is real.
Well, can you make can you make a reality that real would be a thing that is real? Like, could you make a reality in which you make, grass and stones and dirt, and that is real by the definition of but whatever what is real?
Well, right. So that ultimately, right there, right, we get down to it. The words jumbled to the point where, okay, then we have to define what is real. Okay, I've asked this a bunch of times and it gets confounded because it's different for every person. Right. So if I ask you what real, imagine you got your head lopped off and you wound up in an alien cave and they're asking you what humanity was like for you. What is real? Like, what do you mean by that?
You
Okay.
have one way to establish what is real and what is not real, and that will be physical reality. If you remove physical reality, you have absolutely no way of obtaining anything.
Wait, so you don't think so? Wait, if you're in do you think there are spirit worlds that exist that have tremendous like learning and growth and consciousness and all kinds of things that are very real, but maybe not real to the human definition of it? But do you think those are real? Like when you die and you're experiencing something, is that real? Even though you're not in the body?
Not only that, Gio, there's other dimensions that we can't physically interact with. So are those real also? The ones that the globe science would point to, are those real too? Because we can't physically interact with them.
Wouldn't be able to know any of this without physical reality.
No,
You know what I think? I think there are. You know how they say there's like the size of the universe is like infinite, and there's that whole idea of the balls and the globe. Okay, well, that idea that there could be like literally infinite planets with aliens on them, right? Well, I don't necessarily see it in that way, obviously, but I do think there are infinite dimensions, if I use that word. Now, I know that would need to be defined and broken down, but like meaning that if I were to call this a dimension, you're here, you're in a human body. If you're in a human body, then you came in kind of through the body and you'll go out through the body. And then, but this is only one of many, like literally infinite actually, which I know sounds intense because what is that? There's infinite other realms like this one. This one's called Earth. Other ones are called whatever. Maybe some of them are balls with, flying through space. I don't think this one is. Maybe there's other actual dimensions where you live on a ball with gravity and with everything. And that's why people resonate with the globe thing, because there's actually other dimensions that are a ball, but just this one's not actually a ball, this particular one.
Now try conceptualizing all this, right? Like all these ideas that just popped into your head without a reference point. Like all you have is your thoughts and like whatever your brain's capable of comprehending at the same time, right? Without any
being
reference.
outside of a body is a whole nother thing. Yeah, because you're not in a body. But is that real? Well,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
Do you think there's other dimensions, and are they real? Is this one the only real one? And is the spirit world and the afterlife also real? Those are all questions.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially all of that could be true.
Prove to
You
me
know?
you're real right now.
I don't have
What
to.
would be your, well, no, hold on, hold on, just for a fun
Well, you
game.
can
I don't
just
want,
ask me.
hold on. I don't want to dox you. I don't want, but like, how would you prove to me right now that you're real?
But we can't
Easy.
even prove to you that you're real.
Wait, that's
we
pretty
can
tough,
do that.
actually. I mean, I could take video. I could send you I could whatever. Share. I mean, that's a. I mean,
But
well,
think
okay.
about the best
But
answer
even
you
if
could
we
give
were in
me.
person, though, well, are you going philosophical on this? Because like, I could show you my flesh and blood and bones, and we could be in person and say, "What's up?" Am I real then? What is reality? That's the thing. What is real? Is it? Are we talking about physical world, like materialism, or that's why I brought in like the other
Can I
dimension,
answer?
the other spirit
If
world?
you
Yeah,
pay
go ahead.
But
attention, you'd hear
if
what
he
he
can't
said.
if he
He
can't
said,
discern
sorry.
real quick, if he can't discern like whether I'm real or not, he can't even discern his his very existence.
Well, you might be
That's the
AI
problem you
actually.
put
Like
yourself in.
we're at a point
Well,
right now.
then you
You could
don't
literally
exist.
be AI. Well, I
Yeah.
could be AI at this point. You could actually be AI, and I might be an AI confused that I'm a real human that's arguing in a Discord. How could you
How would
prove
you
to me
know?
all
Okay,
right? So
okay.
are we AIs arguing back and forth right now in some chat
No,
GPT trying to break through
No,
the algorithm?
no, but
you
Demon
you
got to
Fred,
be
wouldn't
able
know.
to.
this
You got
is
to be able to
where
discern the
this is how.
difference. Like, dude,
Okay,
Larry was
so
trying to get in before, but dude, if I told you a bunch of things about my life, like, I mean, if you told me a bunch of things about I think if you're a good detector, you can tell whether it's an actual real person with real emotion and experience, even just through the voice, the tenor
But
and the pitch of their voice.
Geo,
Being in
Geo,
person is better. You have body language, but Larry was trying to
if
get
we
in.
were
Go ahead.
okay,
Yeah, just real fast.
this is very easy
Something that
actually. So you see,
Well,
Demon
yeah,
Fred.
hold up. Well, you guys, hold on. Demon
Other
Stride, if you
Larry.
want to do a quick response, but then just let Larry go next because you were. Go ahead.
all I was gonna say was I've never met you in person, and I'm asking you through this VC. How would you, through this VC, prove to me you're not just an AI voice chat on the other end, and I'm not one here convinced I'm real?
These
Yeah.
are good questions, dude. But I know I could respond to it. Well, go ahead, Larry. That's interesting
I would
stuff.
think
Yeah, it's a big
a
one.
reasonable person would just accept, like a simple proof of life, like turn on your cam and the guy say, "Hey, flash me a 5, a 2, a 4, a 3, a 0." Okay, that's it. Then a reasonable person would take that as a proof of life.
But I could actually turn on my Sora cam, my Sora AI right now with a phone app, and actually do that with a still image of somebody you knew as Demon Stride. I might have died, and he may have picked up this thing, and he's actually controlling it through an AI algorithm. You wouldn't actually know. It's actually that good now. And I can turn my cam on and do AI algorithm that you then have to find, problems in the video to prove. Now, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just video anymore, and it's not even audio anymore. How do you know I'm Demon Stride right now?
Yeah, but that's the
It's the
point.
level of
So
doubt.
one can be led into this doubtful, fearful place where one is inept, at least not helping oneself develop the ability to discern that for oneself. So, sure, yeah, if you are left alone to yourself and your fictional identity, that can be so manipulated in a sense that
Well,
you
I would
are
agree.
aware of what is real and what is not, making
I
it
would agree
so
with
that
you that
forum
you
can
could be
feedback.
convinced.
Well, this
Of
Yeah,
goes
course,
back to what is
convincing.
reality. Like Demon Stride, I think I've seen some of your videos, so I have seen you on video. I've heard your voice quite a bit. I've heard your your life, things that have all just from talking to you on here over the years and things. So I feel quite confident to say that I am in reality. If I were to say that you are a real person, I think I was able to detect from the visual of whatever videos on your channel I've seen with the hearing your voice, and because not everyone has seen people's pictures or videos on here or know their first names kind of thing. So like, yeah, technically I don't know your first name. So like if I knew that, it would maybe link it more. However, like I'm confident to say that in reality, I'm correct that you are a real person that lives a real life and does real things, that you're not an AI. That would be me being in reality of, in this case, the physical truth of that you're not an AI, you're not just some computer program, that you are actually blood and flesh, So I would be in reality in that sense. So I would be if I'm right on that, then I would be like either disconnected if I thought you were an
Well,
AI.
I think we might share a reality at that moment. I think we could agree we share a similar reality. I don't know if everyone's in the same reality at that point, but we might be closer for sure. I think that's definitely a way you could start layering and troubleshooting and getting down to the base layer, to understand. But I think maybe even in a year or two from now, you might not actually, like, I literally might show up here. I could have a bot scripted, like maybe even just a year from now. I think it's going to be exponential to the point where we're going to have social media driven algorithms of what we would like people to be presented as a front face, like the way celebrities have people running their social media. Regular people are going to have AI running their social media that way. You're not going to know who you're talking to in the future very, very fucking soon here. But yes, you would be closer to understanding that. But like, maybe I'm just part of your algorithm. How do you know I'm not part of the thing to convince you that you're not real?
Okay, so you
You're just
can
doubting
say that
reality.
over and over and over.
And
Yeah,
all
you
of
can
reality.
repeat that.
This
Yeah,
Just go.
also seems like
Let's let's just.
a
I think
minute.
the pace of this combo. Let's just try to all keep our points like maybe within a minute, and that way we can like all feel, because it just seems like that's the vibe.
this
Like
kind
maybe
of thinking.
like 30 seconds to a minute, so we can. But yeah, just so we can keep on the ideas. But yeah, go ahead, Snacks. No, but this is good stuff. This is really. There's a lot on the table here. It's interesting. Good. It's a good flow right now. But yeah, go ahead. Whoever.
I'm just kind of like a humorous thing. Are you just trying to like make it so that it's okay if you have like a virtual girlfriend at some point? Because you're like, I don't know, and I'm not. I don't know if I'm real. I don't know if she's real, or she might be real, and I'm not. I mean, I think this is only going to lead you down bad places. This line of thinking.
I
Is the
would say
question
that
to me?
not a
Well,
good.
it made me
flow.
think of like a internet like a AI paranoia or some kind of like new like DSM-4. I'm not saying you're being paranoid. I'm just saying like that I like I guess there's
With
like
it.
solipsism, like digital solipsism or digital social media AI solipsism or something where nothing exists, everything's fake. Or
Well,
everything's artificial, and anyways, but there's that you're the only thing that exists, and there's that metaphysical concepts around those things.
So
there
what's the
kind of
point
is.
conversation? What
I'm sorry,
exactly is
what?
the point? What exactly is the point of this conversation?
What was the initial argument? Is that what is real? And somebody's saying, no, I know what is real because the things I touch and feel. And I said, well, how do you not know that the things you're touching and feeling are part of an algorithm to make you believe you're touching and feeling something real? So just to say, well, I
Okay.
know it's real because I know it's real. Hold on. The argument boiled down is I know it's real because I know it's real. Go ahead.
Okay, so it was born out of you not understanding what we were talking about, and then you came up with a what if scenario. Doubt.
No, he was
Right.
good, dude. We were right on track with all of it. We just went to the AI thing, but no, we're all good. I don't think he didn't understand anything.
Well, he's in a position, right?
explicitly
I mean,
stated
that's just
so.
I'm just putting the fire out now because that's like a potential kind of ad hom thing. I don't think he was doing that. I think it's all good.
It was
Let's
not
just
an
pick it up.
ad
Well, I
There's
do
a lot
have
of concepts in
like
the mix. I mean, it is this AI
interjection.
thing at the moment, but yeah, we're talking about what is real. Are there other dimensions that are real? Are there spirit worlds that are real? What is reality? And then yeah,
I
like
do
how
have
do
a slight
we
interjection,
AIs like
and where it's all.
pick up from there.
I think that the mark of the
Wait,
beast is.
Siak, hold on. Sorry, just to go in order to be fair. Siak was speaking. I jumped in and just said that I didn't think that Demon Stride was like off track with the convo. Is all I'm saying. But let's let Siak go and then Carlos because Siak was actually going. I kind of interrupted him. Sorry.
Carlos, your mic is awful, by the way, Carlos. We couldn't hear you what you were saying anyway.
All right, let's let Siak
I'll
go.
fix it.
So okay, so I do understand it's a very entertaining idea to doubt reality, and I do understand too that the person can be so far removed therefrom that it's a difficult means to get back to it. So yeah, we should really have a conversation about how one can come to realize or recognize what reality is. Simply, what is reality?
But I think that there's a thing about what he was saying that maybe got missed a bit because I think that it kind of tended to be interpreted as him being a globe earther that he might be saying, and we could all be a brain in a vat, and it kind of similar to that idea. But what he was talking about was that idea that we're all connected and we're all just one finger of a hand, or that there's a spectrum of light that we
No,
all share, and this kind of like universal unconsciousness. I think that whether we talk about other dimensions or any kind of pseudoscience that might be attached to those ideas, I think even like the person that be very, very strictly against saying anything that's not physical is real, even them, you try to convince them that there's not some kind of universal consciousness that we all share,
So
that
there has
didn't
to be
exist. You'd never be able to convince somebody that doesn't exist, because we all kind of feel that. We all know that's true, even if we can't touch the tree in the same way and say that that's physically for sure. There's a metaphysical part of this reality that we all kind of know is there, regardless if
no,
we can prove it.
new
no.
perspectives.
Well
You're
said,
nailed.
bro. New perspective comes in and does a perfect summary and
No,
adds some additionals. That was awesome.
no. Yeah, bravo, man. You actually nailed exactly what I'm talking about, because like I was thinking about the proverb: "Does a tree fall in the woods if nobody's there to hear it? Does it make a sound?" Okay,
Yes,
and for the life of me as a glober, I'm like, yeah, of course. Like the tree falls, and audio forms reverberate around that tree, but the sound. Think about it this way, okay? Everything you see, everything you hear, okay? Imagine everything you see doesn't exist, and it's only about things you hear, okay?
why should we
Everything,
imagine that?
everything you hear, okay, is a vibration. It's not even a sound that's going into your brain. It's literally a vibration that's causing waves to interact between molecules between you and the participant.
Yeah, that's what
And the participant travels through different mediums to vibrate a wave into you. And like for the longest time I was like, oh, vibrations, like, yeah, we're just not but we technically are down to the base level. That audio signal is a vibrational wave that goes into your ear canal if somebody's there to hear it. And that vibrational signal is translated into a sound, and it's only translated into a sound for somebody to hear. Outside of that, it's a vibrational wave that is interpreted by nobody, because as humans we don't interpret x-ray visual light, even though it's there for us to observe. So if a human is not there to observe the audible spectrum of sound waves, the sound is not heard.
Yeah,
Now if you want to say an animal,
established that
I'll
sound is
argue.
I hear you,
vibration.
dude. No, that's
And
pretty
you're
well
So
said.
this
I
is
hear you.
very
But what about
obvious.
but you're
The
including
person
animals,
doesn't
Why do I keep
hear
getting
it.
cut out?
animals and plants,
Fuck it.
or well, plants, animals, and insects. Though they would feel the vibrations and maybe interpret them.
right? So
And
like the proverb of like is does some it's a person to be like, not maybe a person, but an existence needs to be there to observe the wave, to interpret into an audible field to be heard. Yeah, that proverb was true from the moment they said it. No tree heard another tree fall. They might have felt the vibration in a form they could feel it in, but they never heard it. The sound was never heard by anything other than by something able to hear it. The sound was
Completely.
But
there.
on the note that you were talking about earlier, if everything's everything and everyone's everyone, then it's all one thing. That the frequency is contributing to the whole, regardless if there's an interpretation even, regardless if there's a brain or human or any of that. It's like it's all a vibration. It's all a frequency that creates everything. So it's
Right, and
affecting the
Oh,
whole,
it's your
regardless.
song of story.
it's vibrating through everything regardless, and you may have quote unquote magical holes that can interpretate those vibrations and experience them in their holy godness, right? And whatever hole you fall into, you might be able to experience that vibration.
No. So okay.
Yeah, yes, but okay.
No, not
Yes,
okay.
yes, but okay.
No,
Can't deny
everything you
frequency.
Yes,
You
yes,
can't
yes,
just
but
say no
okay, but
frequency.
It's not a word, man.
well, isn't
you're
yes,
that
but
phrase,
okay,
isn't the
but
phrase that it doesn't make a sound if a tree falls, if no one's there to hear it, doesn't make a sound? And in a way, if we define sound as these vibrations, like you're saying, then yeah, it makes that sound. But There's no
No, it
human
makes
being.
a vibration. No, it doesn't make a sound. The sound does not travel through the atmosphere. Vibrations travel, and when
What's
that
our
vibration,
definition of sound? 'Cause we say sound wave. So what's our definition of sound now?
sound is
wave?
the sound is your interpretation, your brain's interpretation of the frequencies that your eardrums are picking up. It's literally your eardrums
That's not how-
interpreting a frequency. Stop
Can you
saying
precise
no
it?
and
Yeah,
not.
if you
No,
want to
I
use the
agree. It's a
word sound,
vibration.
if you want to use the
Right.
word sound, but the frequency can still be heard in a certain sense by even the plants or anything, and they have
Oh,
they have their
it'll
own
be felt.
interpretation. It's on a
Yeah,
brain.
it will be.
Necessarily
No,
know.
no, it will be felt. Yeah, you're correct. All of the frequencies are felt. You're absorbed, but like you don't see X-rays, even though your eyes will. You can be. You can have it. You can have an X-ray of your. You can have an X-ray of your skull, but you're not going to see the X-rays as they pass through. Though they're going to see your retinas. Like there are certain things you can see, right? But you're not
just
going to
because
see an
you can
X-ray.
manipulate your voice in this regard doesn't make it actually true.
Well,
You can
it's
see this happening. I'm convincing you with my way of speak. It is so. So just because you just add some kind of like, you know, as if it's important or so on and so forth.
Do you think your sound traveled through the? Do you think your sound traveled through the microphone or through the headphones to get to my ears, or do you think it was a frequency that was or a waveform that was bled out of my earbuds into my ears? Which one is it? Is it a sound or a frequency that went into my brain?
well, if you
Let's
just
talk-
mute him,
talk about
would he be making
premises
sound?
to your situated event and debunk it all in one go.
Like,
I think
Instead of-
language is the misinterpretation here because you would agree with me. I think technically on this
that's always
aspect.
a good excuse. It definitely is language. It's
Well,
always have
when you
Zyanak,
when you're
Zyanak,
putting
real quick, Zyanak, I think what you're getting at, what you like to focus on is the first-hand knowledge of touching a tree, whereas there might be second-hand knowledge or third-hand knowledge where and even like the metaphysical might be, knowledge to a certain degree, but it's not on the same level of maybe putting your hand on a tree. I think everyone here accepts that. That point doesn't need to be reiterated necessarily, because I know if I tried to convince you, Zyanak, that there's no metaphysical part of this reality that that is part of our existence, you would have a problem with that. There is. I've heard you talk about it, in fact.
this is misrepresentation. You're shifting what I'm saying, the opposite of what it actually is. And he is also making a lot of distortion upon simple shit that is easy to understand.
is a sound something that you can recognize?
No, let's
Is
get
a
into the actual. Let's stop.
Like-
Not if you're
like
deaf.
a sound-
If you're deaf, you can't. No, if you're
Maybe I
deaf,
don't
you
even know
can't.
where you're-
allow a sentence. MFers, please allow a
Let Snack
sentence.
say something. Let's say Snack say something, Zyanak, but I want to hear what the argument is. I don't even know where you're standing. Go ahead, Snack.
A sound is a thing that we can identify. So, like, I can identify.
Why is he allowed
It
to
still sounds
talk
like
when
somebody's fucking talking. Actually, it's weird.
Zyanak,
Yeah, you
real
guys,
quick.
why are
Let
two people
Snacks
going?
talk. Let Snacks talk first, and then Zyanak.
Is he interrupting me and now getting the ability to talk? What?
No, he's
I'll chill
trying to
out.
say something.
I
We're
don't
giving
care.
you the
It doesn't
floor
matter.
afterward.
If I say something, you're not going to hear it anyway because you're all trees. I'm
You
done.
guys, I think, like I said, for this pacing, the vibe, if everyone keeps their comments to about 30 seconds, then we can just rotate. And because if anyone goes on too long, it gets. I'm not saying anyone's doing that per se, but it's all good. Just
Okay.
let's
Yeah.
just go
we
one at
know
a
how
time.
it works
The thing is,
now.
when you guys were talking at the same time, something about your mics made this weird, like echoing sound. We couldn't really hear anything. So you guys got to.
Cut.
Yeah, it was
Cuts
cutting.
both of them out.
Let's talk
Just-
Yeah, it was
about the
cutting you both
actual,
out. Yeah, it was like some weird.
Just tell Demon Stride to shut the fuck up, and we're good.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
3 words. I'm a metaphor.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, let's get back to the actual concrete example. If a tree falls in the forest when no one is there to hear about it, you don't have to fucking talk about sound and make this entire theory about vibration and go on an endless charade that just really is distorting the obviousness
What is
of what's
sound?
happening.
What
We
is
don't
sound?
need to talk about sound in order
Well,
to
no, if you
know.
no, hold on. No, you're saying if a tree falls in the wood, did it make a sound? Does it? Blah, 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 we don't have to. No. But what is sound? Sound is an interpret.
Me and no
sound-
moderation.
You guys, can you guys go one at a time? First of all, but I thought it was a little bit more interesting before.
It was, but I've listened to this for quite a while now, and I want to
real
hear somebody
quick,
else.
just a suggestion. I can't stay long, but just a suggestion that might help. Real quick, Zyanak. I have to go anyway, but Zyanak, instead of trying to criticize what other people are doing with the conversation, I wanted to hear where you were coming from as far as your criticism of reality not, only being one way or another.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Demon Stride, dude. Yeah, I mean, I hear what Demon Stride was saying about the sound thing. That was kind of a side thing. Are we done with that? Or I think Demon Stride, you were
No.
fine the way you were describing it. I actually heard what you were saying, and I agree. Yeah, there is. But I want to say to you actually on that real quick before we close that out. Like, so the sound. I guess when I think of the word sound, I think of waves, like sound waves, which is the vibration, and then therefore does it make a sound? I would say yes, because it's if the
So-
if that scene was created like said tree, said ground,
Exactly. Exactly.
what a whole realm for it to happen in or whatever, then yeah, it would make a sound.
To
It's
a
not-
human though, right? But I think this isn't like the story is why it's human related. Nobody talks to a tree to talk the story. Nobody talks to a bug to talk the story. They're talking to another human. If a tree falls, does it hear the sound? And the human hears this and goes, "Well, I think I think it would make a sound because I hear a sound." When somebody blows a dog whistle, does a human hear the sound? If a dog whistle falls in the woods and it makes a sound when it falls, does a human hear the sound?
Yeah, I couldn't say the thing before, but like there's several sounds that happen like that are identifiable separate sounds of a tree falling. So that is like the cracking of the tree. So crackers, maybe that sounds like thunder almost, right? But you have a reference to something else. You have a thud sound that's going to happen. You have it when it's all the branches are going to like hit up on other branches and you all that crackling and stuff like that. That's hard to identify. We have to have like memory of a sound to identify that sound. Otherwise, yeah, it's just like it could whatever you describe it as frequency and waves or whatever. But that's not how we work. We reference memory to say that was that sound. That's a wolf. That's a river. I'm done. Thanks.
But that the reference is no, hold on. Hold on. Please let me reference. A tree falls in the woods. Nobody is there to hear it. Okay.
So and what?
Does it make it? All right. So no, I'm not talking to you right now. He's talking about things that I've heard that I can reference to. I can't hear the tree fall because I'm not there to hear it. I can't reference the branches falling to the ground. No, hold on. Don't interrupt me. I can't.
Yeah,
all of the three different. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't. Please don't. Please stop. Oh my fucking god! All right.
Okay, great. Have fun with your song.
Please. The three sounds that he referenced that I could refer back to and say, no, those are things I know of. Don't refer to this philosophical thing we're talking about. A tree falls in the woods and nobody is there, including animal, worm, microbial life, or other living thing to hear its frequency. Oh my god, you can't not do it, can you? Okay, so the frequency is made. Oh my god! Just please stop, for the love of God.
You guys,
this is what.
Okay, go on.
Hold on. Siak was gonna go before, but we kind of can we just let's just move forward. Siak was kind of next. Siak, when you say your point, just keep it as long as you keep it concise enough that because then we can just. That's all good though.
Yeah,
but,
I will.
we just let him
he's not respecting. He's not respecting.
I know, but at this point,
we are having a conversation, and he just intercepts and interjects.
Okay, at this point, let's let him say his point. Let's finish out this tree thing, and then let's move on. Or if you want to go, but go ahead, Demon Stride. Just finish your point.
Right. So the only reason I was referencing is because this philosophy thing is if there is a body there to hear the sound, if you're there to hear the sound, you are actually interpreting a frequency inside your mind. All you're doing is referencing a frequency and you're hallucinating its reality. Done.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Well, by the way, the Wikipedia is because I don't know. I forget like the exact wording. It says if a tree falls. This is from the Wikipedia page. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? See, now I would actually respond to that. I would say yes, it does make a sound because I would define sound as the sound vibrations. But if no one's around to hear it, yes, it does still make a sound. I would say if it's a world that's created, that's a place that like that a tree would exist in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I would
We're
agree with
the
you.
original guy.
It would make a frequency and a vibration. The sound is the interpretation of those frequencies. That's my argument. Something would have to interpretate those frequencies to tell it's a sound. That's the only argument I make.
All right. Well, then
So
are
the
you
first guy that asked that
But
question,
basically, you're just pointing to obvious shit, and there's no point in talking about it at all.
All right, well, I'm talking about it with him, so just chill because I'm interested. If you're not, I mean, that's fine. But if you want to say your point, that's fine too. But we were kind of trying to finish this out because if you're going to bring it, we were on a bunch of other topics like what is real, reality. We were on all that, which I thought was in a way more interesting. But I mean, this is connected. But Demon's Ride, yeah, I guess. Okay, the way I hear you. Yes, if no one's there to hear it, which is a subjective thing of hearing something, does it make a sound? Well, if you define sound,
It's a linguistic and epistemological term.
Hold on, dude.
Bro.
If you define sound as a thing that a human has to hear and define, like, oh, that's a sound, I just heard it. You know what I mean? Then yeah, then of course you're right. It would not really work in that way.
Right.
But if you define sound as the vibrations, I guess that's the question, the exact definition of sound.
I think that's why it's misinterpreted, because I think sound is only a thing that's interpreted, and whereas frequency is a thing that is real. Okay, and that's where I think that's where this argument is something that is real is a thing that's vibrating, and the thing that's interpreted can be misconstrued. And I would also say this is the same between a sunbeam. Is there a sunbeam passing through space? Can you feel it on your face when your face is there? Only when your face is there, you can't feel the sunbeam unless you're touching it. You wouldn't say you can feel the light unless you're interpreting it.
I think the real question then is the original guy that asked that question. What did he mean by sound?
You know what? We kind of belabored this conversation a little bit, I'd say, as far as like the tree and the forest thing. It kind of reminds me, actually, I don't know, Gio, if you remember back a long time ago, there was this hilarious conversation between Jim and I. You know, Jim, the English guy, comes in once in a while. He was like so adamant that he's like, oh, it's just, humans are so vain that the question is they think that if there's no humans there, that the sound doesn't exist. And he kept like doing this literal interpretation, what about the animals and the trees? And it just kept going on and on. And he wasn't getting that. It was just kind of a philosophical question that doesn't really have an answer because there are so many answers. In the same way,
the sound doesn't actually exist unless there's a microphone to pick it up. Like you could record an audio podcast, and unless there's a microphone to record it, you didn't record anything, right? The recording is what you would call the sound. The talking of the podcast would be the vibration. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it just comes down to whether humans define what is and what isn't.
Yeah, was the podcast uploaded or was it recorded or not? Because if we just talked about a thing, we didn't record it.
What about the trees and the animals and the universe or whatever it is, the existence of the sound, not necessarily being a human interpretation, and then you can go off into that whole idea. But that's the whole. It's not a real question. It's not like the chicken or the egg. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? It's not an answer.
If a podcast had an entire episode and it wasn't recorded, did it exist?
Yeah, it was a thing that happened.
Well, no, I have to go, but you know what this leads into real quick. This leads into something I think Gio would have something to say about as well as other people. But the whole idea of the frequency leaving a resonance of all of everything that happens, kind of like the Akashic records, and that kind of would tend to lend itself to this conversation as far as like what's recorded and what exists, and is there actually like something real that is what we refer to as the Akashic records. Go ahead, Gio, please.
Damn right. No, there we go. That's actually what we're talking about. What is real? What is recorded? Are we here to exist? Are we the tree falling right now? And is the Akashic record there to hear it?
Well, yeah. The one thing about the Akashic records is that they're eternal, where everything
records exist. Yeah. Does it exist for us to reference even in like a metaphysical way? Some people even claim.
Yeah, I'll make a comment on that, but I just wanted to say here, I did look up technically the definition of sound, and the first definition is the sensation perceived by the sense of hearing. Okay, well, that's obviously the one that would be only a human. This sensation perceived by the sense of hearing, which, yeah, there's the little vibration in the liquid in the ear, and then that translates into nerve cells and the whole thing that go to the brain. So yeah, that one obviously they would not hear
Hearing
it.
hearing is a sense of vibration. You could
Yeah.
reverse it back to. Yeah.
But the second definition of sound is mechanical radiant energy that is transmitted by longitudinal pressure waves in a material medium, such as air, and is the objective cause of hearing. So it does
There we go.
have that end part, which I guess is still subjective. But they're talking about the mechanical radiant vibrational. So that's when we're talking about the actual like frequency vibration. Now, if you want
Exactly.
to,
So like you could say sound is vibration, but the interpretation is what we would call sound. What you hear in your head is not what's being transmitted through the air. That's just the vibration. What you hear is what you're hallucinating that vibration to be. It might be completely different from everybody else.
no, that's okay. But I mean, if our brains are designed the same, you would think we all experience it pretty similarly.
No, we don't taste the same. Eat what's that stuff they put in Mexican food? Cilantro, dude. You put that in my mouth, I'm gonna throw up in your face. We do not taste the same.
Yeah, I think it tastes.
Hearing voices, for example.
Go ahead, Zephyr.
Well,
I just said cilantro kind of tastes like soap to me.
Yeah, it
I hear
tastes
you.
like somebody.
There's,
Yeah, it tastes like
there's this
somebody
whole
put
idea
liquid.
that we can't
I like
agree
it.
upon what the color red is because we all interpret red a little different, and that's kind of where you're getting at. I think.
We can
Yeah.
still agree on what Reddit.
I have
But if someone's hearing
polychromatic
voices,
vision,
for
so it's
example,
like totally different.
Well, if we link that idea to the Akashic records, okay, if the Akashic records exist eternally within consciousness that we're all a part of, in a field of, is it like in order to access it, is it a sense of like I was trying to link it to the hearing? Like, is it a way that can you hear what's in the Akashic records or not? And using that, like, meaning that it's there, it's just a matter of whether you can sense it or not. I was just trying to link that in to that conversation because, like, the Akashic records, yeah. How do you access them, as people say, accessing? But it's like, is it there? And it's a matter of being able to hear. But I'm not saying through the ears, but you know what I'm saying, like in the different ways of accessing it. If it's there eternally, then it's like a pool that we can dip into.
Yeah, real quick on that, just to compliment on what you were saying, and then I got to go. Was that back to the original thing I came in hearing about the idea that we're all one thing experiencing itself in individual, segments or just individual experiences of one whole experience, and then if there is that universal consciousness, kind of like when you hear the theory, and this may be true, that you remember everything from your life, even if you can't recall, like on the spot, like everything that's happened, but there's like a recording of everything. That's why like hypnosis, maybe you could like actually remember something that you didn't remember by, searching in your Akashic records of yourself. But maybe that there is a universal consciousness, then the whole remembers everything. Maybe not immediately in individual senses, but the whole is aware of everything that has happened since the beginning of time. And that's there to access in the same way if you could get on that metaphysical level to do so.
I don't think we take an individuality outside of this experience. I think that's why we're here, is because I can say fuck you, and while I'm here I can say fuck you. But when my existence leaves this mortality, I'm pasted on the wall of whatever Akashic record or eternal existence that we're all experiencing as, and I embrace you, my brother, as myself. And while I'm there, I acknowledge the shit things I do as other people, as myself, as the worst things of animals and humans, and the best parts of them as well. And I hope to be, in my existence here, acknowledging that now, I'm going to try and be the best color in that shining light, to be the best example. So when I'm back
If everyone
looking
thought
through
that
my
way, if everyone
mosaic,
embraced that idea,
Why
if everyone
sit down?
embraced that idea,
so
then you would never,
so
you would be saying "fuck you" to yourself, so you'd have less
yeah, well,
tendency to
I
think.
guess I guess some atheists are just nicer than than you
I'm not
think.
an
I
atheist.
guess
I do understand
I
what you're
am.
talking about. Subliminal.
I am. Yeah, I am. I'm an atheist, but that's
Yeah,
the way I
you're
believe.
atheist.
I'm sorry. What?
You're more than an atheist.
Hey,
You're also a reality
but wait a
denier.
minute. You're not an atheist. If you think we're all one, then the one could be what you
Yeah, well,
consider God. That connection could be
atheist
God
means
itself, right?
so theism is a belief in a one true God, or theism. Theism is a specific category, and I am a dash theistic to specific categories of theism. If you would like to lay them down like tile work, I can point to you why they're bad and dumb, retarded. But what we've been talking about is agnosticism, which is I believe
No,
there
we have
may
not.
be.
You
We have
have
been
made a
talking.
full
So
sentence.
I'm gonna. So all right. So we've been talking about agnosticism this entire
No, we have
time.
not.
If y'all.
You have made a
Oh,
So all
tangent.
right.
hold on,
So
bro. You're interrupting again. You can go next. Please don't interrupt.
Okay, I'm
so
after this guy.
All right, go
okay.
after. But don't
So
interrupt.
my
So you're
so my
saying you're
claim.
agnostic, not atheist, because you don't
Oh,
claim to know
fuck
there's no
me.
God, right?
All right.
Go ahead.
Well,
I'm just trying to get you back on track.
After him, if you are present and listening to what the
here's
moderators.
here's the thing. I'm gonna get a minute here. I'm just gonna talk out. All right. I am a dash theistic to any God claim currently had, and I'm a dash gnostic, which is agnostic to the current claims, because I can't claim to know I know the true reality behind them, which is what we've been talking about. What is real? So if you want to claim there is a real, you are a theist. And if you'd like to lay those down, I'm most likely going to claim an A dash theism to those, where I will claim an A dash gnostic, which is gnostic, as in knowing a knowledge claim towards a current theme or theistic thing you're talking about, which we have been saying we don't quite know if there is an actual understanding of it. So most people here in this conversation are agnostic. Whereas if you would like to say, I know it's a God, and you could take an agnostic, atheistic claim to all these different things. This topic is agnostic. Sorry, definitions are a thing. I'm done.
Great, you're
Man,
done. Now it's my
atheists
turn.
don't believe in anything.
It was my
Ironic that
turn.
they're not
Obviously.
so well defined.
My turn. Hello. Did you guys listen to the moderator?
Wait, did you come back in with "Okay, great, you're dumb"?
Did you listen to the
That was funny,
moderator?
but inappropriate.
Still my
I
Inappropriate.
turn.
said DONE, done,
Did you
not
also listen to the moderator?
DUMB.
It's still my
I am
turn.
not. No, no. I wanted to clarify. I'm
No,
not saying I'm
yeah,
dumb.
said
I was
that.
just clarifying. I am
No,
DONE.
he heard you. He heard you. He was just trying to be funny. Go ahead, Zion.
Demons
Say your
try.
thing, but
Demons
just
try.
try
CX
to
said
keep it
that.
off
Yeah,
like criticizing other people. Okay.
it's him. I'm just want to ask one question: is you, as an atheist, trying to say that you are agnostic now too?
I
He's
am
done. He's
Because atheists
done.
don't
agnostic.
believe
I
in any
asked
I
God.
the
will
question.
clarify. I
He's
will
done.
clarify. I am an agnostic, meaning
Of
I
course you
can't
will.
know or I will clarify. I am an agnostic, knowing I cannot know or clarify there is one true God or many gods, and I'm also atheistic to many of the claims I've currently seen. And that does not define me in any of the current conversation we've been in, because I can be both of those for this entire conversation, and we can continue it forward.
So
No,
you
then you
should not
just
be allowed
okay.
to
Well,
be
then you just
questioned
flip
about things that
flopping.
remove the conscious upon what you're actually stating into nonsensical explanations upon sort of like clarifications upon nonsense.
Are you
So
clarifying that I'm
you're saying
nonsensical and you're making an actual argument right now, or are you just
No,
claiming
you're not
things
making
about
an
me?
you
actual
are the one
claim right
making an
now.
argument. You are the one making
Let
an
me.
argument that the conversation about reality needs to be forced into this false dichotomy of someone who makes a claim of what it is and a counter claim.
Right,
No,
because
what
that
I'm
means you're
saying,
really not
no,
part of the argument. Hold up, sir. That means you're really not even part of the
You
argument, or you're not actually making an attempt to make an argument, because you basically saying, well, I'm not going to say there is not a God or not many gods, but I haven't seen one, so I'm going to say that but I'm not going to say that there is a God either. That means you're not even part of the argument. You don't
you
got to make
haven't
it
been here.
confusing, sir.
Have you been here for the last hour, maybe? Because we've been talking about what is real. So maybe we can ask you, because you seem like a new participant. What is real to you?
What is real is what is objectively true, sir.
Prove to me what is objectively true to you.
Things that actually exist, sir.
Okay, so what actually exists to you? And how can you prove it to me?
How can I prove something to you
Exactly.
that actually exists? Is
Yeah,
it
and you
objectively
no,
true? If
it's
there's is
yeah,
okay. Wait a minute. Hold on.
obje-
Now you want me to ask
hold
you? Now you want okay. Now you
I want
talking
to
over me.
I'm just
Here
trying to
he go.
clarify.
He's talking over me. I'm going
I'm
to
just
answer
trying
the
to
question. I got to think, and he want to keep
you
talking.
Demon
Here we
Strike,
go.
maybe just pass it there. You can pick it up
Here we
next.
go.
Go back and
Okay.
forth.
Can I answer the question
he has
one
to
by
clarify. I
one?
just want to clarify.
One by one. One by one. I want to answer the last question. You said, "How can I prove it to you?" Right?
Yes.
That was the question. It's simple. We don't got to make it difficult.
Yes.
Great. So how can I prove something that is objectively true with you? There are plenty ways that I can do that. One could
Please.
be with logical reasoning, right? One would be logical framework, right? One could be with things like science, things that is in the physical and natural world, but anything that is in the anything that is external to
Okay.
the physical natural world, you could prove with natural reasoning. You could look at the
Moderator.
physical and natural world and see
Moderator.
how that work with natural laws, and then you could
Moderator.
say, well, I could come to a case of something that is external to that with logical reasoning.
Okay,
Do that
can I
make
ask you a
sense?
question?
See how simple
No,
that was?
no, because it was how can you prove what is true to you and prove it to me? Because you're just pointing to external points of light. Yeah, we could all go to those, but how can you prove to me that something you believe is true to be true through this
I just
VC
said
right
it.
here?
I just said
All
it.
right, all right. Well,
Wait a
I'll
minute.
see you
Hold on.
later
Hold
then. It
on.
was a
Hold
good,
on. Hold
it
on.
was a
Hold on.
good
Hold
convo
on.
then.
Maybe I need to repeat it to him again.
Yeah, Demon
The
Strike, he did
things
lay out
that
several things.
I have investigated for myself and the conclusions that I have for myself, I could go ahead and use communication and relay them to you. Now, whether you believe it or not, that don't have nothing to do with me. That is not my burden.
Correct. So you cannot prove to me something that you believe to be true is
If
actually
you don't want to
real.
listen, no.
No, hold on. So all you have to be is to lay a bunch of lines of word. Like I don't know what are you about to say here. Like you're
No,
gonna lay.
with the community, no. I just said it. You
Oh, you're
skip past
interrupting
the
me. So
logical reasoning
okay,
part.
all right.
Okay,
I'll go back to
okay.
it.
Listen
We'll go back.
again because you're
Okay, we'll
misconstrued
go
in my
back to. We'll go
words.
back to you then.
No, you're misrepresenting my point. The point that I'm making is, I told you, logical reasoning or anything in the physical natural world, right? Studies of physics and science, and anything that is external to that, you could use the studies in physics and science and use the things that you observe in the physical natural world. You could use logical reasoning or whether or not something that exists external to that. Now, if you
Correct.
don't
How
want to
does
So
that
listen
actually
to
work,
none of
though?
those things, that
so
is
no
on
no
you.
hold on. All right. So gravity's real, right? And the globe is the Earth the realm we live in is a globe, correct?
Sir, are you gonna respond to my
No,
question,
no,
or you gonna use
no,
question through?
I'm using,
Respond
I'm
to
using,
what
no,
my answer
hold on.
was.
I am
Hey,
responding to you right now. Hold on, sir.
I need
Sorry,
you to
I'm sorry.
respond to my
I'm
answer.
responding to you. I am responding
Okay,
to you.
what was
Please
my
don't
point?
interrupt me.
What
Yeah,
was
your
my
point.
point
Okay,
first?
your point was using science, logic, and reasoning to explain the world around you, and I'm saying that science, logic, and reasoning around us explains the world to be a globe, correct?
No,
Well, I'm sorry, that's wrong.
doesn't.
Well, all right, so that's wrong, but that has nothing to
And
do with.
whether or not the Earth is a globe, or whether or
Hold on,
not
sorry.
the Earth is.
Hold on,
Oh,
sorry. I'm
okay,
sorry.
here
I'm
we
sorry.
go.
I'm sorry. I'm
Here
sorry.
we
I'm
go.
sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
when it's
I'm
my
really
turn to
sorry. I'm
talk,
really
the guy
sorry.
don't
No,
want to talk. And when it's my
it's
turn to
fine.
talk, I
Guys,
I'm
can't.
sorry.
Demon
He
Strike,
said
just go back
correct.
and forth, dude. Just go
I
back and
allowed him
forth.
to talk. I just want
Goodbye.
to
We
say
can hear all
something,
this
y'all.
happening. Why is this not
I
being
just want to say
moderated?
something. Okay, my bad. It's the mod
No,
talking.
yeah, please, you guys, just go back and forth. Demon Strike, don't interrupt him, man. He
Yeah,
just
yeah, I am going.
gave his
Yeah, I
thing.
am trying to go back and forth with him, but he's just keep talking. When he asks me a
It's good.
question, and then when I answer it, and I try to elaborate on my answer, he talks over me. When I ask him a direct question, I allow him to elaborate
20
on his
seconds
answer.
in now. Just fucking ask the question.
All right, let's pull it back. This is a really good convo. I'm really enjoying it. I want to hear both your points. And I think everyone else does too. So if you guys could just go back and forth and just you'll both get a chance. You know what I'm saying? So like, Demon Strike, you don't have to interrupt because you'll be able to go in like 30 seconds. But we want to hear the points and we want to hear how you respond to it because you guys are in this. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I wasn't talking more than 30 seconds. I was very precise. I don't know where they get that from.
No, you're good. I'm just saying in general. Yeah, you're good.
So back to the
Yeah, well,
conversation of
yeah.
how you prove something to be real, right? So if you just want to tell me
Hold
like,
on, let him go. Let him. Wait, who was? I don't even know who was speaking now. Demon Stride, you were interrupting him. Let him go. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that I thought we got past that part. He was saying that science was supposed to prove the globe. I thought so. So are we in agreement then, or we're not in agreement that things that we study in nature and I relay them to you is proving it to you, or do you
So-
not agree with that?
So you have not relayed anything to me as a proof in nature, other than me saying that, like,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry, don't interrupt me, please. But we
I
can
said
look
okay.
at the.
I said okay.
Okay, totally, perfectly fine. But we can look at the body of science that is relayed to you right now and say that it proves the globe. Like, you just want to say, like, you can look at reality and then say that, like, I look at reality, therefore it's not globe. Is that what you're trying to say to me right now?
Okay.
Originally,
not
the talk
answering
was
my
about how.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, it's my turn to talk, ain't it? Is it my turn to talk?
Yeah, go
Great.
ahead. I
Shut
was
up,
just going to
Gio.
moderate in between because originally he
My
was talking
bad.
about how can you prove reality, and now we're kind of a little bit off on the globe.
Yeah,
But either way, however you
Gio,
guys want.
Yeah.
Gio, come on,
He's
Gio,
changing
come
the
on.
topic. I just want
No,
to get clarification. He's trying to change the topic. I just want to get clarification because that's not what I asked him. He asked the question earlier and I answered it. And now I'm trying to see, do he agree with that answer or not? He just keep trying to move past that and say, well, so you're trying to say science proves the globe. That's another topic. Is the
well,
answer
no.
I gave you true? Because you
So
were saying it wasn't earlier.
the postulation you gave me previously was that you can look at science and science looks at reality.
No,
We
that's
should.
not the postulation I gave.
Please don't interrupt me. All right.
Okay, but don't misrepresent
I'm
me.
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't get to defend myself when I'm interrupting you. So please just shut the fuck up while you're
Well, hold on,
interrupting me. All
Demon
right.
Stride. If you Demon Stride, can I just say one
Fuck
thing?
me.
No, you're good, dude. You get to go. Keep going. But here, let me just say this real quick. We do have what we do in here. The only legitimate interruption is if it's a straw man, because no one wants to be misrepresented and then have someone go on a long time about beating in that way. So if that is a viable reason to interrupt, to say if the person says, hey, it's a straw man, but here's the thing, they just get to clarify their position and then it goes right back to you. So it's not like they get to take their whole turn and go through the whole thing. It's just a quick clarification to make sure you're responding to something in that case. So he did that there. Let's just move forward from there.
Totally.
If he clarified, just move forward with your point and then pass it.
Totally,
I'm
Reg
gonna
Joe.
be real
Hold on, because I was talking. All right, so Reg Joe, that's what you did to me initially when you said I was interrupting you. Like, I was trying to clarify my position. You went on to this whole straw man
No, you
about.
didn't. You weren't trying to
I'm sorry.
clarify our
Don't
position.
interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. You interrupt.
But you wasn't trying to clarify our position. You were
Please.
trying to
Oh my
change the
fucking
position.
You're so
god.
desperate to talk. What is the matter with you?
You were trying to move on to whether or not science
I'm
proves the
done
globe.
talking to Reg. I'm done talking to you. By the way,
Hold on,
I know.
Demon
Well,
Stride,
you
you did
was
bring in the globe
misrepresenting
thing.
me. I want to just basically state this. I didn't only say science was the
Goodbye.
only body of knowledge that we could that prove everything. I didn't say that. That's misrepresenting me.
Okay, but you tried to argue to me that I should accept your version because you can look around and accept what science says about it, this or that. And I said, okay, so you accept what science says about the fucking shape of the earth. That's how we got to this. It was
That's
based
also
on your.
misrepresenting me.
Oh my! So you're Gregory in a fucking other username.
No, because you seem to forget the last part. I said whether or not it convinced you that it's on you. You forget that part. So I didn't say you have to accept anything. You're a grown man.
But that
Yeah,
was his
dude, it
whole
looks like he
question. How do you
actually
prove it to him?
he just left. Manufactotum. I don't know if you want to pick. He just left because actually, I mean, I understand what he was saying. Maybe he had enough and he was gonna. Oh no, there he's back. I hear what he's saying. That okay. Originally, Demon Stride asked Reg Joe about how how can you prove something's real to me? How can you etc. Reg Joe responded with several responses specifically targeted involving, yes, he did mention, the natural world and various things. I don't want to strawman him, so I'm not going to say, but he can re-say them again in terms of science, in terms of these things, and etc. He laid those out. Demon Stride, you didn't quite respond to those, but that's fine. But then you said, and then you took it to like, oh, you're saying science, therefore the globe and all this globe science is real. He didn't really say that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say the globe was real because of that. But so you'd have to like define that. But Demon Stride, if you're back, if you can just chill, we can go through this because and then it went to the globe thing. But you have to understand, he made those points originally, and we wanted to kind of hear those hashed out because he was giving you the response to your question, and then you kind of, I mean, Anyways, I see why you made the link.
I crashed out. I crashed out. I get it. I crashed out. I get it. Because this guy's so fucking. He's got me. I'm just a glober. I get it. I'm just a globe-tart. I get it. I crashed out. But no, the initial conversation. The initial
I didn't even know you even believed in the globe.
The initial conversation was about what is real in reality, and when you present an argument that seemed like it came from a globe-sided argument, like let's just look at the science, let's just look at this, I would say the current science that you would talk about in those fields that have correlative studies and shit would say the Earth is a globe, and I would then pin you down because you probably couldn't point to any of the scientists that point to those fields that argue for your position. So I was just trying to crash you out early on. I'm sorry. It was my bad not knowing your Riz.
Yeah,
you got
failed
me.
then.
You got me, brah. You got me. I'm fucking pinned over on my knees.
Yeah,
Where do you
because
want me?
there's no globe
Why are you
science.
trying to do
I don't know
that?
what you're talking
So you
about.
could respond to the points, actually, Demon Stride. He said the points. You could actually just pick up from his original points as to how he could show something to you as being the case and so on in terms of reality.
Well, we could
My
do that.
question
So
is, why is he striving to aggravate people?
all
Yeah,
right,
because
so
at first he was talking about things that was like external beings, like gods and stuff like that. I mean, that's what the conversation was at originally. And then he was basically stating, well, how can you prove something to me? Period. So I explained to him the many ways that I could prove something to you. One of
how
them
can I
would
prove?
be yes, science in the physical natural world. One of them would be logical framework. One would be logical reasoning. There's plenty of ways for me to try to prove something to you, sir. And now, if you don't want to believe them, that is on you. You're grown.
I think my question
Here you
might be
go,
now.
cutting me off
No, we
again.
grown.
Did I? Because
I'm trying to converse with
Here
you.
you go,
I'm trying to
cutting me
converse
off
with you.
again, yo.
I'm trying to. You just
Now, he was
repeated
crying
things.
about me doing it to him
Hold
earlier.
on.
You were straw manning him because that wasn't the
Please.
original question.
Just
Was I
please.
straw manning
I'm
him?
trying to.
Making all that
I'm trying to
obnoxious
converse with
noise.
you. I'm trying
Like right
to
now,
converse with you.
just
Demon Stride,
stop
just
with all that
please.
obnoxious noise.
dude, just slow down a little bit, bro. It's
Please.
like a game. It's like a game
Let
of
me
tennis,
ask
dude.
him.
Back and
I
forth.
just-
We'll just try not to clip and
I'm-
interrupt.
More
Bro.
question.
You don't want to mute
Trying
anyone
to
because if anyone gets muted right
ask-
now, hold on. Let me say this, dude. If anyone gets muted right now, it's gonna feel like censorship because you guys are in a heated convo. So just don't interrupt.
Okay.
So we don't have to have audio chaos.
Oh my
just
God.
just do a little better. Try to let him finish. We want to hear your
Dude,
points too. But go ahead.
I have small.
Okay,
Dude, please.
I didn't finish yet, though.
Forgive me.
He's trying to answer a question. I didn't finish.
Forgive
So,
me. I am. Oh, for fuck's sake,
Demon,
bro!
Demon. I need you to calm down, sir. So,
Please.
do you or do you
Oh my
not
God.
agree with my answer?
I don't know your.
Because
I don't know
I
your.
am answering your question
Please
right now.
let me. All right. Please, can I please? All right. You can be done with me or not, but I want to know what can I do to prove to you
Again,
my.
do you?
Oh, for fuck! I'm
do
done
you
with you.
not-
I'm done with you. I'm fucking done.
Yeah, I know. Do you or do you not agree with the answer that I just gave you, or did you even listen to it? Because a lot of you guys just had scripts, and
If you're just
if
gonna
it's going
allow
off your script,
it, like
if it's
honestly,
going away from your script, you
look,
don't have
okay.
answers.
Okay.
Dude, let's
So
just
do
go back
you
to it. Hold
or
on.
do
Let's
you
go.
not?
Please,
Or
God.
do you not
Oh my
agree with my
God.
answer I just
Fucking
gave
A.
you?
Yeah,
Or is
Demon
this not
Stride.
going to according to your script?
Demon Stride, just do you want him to repeat it? Let's just
I
go
literally.
through it.
All right.
No.
No,
Well,
can I
Don't
please?
even try to
I
placate
don't.
the grown
I please.
adult
Can I
that's
please ask him a
striving to
question?
argue and bicker and throw
No,
hands
you
and all
can't
that.
ask me
If he wants
anything
to have
until
a
you
decent
basically
conversation,
agree
he
or
just do it.
disagree
You
with
don't have to
the
babysit
answer I
it.
gave you earlier. No.
Oh my God. Can I ask
Do
you a
you or
question?
do you not
Oh my
agree with the
God.
answer I
It's
just
a
gave you?
It's a Geo. This is a clarifying question.
So is this only him asking me questions, or can I respond
Geo,
with
I need
me
to know
answering?
how to answer his question. This is a clarifying question. Can I please ask this to know how to answer his question?
yeah.
No.
I mean, just
Do you or do you not agree with the answer I just gave you?
yeah. Are we
Because it's
back
not
on the
fair for you to
original? Hold
ask
on.
and interrogate me when I can't interrogate
He
you.
left.
That's not even a proper way to debate.
This whole thing is not a proper way to debate.
Right. It's not proper anyway. I mean, yeah, he's making it up.
No,
On
you were
purpose, by the
interrupting
way.
him quite a bit more than he was interrupting you.
Stop.
Fair enough.
Don't need all
I'm
that
only
false
interrupting
analysis and all
because I
that.
want him to agree
Gio,
or
please say your
disagree with the
comment.
answer I just gave him so we can move on.
Yeah, that's not how conversations work, though. It's a two-way street.
Okay.
You can't
So
control how he
conversations
chooses
work
to
with
answer your
not
question.
no
Enough with all of
clarification.
that. We
Then
don't need that. We don't need that.
Well, you
Just
guys,
be
hold on.
safe down
Demon
there.
Strike, it looks like he left, but the thing is, like, I do
Okay.
hear where Reg Joe is coming from because, like, he asked him a question and Reg Joe answered it, like, in detail. And then he kind of was skipping and jumping and interrupting and clipping going all
No,
over
he wasn't
himself.
skipping and jumping. He was
he
bringing
was.
up a different point to show how Reg's answer is contradictory.
Because this
That
guy
was the
was so
point of
much
bringing up
shade
the
that you
whole
couldn't
body
let
of
Gio
science
finish his
proving his
comment.
room.
All right. Well, he
I mean,
didn't do it
Okay,
compared
with
to
but
the
he
like,
could
same
have
behavior
he
simply
that
didn't,
say, "I
Reg
don't
doing.
agree with my answer I gave him."
but he didn't do it with, to be fair, he didn't do it with like decorum or etiquette enough. He was fine earlier, but he kind of went up. You know, manufacture. He's gone now, I know, but I mean, if he's going to just leave us in the lurch, we're going to say something. I mean, manufactotum. Do you agree that he didn't quite have the etiquette of back and forth, and it was going off the rails, and there was no like? Well, let's just move on. Let's just
He was
keep it.
Yeah, let's just move on. But I would like
I
to
think he
ask
was a
him:
little heated, but
Do you or do you not agree with the answer I just gave him?
no, I don't.
Great,
I
and
don't
he
think he
could have
did
said
either.
the exact same thing.
He didn't. He doesn't have to answer the way you like. I mean, he was trying to show why he was
It's
wrong.
a yes or no
I thought that
question,
was
sir.
You see
clear.
how you're just ignoring manufactotum? See what you just did there? Instead
Do you
of just
know his
acknowledging that
argument
he
or
didn't give an
manufactotum?
answer
Do
that
you
was
have an
conducive
argument?
to progressing the conversation, you tried to give some apologetics to
Yeah,
excuse it.
Well, let's
yeah.
just
The
give
question was, how
manufactotum
do
a
you
chance
prove
to answer.
reality?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the question was,
Yeah,
how do you
what you
prove
just did.
reality? If you agree
Yeah, what
on,
you just
okay,
did.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Greg.
what you
Let him
just
go.
did.
Let him go, dude. He's gonna answer it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like he keeps pausing.
I know. This has been so like wild just to get through this, but all right, just go ahead. Manufactotum, answer it if you want.
so so the original question was, how do you prove reality? If you both agree on reality, then those methods might be adequate to prove several different things in reality. But how do you prove
Mm-hmm.
reality in the first place is the
Mm-hmm.
question that was originally posed, and none of those things work for that. It's a hard problem of solipsism, which has been a problem for what, 2,000 years now? I don't think anyone here is going to simply just solve that.
Well, that's a problem for your worldview.
Okay, well, what he came to me with, his original point, the question he asked of me is, how can I prove something that I find objectively true to me to him? And I gave
Specifically
him
reality.
several studies and several methods that actually prove things that happen in reality to be objectively true, internal to the physical natural world, and external the physical natural world.
So, just as an audience member, Joe,
So just to clarify, wait a minute.
Joe,
So just to clarify, because I only took a breath. So just to clarify, I gave him several ways to do it. Now, whether or not it's proving it to you or you accept it, that is on you, not me.
But none of those
Yeah,
things
Joe,
that's a
Do
prove
good point.
you or
reality.
as
do you
Joe,
Very
not
good point.
agree with the answer I just gave you?
I
No,
Yes or
just
no?
want to
I
weigh
don't
in
think
here
it is
quick,
on you.
Joe. As an audience member, you are interrupting more than anyone else. Just as an audience
Okay.
member, I just want to make you aware of that, Joe. You're the one that's interrupting the most. Thank you.
Okay. When it's my turn to talk, people interrupting me, but it's funny. Okay.
No, Reg, I for the record, I mean, I don't really agree with him, because I think Demon Stride was really doing it actually, and we're fine now. I mean, there's a little bit of clipping now, but we're fine. We're not. I mean, Demon Stride was the one that was just full blown going over people. I think
On the
Reg Joe,
defense.
I think you've been fine. Okay, so Manufactotum. Okay, I totally hear what Reg Joe is saying because if you if you wanted to prove to somebody the temperature that it takes to boil water and you're in person with them and you're going to directly demonstrate it, etc., they may not accept it for whatever reason. So I think Joe's just saying like he can show them or reveal whatever it may be and the things that he listed, but you can't you could present it to someone, etc., but you can't make them change their mind. It's the whole like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink kind of thing, right?
Right.
Said that 1,000 times, have I not,
Yeah.
Gio?
So the answer,
There's a categorical difference between proof and persuasion. And Joe is right.
Yes. Right. So Manufactotum, do you want to
well,
respond to that now?
yeah. I mean, the question was proof, not persuasion, like Greg said, and the answer is you can't. That's the simple answer. You can't prove it to someone if they're just not. I mean, there comes a point, a base level reality that just cannot be proven if you don't experience it yourself, right? It doesn't
Right.
come from any other person.
There's a lot of things that we may not know about the physical natural world. So, I mean, and then, like I said, somebody could persuade you into a total lie. So, I mean, whether I'm going to convince you of something, that's up to my cunning, actually.
I mean, these errors, these categorical errors,
Yeah.
is bound to
That's
be
what I was
committed
trying to.
by the scientists, right? It's bound to be committed when they just ignore these things, right? They just ignore, they just wave their hand with their snobbish attitude and philosophy. But philosophy is the very area of knowledge that addresses these profound concerns as to how you know what you know and to discern the difference between error and truth.
Well, I would caution against another confusion that proof, persuasion, and knowledge even are three different things. Like to know something isn't necessarily to prove it, and vice versa. And I think science shying away from proof, right, as we've all heard say, science doesn't prove things, I think is the opposite of hubris and arrogance. I think it's actually being humble.
Okay.
You,
The
you
science
be
does
humble to
prove
the
it.
point of being ignorant. Great. You don't know anything.
No, you don't prove anything. Again, two different things. You're making the error now.
No, I didn't
Yeah,
commit the
but
error. Now, who in here committed the error besides that one instance that you falsely pointed out as me committing the error? Who committed the error of conflating knowledge, proof, and persuasion?
It sounded like that's what you just did.
Well, that's your problem. They routinely, especially me, there's really no justification, right, for you to flagrantly misinterpret me that badly, right? In spite of how precise and specific the way I articulate myself, that's ridiculous. Now, perhaps you don't understand, and that's fine. It's one thing for you to not understand, but it's another thing for you to go out of your way to assert as though you did correctly interpret me, a flagrant misinterpretation.
So maybe I did mishear you. Did you or did you not say that science doesn't know anything?
No, I didn't say science doesn't know anything. I was rhetorically replying, right, to the point where you people, when we press
okay.
you to prove that you know anything, that you know any of your doctrines that consist your worldview, you then sooner or later relapse to this notion science doesn't prove things. Well, then what the hell are you participating in this debate for, or this conversation for?
Yeah.
Because
And
it's about
science is a
knowledge
method.
instead of proof.
It's a method that scientists, you mean scientists doesn't prove things? That's what you're trying to say?
No, I
The
mean
science is
science.
just a method.
Yeah.
That's what you mean?
Hell, they say that about the
Scientists
method
doesn't
too,
prove
Jeff.
things?
They say that about the method too.
Science doesn't prove
And so if
things.
the method doesn't prove anything, what the hell is the point of the method? It's not at all any
Right.
means to know the
Yeah.
doctrines that they espouse.
No,
That
it's to
the
know
science will
things,
only
not to prove
prove or
things.
disprove a hypothesis. That's the only thing science would do.
You can falsify things in science, but you can't prove them. And
Oh my God.
neither of those things are
Explain
knowledge. You
that.
can still
Why is that
know
not
things.
possible? Explain
Okay.
that. Why is that not
It's called the
possible?
law
What
of
is the possibility for you?
non-contradiction, sir, in
Wait.
reality.
Give him the
It's
floor.
not.
Give him the floor to explain that. Because that's a profound thing to say, and that's damning, right? Even he doesn't realize to explain this and then give him the floor. To falsify is to prove the given proposition is false. But then turn around the next breath to say it doesn't prove anything is to contradict yourself, to contradict the very previous notion. But they don't think that deeply. Okay? So to prove, you can either prove true or prove false. That is to
Right.
falsify or verify. So if you can't,
Right.
so you can't prove true, if you can't prove false, but can't prove true, why do you say that? And what mode of impossibility?
So you can absolutely prove things definitionally, right? When you boil down definitions to where they are prescriptive instead of descriptive, you can come to some kind of proof that
That's
something
not
like
answering this
that
question.
kind of is happening. I
Hang
am
on, let him
answering
finish, let him
directly your
finish.
question. Something like that is kind of happening when you falsify things, sort of depending on what the specific proposition is. But in terms of proving things generally, people like to bring up the whole boiling water thing. What science does is basically get stronger and stronger correlations to where it's most reasonable to accept a thing as being the fact, right? But in terms of proof with a capital P, that is reserved for things like logic and mathematics.
No. Okay, listen. Are you listening to what Greg is saying to you?
I heard every
Hang
word.
on.
He,
Wait,
because he listened to you.
wait.
This is what you guys is doing. You guys is
Wait,
not
Joe.
listening. He listened to you, and you're not listening to
You can't
him.
hear me for some
You
reason.
told him that science will only falsify it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if science falsify a hypothesis,
Okay.
right, and come up with a scientific theory, which means that it
I
will
appreciate the
always
enthusiasm.
falsify that hypothesis in a scientific experiment, then would that mean that that hypothesis is true on a whim?
No, I think what you're talking about is something like the null hypothesis, which just
So
doesn't establish
no,
something.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I asked you a specific question. I said,
Wait, Joe.
What
in a
kind of
Joe.
scientific theory, there's a scientific experiment that falsifies a hypothesis. Now,
Joe,
if
hang
you
on, hang
look at
on.
this scientific theory and you look at that hypothesis, do that mean that that hypothesis is true? No, which
Can you
means
give me
no
an
longer
example of a
falsified.
hypothesis that? Yeah, can you give me an example of a hypothesis which falsifies something?
Right. You have a null and you have an alternative. I know that. So if you have a null
Mic check,
hypothesis,
mic
which
check,
means that it has been falsified, and you come up with a scientific theory,
mic check.
if a scientist was to somehow look up that scientific theory, do that mean that it's alternative now?
Mic check.
No,
Greg, we
no
hear you,
mic
but they're
check.
going
Right.
back and forth.
Right.
Can we
So
let
that
them?
means that it will always be falsified then, correct?
Well, I mean,
No,
I was the first one to initiate this line of dialogue with Manufact Totem, and then Joe got enthusiastic, which is entirely fine, but kind of just swiped away the time for me to rebut him.
Oh, great. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, you good, you good. I know you was enthusiastic and agreeing with my point, so I ain't got no beef.
No,
So
I was just saying you listening to him, but he's not listening to
yeah,
you.
yeah.
You already
So
said this.
Manufact Totem, right? So Manufact Totem, right? I gotta
hmm
shorten your name. I'm gonna call you just Fact Totem
I know.
or
What do
Totem.
we
I'm gonna
say
call you
for
Totem.
short? Just
It's
Tums?
just like that's too much of a mouthful.
Man.
Totem. So you said basically you explained because I'm not gonna repeat what you said verbatim, but I'm gonna steelman it. Basically, you talk about the difference between deduction and induction. We already got that. That's beyond controversy. That's not an issue. Okay. Now, for some reason, I don't know who taught you people this, but you think in your conception of the words, you think proof only refers to deduction. It doesn't. Like it's not a semantic fact. It's not, like categorically, this is an issue of semantics, right? In the category of semantics, proof does not only mean deduction. That's not what it means. Right? You go to any dictionary, and it will tell you that proof is to demonstrate the truth of something. And there are various ways to demonstrate the truth, of various different types of propositions. Proof does not only mean deduction. So just annihilate that misconception. That shouldn't be a thing. Right? And
I agree
secondly,
with you.
you were supposed to be explaining why it's not possible to verify. Because what you did, you mentioned a method of inductively verifying, which is obviously
Okay.
not an instance of proving that you can't verify by showing an instance of you verifying something. You were supposed to be proving why is it not possible to verify to prove true.
So let's go back to the original conversation were happening
Mm.
before both Manufactotum and Gregory came into the
Like just
conversing
come into
upon that
aggressively just
original conversation
arrest the
as an
conversation to
effect
some other
thereupon.
direction.
Yeah, I like this conversation.
Yes, so but it's
I'm
still
about to go.
part of the original conversation. So you guys can
So
obviously be
so
allowed
just
to
presume that you're just
entertain the
gonna
idea
arrest the
within
conversation and throw it
confines
another
of
direction.
what
Yeah.
costs.
Hold on, Siak. I understand we were on something earlier, and it did kind of shift a lot with different people popping in and out. But yeah, we can go back to that after. But let's let them complete this.
For
At
how
this-
long?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they're right in the middle of this now.
So
I hear
were
you though.
we.
Like we were. Well, it kind of
Were we.
naturally
So who's
shifted.
allowed to enter in and steer it into something else? And when do you measure supposedly when that cannot be interpreted? Because if we
I mean, I
were
gotta
having
go
the
in like
exact
15
same
minutes. If
environment,
that's
if I
Gotta
am
go to the
ever allowed to
conversation
finish what
anyway.
I said, when we were having the very same environment as this,
I'll be
someone was
stuck here for
allowed to
several minutes
intervene and reorient it to something completely else. So now,
because
why is it so
everyone
that
that wants to
we
hear
are
this
having
is
a
so interesting.
conversation that's actually born on a tangent,
You just
of
said fuck the
a
mod.
tangent? Why can we not return to the original conversation? Why is it disrespectful to do that for some reason? It's very confusing.
Okay, I let
Because
you
the
finish.
mod
I already
said so,
responded.
bro.
Yeah, I already responded to it. So Yeah.
You have
Let's
not.
just. Yes, I did for the moment. Manufacturer, go ahead, or
You
whoever was,
did.
or Greg. These guys,
Yeah,
at this
exactly.
point,
It was
these guys
Tony.
are in this discussion. So just hold on, Siak. We can go back to that after if you want, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Whoever
I
was
got
next.
it in 15 minutes, and you guys can.
Manufacturer, if you
Okay.
could, your mic's a bit
Can I
muffled.
say something for 10 seconds before I wait for another 40 minutes?
Go ahead.
So, Gio, really loved the conversation we had. It was unfortunate that Demonstride was allowed to poison the well with all his doubtful and nonsensical imaginary examples of how you can invoke doubt into what is obvious and understandable to most. And it was very weird that when I asked upon, help with him not taking over the room, I was being muted and moderated, and for some reason it was allowed to be entertained. Him holding the stage hostage to all this nonsense and shit. Now that I patiently waited 40 minutes for him to leave, I am asking to return to the original conversation. I am yet again not allowed to do that because it has just from that tangent become a new tangent because some people
Because you're being
entertain
muted
that
because you're
tangent.
ignoring the
And so
mob.
I have to be even more patient with
Yeah, now
returning
you're
to the
kind of now
original
you are.
conversation.
Hold on, dude. Siak, I'm gonna respectfully mute you, bro, because okay,
He said
they
10
were in a
seconds.
conversation, dude. That is respectfully, I'm muting you because you're now you're going on and on and on about it, bro. It's pretty simple. We were having a conversation. Demon Stride and others came in at the beginning. Demon Stride was totally fine. We were all flowing in a good flow. Then it got a little more wild. Other people came in. Other things happened. Then you were just doing blatant interrupting, which was completely making audio chaos. I already said that to you in text chat. This is like beyond. So okay, you got. I don't know why you're doing all that, but it's not really fair to now try to hold the whole room.
That's why I'm saying that these guys is completely ignoring you right now, and then he's going to complain about him disrespecting you. Like, people, it's amazing.
I mean, he's trying to claim
Anyways,
that Demon
Totem.
Stride. He's trying to claim that Demon Stride like came in and took over. I mean, he probably was drunk a little bit. It sounded like Demon Stride was, and so he was kind of animated and
I
going a
forget
bit
what you were
wild. But anyways,
saying.
yeah, I
Just
mean,
go get home.
yeah, I don't know. Siak is using some kind of like
Anyways.
delayed ammo to try to insult why the conversation didn't go where he
What do
wanted
you call
to
it? Delayed ammo?
go. All right,
All right, Totem.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to give that to me again. I thought I could
Yeah,
keep
I
my
got
place,
you.
but
I heard you earlier, unless you can't, but the latest point we was at is, excuse me, you said we can prove false, but we can't prove true. In what mode of impossibility, first of all?
um, I don't know if I said we can prove false, but we can falsify. By mode
Yes,
of
that means to
impossibility, I
prove
think I've
false.
heard you ask this before. What do you mean by that?
Ask me what? Say again?
What do you mean by mode of impossibility? Is that like a formal term, or?
Yeah. Okay. So most people obviously don't even recognize this, and this lack of understanding this causes all sorts of confusion. Um, if someone could hook me up, unless I can beat everyone to this, but basically you can just type into your search bar mode of possibility or mode of impossibility. Just type in mode of possibility, and it'll show you categorically the different types of possibility or impossibility. One of them, and the most commonly, is logical impossibility or possibility, metaphysical possibility and possibility, or epistemological possibility or impossibility, or nomological physical possibility or impossibility. So,
Sure.
do you need me to explain what those are
Well,
so you can answer it?
no. I think, yeah, I think I can answer that a little more generally because it might get me back to the point I think I was about to say, which is I agree with you when you talk about people talk about proof in science sort of as though we can't prove anything. I think generally speaking, we can prove things in the colloquial sense, right? There's different kinds of proof, like there is proof in logic and math, there's proof in a court of law, there's proof when you're sitting at a bar and you want to show your friend that his wife is cheating on him, for example. Like you can prove things generally speaking, but when I talk about proof, capital P, I just mean the kind of formal proof that's reserved for things like deduction and logic and mathematics. The that's the kind of proof that science is talking about when it says it doesn't prove things. Science does prove things colloquially all the time. Like I would say it's proven that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. I would be so pedantic as to say that we can never know that, but I would say that um, that that utterance is a form of humility when it comes to science. Science.
Okay, well, then it's not a statement of fact. It's just some type of rhetorical way of conveying your opinion.
Well, I think it is true. It's just true when we're talking about proof with a capital P. It's not true when we're talking about general verifiability or um, demonstration. Like
But
if we allow
capitalizing
those
P
things
and
to be
proof doesn't make
proof,
it a
then
different type of proof. That's just a convoluted, discombobulated notion.
well, you agree that like proof in a court of law would be something different than proof uh, in a philosophy course, right?
Yeah, the difference is made by the capital, the capitalization of the words. The proof is different conceptually in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean it's a shorthand to say like this kind of proof. When we say like truth with a capital T, it's just that's just
Okay,
how
so
I
again, I
chose to
mean,
express it, I
so
guess.
really, you concede that you can prove things true. You're just acknowledging that there are different types of proof.
Yeah, in a general sense, yes. But when science proves, quote unquote, that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, it doesn't actually. Um, I mean, all it's doing really is giving you a stronger and stronger correlation the more times you run that experiment.
Like, so, like,
Well, that's not a correlation.
this rhetoric is inconsistent. Did you prove it? Right? It being, for instance, this cause of the effect. Did you prove this given thing is the cause of the effect or not?
It depends what you mean by proof. If we're sitting at a bar, then yeah, I proved it. If we're in a science lab, then no.
What does the difference of location mean? What does that, what bearing does that have?
I proved it in a colloquial sense, right? I demonstrated it to beyond a reasonable doubt, let's say, but I didn't prove it in the syllogistic sense.
Okay, so you did prove it, right? There's no need to
You're dealing
redundantly,
with instruments.
yeah, there's no need to redundantly keep telling us the truism that this is an induction and not a deduction.
Well, I think it just depends on the arena. Like sometimes that distinction is important, sometimes it's not. But in the times that it is
We get it.
important, it's important to remember that.
Just we get it. We don't need to hear anyone repeatedly say it's induction, not deduction. It's deduction, not abduction.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
because you're
said
talking
you
about the
proved
court
it
of law. The
specifically
court of law
induction,
is induction.
right? Or
Yeah,
deduction
but
depends on what exactly you're trying to prove in the given instance when you speaking, right? So okay, so yes, your answer is yes, specifically induction.
yes,
Okay,
but there are situations, I'm sure you'll agree, where that specificity is thrown in someone's face when they're having a debate about have we proven X, Y, or Z, right? This, that, or the other. And they say, well, have you actually proven it? Then that they're bringing that term into a formal meaning.
well, sure, you don't have to. This is that isn't happening right now. Like you're conversing with us, and that isn't happening right now. You don't have to answer in a conversation that's not happening.
Sure, well, originally, kind of, because the question was how do you prove reality? I mean, I suppose you could interpret that as just how do you demonstrate it, but I don't know. I guess it depends on
Yeah, but you just
what you meant
basically
originally.
repeated what I said, and then you just showed examples of how you can prove things that occur in reality. You just said it,
In a
and
sense,
I'm like understanding how you're saying no, it's not true because at
well,
So
the
under
same
we've gotten
time you
to
some
the
disagree with
definition of
conclusion.
me. So
yeah, under
Yeah, so we
one
have gotten to the
definition of
conclusion
proof,
at this
that would
point,
be
right? You can prove true and you can prove false. There you go.
in a colloquial sense, yes. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep making the distinction. I feel it is important.
No one's ignoring the distinction. You're just redundantly repeating that distinction. I've already reiterated the distinction. I've said the distinction for years.
Well, I guess we agree then.
So is flat
Induction,
Earth,
induction, abduction. Unless someone wants to
Gregory?
mention some other niche, other type of argumentation. Those are the three main ones that usually happen throughout our human experience. So you can prove true and you can prove false, and there's different types of argumentation. Period.
Gregory, is flat Earth? Do you guys actually think the Earth's flat, or is it just a way of being right in an argument where if someone doesn't argue correctly, then that makes them wrong and you right? But you know the Earth's a globe because it is.
I missed a fraction of that question. Say again.
You guys always come up with fallacies and you're not making an argument and all that sort of shit. So what I'm asking is, do you actually think the Earth's flat, or is it just an argument about that because we can't go out, we can't directly measure, we can't put a measuring tape around the Earth, everyone can't go to space? Is it just like a contrarian thing where because people can't argue properly in a debating state that they're wrong and you're right and you desperately need to be right, or do you desperately want the Earth to be flat?
That's a long ass question with obvious opinion and antipathy in it. Anyways,
Do you want
no,
to
it's
do
not
this,
just.
Gregory? Do you want to go back with Jazza on this?
I can
Are
do it.
you going to accept
I don't
this
think I've ever spoken to him
derail?
before.
Are you going to
Come
accept
on,
this
Jerry.
derail? You don't know
It's
Well, it's
Jazza.
not really. To be fair, it's not really a
derail.
derail because we concluded the last thing and then he said that. So I mean, to be
All
fair
right.
to him,
Okay.
he's good. So I mean, we'll see how this goes. No, it's not just a pretense. No, actually, no. The surface of the Earth is horizontal / flat. It's not just me delighting in the act of debating and yada yada yada. Now, you sound irritated that someone is practicing discipline with their mind and their mouth when trying to articulate the arguments that prove their opinions. You sound irritated at that, which is very strange. I would think adults would know better than that.
Have you got more? I know.
Maybe.
No,
That's a weird
no.
reply.
Well, no, I just thought you were going to keep going because no, I'm not irritated at all. I just find it funny that we're talking about facts and continually for 10 years I hear these that's a fallacy of this and that, and who gives a fuck if there's a
So
fallacy
you
of
don't care
anything?
about committing errors in your reasoning?
Well, no, because reality's reality.
No.
And facts are facts. Reality's reality and facts are facts. Fallacies don't come into it.
What the fuck? If you know something, then you are not committing fallacies. If you are proving successfully that you know your opinion is true, then you are not committing fallacies. But if you are committing fallacies, then you have failed to know and or failed to prove your opinion is true.
Okay, so someone might not understand what they're saying and commit a fallacy. It doesn't mean that the fact's the fact that they were talking about. Fallacies.
Who said that if you commit a fallacy, the premise is false? Who said that? Because I didn't.
No, I'm not saying you guys say that. All I'm saying is you guys
What's your
use
point?
that as an argument to make the fact that you think the Earth is flat because someone commits a
No,
fallacy.
who said
flat.
whoever said you scientist, believer of scientism, committed a fallacy, therefore the Earth's flat? Who said that? Name
You
them.
say it all the time by bringing it up. If there was, you don't need to bring it up.
No, I've
There's
never
no
said that.
fallacies
I've never said that ever in
when
my life.
everyone's talking about facts. There's none.
I've never said that ever in my life. You don't have a single quote. You don't have any
I-
evidence that I've ever
hang on,
conveyed that
hang on.
notion ever in my life.
I'm not saying you personally, but you just bring up.
You just said you. You just said you say it all the time.
Okay, I take that back. I'm sorry. Cherry picking. I take that back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, it's a hasty generalization fallacy, Jazza. So you were saying you
Yes,
mentioned the
no.
fallacies, yeah, but it's important to know them because they're fallacious and they're problematic in discussions when trying to get to truth. So if you want to get to truth, then you have to be aware of these things. And what you're doing there is a hasty generalization fallacy, which means you're making a generalized phrase or statement that maybe others you think are associated with the person you're talking to, is also applying to them, even though he didn't necessarily make that argument or make that statement. It's also a straw man too, but.
And straw man's, and I do apologize for saying you specifically, Gregory, but
Okay.
there's no, when it comes to reality, there's no straw man's, there's no fallacies. It's if you're trying
What are you
to,
talking about?
and that's why I asked, are you just being contrarian, trying to win an argument by saying that's a fallacy, that's a straw man, this is that, you're not arguing properly? That doesn't make the earth flat.
No, like what are you saying? Like you're really just whining at this rate. You don't it irritates you to some greater or lesser degree that I
I'm not
highlight
irritated
fallacies
at
and
all. I
articulate
find it hilarious.
refutations to expose people's errors in their reasoning, right? Which proves that they don't know their opinion. That's it. And then you
You just
contrive
said
this
it.
notion that I'm just being contrarian and I'm just ignoring reality, right, dude?
You just said it.
Obviously, you've heard me debate and you heard me identify fallacies by name as the academicians have coined the names for these fallacies to identify them conveniently. And then I articulate some type of refutation, which includes the identification of these fallacies. And then you get irritated because you're just so convinced there's the ball flailing through a cosmic void. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. You just said it, Gregory. Errors in their reasoning by pulling up fallacies. That doesn't make the earth flat.
Who said
No one
that?
said it
Why are you
did.
telling me this truism?
Yeah, nobody
Who said
said
that?
it. No one said it makes the earth anything.
You articulate yourselves like it does.
Well, yeah, I think
No,
what you might be conflating,
this is you pushing
Jazza.
your opinion.
I'm
Yeah,
not complaining.
The irony is he's being contrarian.
Well,
What he's
Jazza, you
doing right
might,
now, he's just deciding to push his contrarian opinion.
Jazza, you might be referring to arguments that are made for a globe, which are fallacious, and if they're labeled as such, that doesn't mean the Earth is anything. It just means that it's problematic for the globe explanation of it. So it's not. It's just pointing out. Is that what you're referring to? Fallacious globe arguments, and why when people make them, they're attributed as such and called out as such, so that there's clarity. And then you think that means that quote unquote flat earthers are proving it's flat by that, but actually they're just pointing out the actual fallacious reasoning in the actual argumentation.
No,
It's the third time we've
goes
explained
right
this to you. Are you done?
hang on, Gregory. Negative goes right on the pattern is full. What I'm saying is that you guys use these arguments, the fallacies and what we were just talking about. I don't really want to go over it again. And then I've never heard a glober pull out, oh, that's a fallacy. I have a couple of times, but you guys do it all the time in order to try and be right. And the other thing, Gio and Gregory,
So we argue. We engage in argumentation, okay?
No,
He's making another point.
Hang on. Is that flat earthers always try, and this is very interesting to me, they always say concede. Do you concede? Like, tell me I'm right. Globers don't do that.
Oh my God, dude. This is just you whining, right? At
I'm
best,
not whining,
right?
I'm just stating fact.
Stop. Okay. You're
Gregory,
not making any
I can
objective critique.
pull out
Stop.
hundreds
Just
of
stop.
hours
No,
Just stop.
let him
Just stop. Just
let him
stop.
keep going. It's a great advertisement for Flat Earth.
Yeah. The better advertisement, right? The better advertisement is actually sound argumentation that actually edifies people. Now, look, what you're doing is you're just whining that people actually argue a position that you don't believe and despise. For instance, like the last point we just talked about, the last point you just mentioned, do you concede? That's not an error. Like, that's not bad. That's not reprehensible in any sense. Like, you're just whining that people are actually pressing someone else, maybe you, for instance, to be consistent and clear.
And that's also a fallacy, this argument for format. Just stop making fallacious arguments. And it's not an argument to point out a fallacy. It's just basically you just explaining it in logical reasoning. You're only pointing something out. You're not saying, "Well, my point is correct because you being fallacious." Like
That's
nobody's
actually
saying
called the fallacy. When you do that, if
that.
someone,
Exactly. Right.
yeah,
So that would be a fallacy in itself.
right, the fallacy. When you say that
Fallacy
someone's
squared.
argument is wrong just because it's fallacious, that's the fallacy. Because it may not be wrong, it may be fallacious, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's right or wrong.
False.
Per
Yeah.
se.
The
Yeah,
fallacy
that's what-
fallacy is to say your premise is false, your conclusion is false, given that you committed a fallacy, right? That's the fallacy. Now the irony is to finally get past this, right? He's complaining about people mentioning fallacies whilst he is mentioning the fallacy that he thinks we're committing. This is the irony.
Well, hang on, Gregory. Let's cut straight to the truth. Straight to the fucking truth, because a fallacy squared doesn't prove anything, just like looking at the stars. We're talking about the surface of the earth, and that's the nuts and shells of what I was getting at.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not curving. It's not
Yeah,
emotional.
so saying that somebody can't debate properly with a fallacy squared isn't proving the shape of the earth.
No,
What the hell are you talking about? Who said that? You're contradicting a notion no one else said except you.
Real quick. If someone is saying because your argument is fallacious, and they point out that your argument is fallacious, that means it lack reasoning for it to be true. Now, if they say your argument is fallacious and their point is true because you're being fallacious, yeah, that is a fallacy. It's that simple. It just only means that you're being fallacious. Your argument lacks reasoning. Whatever you believe to be true in reality, lack reason to be true in reality. Therefore, I will point out that fallacy, and that means you're not proving your point. Doesn't mean what I'm saying is true. It just means that what you are saying is most likely untrue.
Okay, so on both sides of the fence, if we're talking about, we say we look at the stars, and you guys
So,
go,
that point.
that's not proving that that's not the earth. So when we're arguing about fallacies and all this other bullshit, that's language.
No,
that's audio. That's not proving the shape of the earth.
You're not arguing about fallacies. You're arguing about reasoning that someone has said. A fallacy comes from what someone said. If someone makes an argument for something to be true, and then someone else that he's arguing against point out that that is illogical, that's a fallacy, did that mean your reasoning lack logical sense? That means most likely it is not true. You're not arguing about the fallacy. You're arguing about what you're saying.
You're arguing for me. Do you realize that?
Oh my God. No, we're not. You're arguing about
Look,
what you're
what is the point?
opposing what
Look.
you're saying. If I point out a fallacy, I'm opposing what you're saying. It lacks reasoning. It's not about the fallacy. The fallacy is pointing out your lack of reasoning.
Lack of reasoning implies lack of understanding, which doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means you don't understand.
Stop saying this truism at us as though we said it. I'm
know
telling
that,
you,
Jazza.
no one has committed that fallacy. So stop
Jazz-
saying this to us.
Stop saying fallacies, Gregory. Who gives a fuck about
No,
fallacies? Let's
I'm
talk
going to
about
point
facts.
out your errors in your reasoning. No.
Okay,
This is
so
kind of
you-
his like angle, I guess, is the way
Oh.
he's going about this. He'll mock and ridicule the fact that people say fallacies. Jazza, do you have anything better than this? This is what you got? Because, dude, first of all, Jazza, it's what you're saying is called. We just went through it. It's actually called the fallacy, and it means that just because somebody just because somebody commits a fallacy, it doesn't mean that they're wrong. Okay, that is actually a fallacy in and of itself. So I don't even know where you're really getting at with this. You're you want people just to stop calling out fallacies because nobody is claiming that the fallacy makes the thing right or wrong. If the reasoning is problematic, if it's problematic, if it is fallacious, then
It's
that
like
has
the-
a role
this
to
is-
play in whether it has solid integrity or not, and how it can be used and analyzed for acquiring said truth or something that is of solid information and not fallacious. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it very likely could be, though, or it could have some problematic aspects to it that need to be pointed out. So you should want fallacies to be, if you're seeking truth, whereas you're doing the opposite. You're trying to suppress the discussion of them. What? So you can use them?
Absolutely not. I encourage it. I love it.
Okay, it's likely you are wrong.
So is
That's
this done? Like, is this done? Is this the
yeah,
conclusion?
because most likely you are wrong. It is not about calling out a fallacy. It's not simple as that. It means that you lack reasoning, which means most likely you're wrong.
Yeah, it definitely alludes towards that, but the information still needs to be taken on its own outside. That's the whole point of calling out the fallacy, though, is to at least allow the person to formulate what they're saying that is in integrity, and then we can, be able to have the best start to actually analyze the information from there. Because if it's fallacious, it's just faulty off the bat.
Okay, well, hang on, Gio. Just what Reg just said. If you don't understand something, that makes it wrong. Or did I get that wrong, Reggie?
Who said that? Who said that?
Reg.
Name them. I want him to answer my question.
Oh,
I want him to answer my question. Name who said
with,
that.
Nothing to do with anything Joe said. Yeah, is that just
it's
you?
literally the point that we're making.
I may have got it wrong. I'll be honest. I can be wrong.
He didn't say anything even
because
close to that.
what you've done. See, let me highlight this to you. What you've done is you sat
Greg.
there over there wherever you are, right?
Hang on, Greg.
Stop.
He
No,
literally
there's no need for you to try to make me stop talking. No, be quiet. There's no need for you to try to make me stop talking. Be quiet. No.
You're asking
what you're doing
me what he said.
You're sitting. Stop talking to me. Begin talking when no one's talking. Be quiet. What you're doing is you're sitting over there, wherever you are. You're seething with irritation because people like us who don't believe your worldview are articulating these refutations to your fallacious arguments. And then now you take the time to speak up and whine that we are highlighting these things and keep chanting over and over again. You pointing out our fallacies doesn't prove the earth's flat. You pointing out our fallacies doesn't prove the earth's flat. You pointing out our fallacies doesn't prove the earth's flat. No one needs to hear you repeat this truism that we've already gone through at least 4 times now. Is this over?
Yeah, just come up with an argument that's not fallacious. Simple as that.
Sorry, Reg, what was your question before Gregory interrupted?
Wait, what was that last thing? Yeah, the last thing you just said. It's just, anyways. You want to repeat your point?
I was just saying, just point out an argument that's not fallacious. If you want to do that, I mean, it should be simple for a global, right? All this evidence.
I'm not sure I get the whole question. Can you back it up from what I said earlier? Because obviously we're asking or responding to my question.
I think we responded correctly. I mean, if someone is just pointing out a fallacy and say what they're saying is true and what you're saying is wrong, that is a fallacy. And we agree with you on that. So this should be the end of this discussion, actually. But no one's doing that here. When we do point out things about being fallacious, they should be stating them and proving that their fallacious arguments is not proving that globe because it's faulty.
And that's in both.
And it's usually backed up by flat Earth measurements and reasoning and deductive reasoning.
and that's in both sense, and that's why I was saying that this is an endless argument because and
yeah, but you brought it up though.
Well, hang on. Let him finish.
Hang on. All I'm saying is fallacies, and you can fucking bring up as many debate points that you're getting wrong or right or losing points with in a debate. It doesn't matter. Reality is reality.
Why do you keep chanting that? I want him to answer me, right? Why do you keep chanting that? We get it. You're not telling us something we don't know.
Because you keep bringing it up every single day.
Too bad.
Okay, this speech is with Greg. Okay, this is with Greg. I got you. You don't like how Greg argued. That's what you're saying.
No, all I'm saying here is there's no need for the fallacy shit. There's no need for the debate shit.
Hush,
And
dude. We
this,
all heard you. We heard
hang
you.
on,
We went
hang
through this
on,
5
hang on,
times. Be quiet.
hang on,
We
hang
get
on,
it.
hang on. Unless there's a
No, not hang on. Stop.
debate. No, hang
Just
on.
frantically repeating yourself over and over again. Stop.
Unless there's a debate, you guys have fucking nothing. You
But this is
just
really with Greg. You
just
All
just don't
right,
let
be
like
go of
done.
Greg
everything.
on it.
Be done. You're
Yeah, so
done. You said the
I
point
mean, we
5,000
got
times.
you. I mean, dude, the thing is, okay, it's discussed because people want to know what the truth is and the further exploration. And obviously,
You
there's a
don't.
case of
That's the
there's
trouble.
a state. Hold on, there's a state of the world in which many people view that the shape and structure of the Earth and quote unquote universe that we're being given is not correct. So the conversations, like
A state.
anything where there's information and intellect involved, is going to be discussed. Now,
Middle of the Pacific Ocean.
you said something earlier about if you don't understand something, that means it's wrong. Yeah, nobody, is that how you take things? Or you're trying to
No,
like just claim that people don't understand the globe model or whatever? I don't know. You
no.
were making that kind of
Yeah.
generalized statement
No,
earlier.
Geo,
But you're not really making any points. Like it just seems like you're telling people to stop talking about it and just believe it's a globe, even though
Geo.
many don't find that there's any ample evidence for it to be so. So there's a larger, discovery and holding it.
To be honest, Gio, I think his beef is
What I
really
said
just
was,
with Greg. And
what I said
since
was,
I
Yeah.
ignore
because you
fallacies a lot.
guys, Geo,
Right.
I said because you guys don't understand. You say it all the time. That doesn't make any sense. That makes it flat. Complete opposite of what you just said, which was why you think the Earth's flat.
Okay, good. Great. Next.
And you, Gregory, I thought were you a submariner or some shit?
All right, next. Inane asinine conversation.
Well, I told you in the
Pointing out
beginning,
errors
dude.
in reasoning.
I said, is this going to be Greg versus Jazza? I don't, you don't know Jazza?
I didn't. Maybe I've spoken to him before, but I didn't think he was going to produce that garbage. But anyways, I learned.
Oh, that was like the best ever. Usually he just goes to straight ad homs, insults, and he's usually had a few drinks. So that was actually pretty tame. You actually got a bit of a combo out of him. So
I'm just
anyways,
gonna go for a
next.
smoke. I'll come back and I'll unleash.
I could have did without that shit.
he actually is a helicopter pilot, right, Jazza? Or you were?
Yeah, no, I am.
You still are now? You're a helicopter pilot?
Yeah.
I ain't getting no damn chopper with his ass.
Are you do you still fly now or no?
Freelance.
Okay, you see the ground turning underneath you.
Have you confirmed the globe
through
through your helicoptering around, or do you treat it as flat and stationary?
Well, I treat it as flat and stationary because I understand
There
how
you go.
it is.
There you go. You
see
delusional.
I understand how big
delusional
it is,
man.
and I wouldn't expect it to see flatness. I mean,
Why are you treating the Earth as it isn't? Don't you know? You already know it's a humongous ball flailing through a cosmic void. So why are you treating it as though it's not?
Because I wouldn't expect to see flatness on the radius of this big old bitch. You'd have to be fucking insane to expect to see flatness.
But yeah,
No. You said you're treating the Earth like you act
flat Earth.
as though the Earth is not a humongous ball flailing through a cosmic void. Why are you not treating the Earth? Why are you not acting as though the Earth is doing the very thing you know it's doing, right?
Why would I expect to see something that's 12,000 kilometers in diameter? Why would I expect to see curve on that?
because you fly in a helicopter,
You're missing the point. I'm obviously talking about the issue of motion. Right, so you think you live on this humongous ball flailing through a cosmic void. Why are you acting as though that's not the case when you know it's the case?
Okay, well, why would I expect to jump up in the air and then stay in the air some random reason that gravity, sorry to offend
So you asking the question,
is gonna drag me
so
back
you don't
down,
have a
and
reason.
I'm going to stay up there for 24 hours.
Yeah. So you asking
I'm
that
gonna
question,
feel it.
right? So you don't have a reason. You don't have a justification to act as though the Earth isn't this humongous ball
Exactly what I
flailing
just
through a
said.
cosmic
You
void.
don't
You don't have any
understand.
reason to act like that. So you're not being consistent with your own
answering
worldview.
question. You don't understand.
You're not being consistent with your own worldview. I know you're going to talk past
Why?
this, right? This is a clear expose
Why
of the
would
inconsistency
you?
in your worldview, right?
Why would you
Right?
expect
And
to
you're continuing to
drive
do it,
around
ruining
the
the
block?
conversation, right? There's a reason that I'm saying what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying this just to
Exactly.
speak, right? I want you to engage what I'm saying, right?
I will
You
engage. I'm
know, according to
answering your
you,
question.
the Earth is this humongous ball flailing through a cosmic void. So why are you acting as though that is the case, specifically concerning its motion? Why are you not acting that way?
Yeah, Jazza,
Why?
could you respond to that? Because, dude, there is supposed to be curvature and motion to this thing. So go ahead. Why do you treat it as flat and stationary?
Yeah,
While you're
and
in here telling people the reality is the opposite of that.
you
Oh,
want a helicopter as well, so you literally can prove that right now.
Yeah, so tell
no.
us, like, we're giving you the floor. Tell us why you're not acting that way, the way you know the Earth to be this humongous ball flailing through a cosmic void. Tell us.
So my question to you is, why would you think you would feel rotation
Okay,
of
so he doesn't have a
any?
reason.
Yeah,
He
we
doesn't have a
actually
reason.
See, you're asking.
He doesn't have a reason for acting the way he said he acts. That's why he's asking these rhetorical questions to deflect from my
No,
question. Doesn't have a reason.
no. Okay, I'll answer your question. I wouldn't expect to feel the rotation of the Earth with a circumference or a radius of 3,959 miles in 24 hours. I wouldn't expect to fucking feel
So
that.
what? So what?
And if
That's
you
not your
think that
expectation.
you
So
would,
what?
that makes you fucking retarded.
How does you and your irrelevant expectations make me stupid?
That you would expect to feel that.
you wouldn't be feeling anything. You
How
would
does that
literally.
make me stupid? Like,
But
obviously, you think I'm
Because
wrong for that. You have to
because
say
you
a
are,
reason that proves that's not an entailment, right? You
because
said that you know the Earth is a ball flailing through a
you
cosmic
asked the
void, and
question.
you don't act that way. You carry
You
your
asked
life
the question.
around not acting that way. Then we're
You
asking
asked the
you,
question.
why don't you act that way? And then you ask
You
a
asked
rhetorical
the question.
question, and then you say a statement saying, well, I don't expect to experience all these entailments of my cosmology. So what?
Because you asked the question, that's why I answered. Why the fuck would you expect to feel that?
Okay, so you don't expect that. So what?
And my question to you is, why the fuck would you expect to feel that? I don't.
No, don't switch to interrogating me. This is my goddamn worldview. I don't believe this shit.
Exactly. So why in the flying fuck train in the world of
Stop
God and
asking me.
Queen Earth
It's not my
would
worldview. I
you
don't believe
expect
this
to feel
shit.
the Earth rotating in 24 hours?
This is the obvious entailment. You have this humongous ass ball flailing through a cosmic void faster than Mach 7.
It's not my fault you
If you
don't understand
move
it.
your car on the road at 1 mile per
Gregory,
hour and tap the
Gregory,
gas, tap the brakes just ever so
you
slightly, you're
said,
gonna feel the jolt of the car.
I've
By the
heard you
way, in your
said I
cosmological
was a
lore,
flat
the
earther.
Earth is doing an
I
elliptical orbit around the
was a
sun, so it
believer.
changes
You never
speed.
fucking
Hold on,
understood.
Greg. Hold
Yeah,
on,
now he's
Greg.
just talking through the reply and not listening to anyone. Right, I'm going
Greg,
to
But
say what I said
it's
again because it's directly
simple.
poignant to his worldview.
hold
I'm
on.
going to keep repeating myself until he stops talking to me. In
Hold
his
on, Greg.
worldview, he believes
I'm
that
not
the Earth is this humongous
anymore,
ball
Gregory.
flailing through a cosmic void. Right? We're going to actually have a
I'll,
conversation at some point, rather than just him make noise to prevent any
you know,
reply
we
being said
will.
to him.
We
All
will.
right,
But he's
Greg.
still
All right,
doing it
hold
again.
on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me just moderate a little bit. Greg, hold on. Gregory said several points.
Hang
Jazza,
on,
do you have a direct response? Because all you said so far is why. Do you have any
hang
actual
on.
additional arguments, or what do you? Go ahead.
Can we reconvene this? Because I have to go. The
Okay,
weather's
go.
looking all right.
Because the Earth spins too, so I just wanted to see. Did you see it spinning?
Yeah, I'm just backing out because they're
Earth.
spinning and fucking.
Did you
the
detect
weather.
it? Did you detect any? He just split.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Right? Like to sit up there and talk with this contempt, right? Like I'm just so reprehensible. I resent that. So I'm going to convey my indignation against that. So we all know that he has this worldview. And part of his worldview is the Earth is this humongous ball flailing through a cosmic void. Now, what they're obviously doing is they're just refusing to acknowledge the entailments of their premises. Right? They don't have a reason to say that we wouldn't empirically detect all the time these humongous, baffling motions that the Earth is supposedly doing, along with all the other humongous balls flailing around the cosmic void. It's obviously entailment that we would empirically detect this at some point. But they're obviously just hand waving it because they know there's no evidence for this garbage. That's why they say that. So then you just press them to actually be consistent because they're compensating for their ignorance with condescension and tone. So obviously, you don't act like he just said, like this worldview, yours, specifically this cosmology, is indeed true. Why not? Because you just don't expect to see the entailments that would be manifest given your premises about cosmology. Well, why not? Well, because it's just stupid. Well, why is it stupid? No argument, no justification. Just denigrate people who don't believe your worldview.
That's yep. That's
So
that's your first time meeting Jazza. I can't say you're completely far off from what others have.
I vaguely remember him.
Well,
Vaguely.
but he did carry. There's a bit of a comment. But go ahead, mate. Go ahead. What should we? I'll call you Fact. How about if we just call you Fact?
You call him Fact. I'll call him Total.
Go ahead, Fact.
Yeah, so Daza has an expectation of what you should or shouldn't feel on a spinning ball. Gregory, you have an expectation of what you should and shouldn't feel on a ball. How do we determine whose expectations are correct?
Sound reasoning. Like all sorts of types of arguments. I just gave an inductive argument. When you drive down the road in a car, just a little sedan, you drive at 1 mile per hour, and then you tap the brake ever so slightly, you feel the car jolt. Now translate that to their cosmology. They believe the Earth is not doing this constant motion. That's not the case in their worldview. That's not the orthodox doctrine from the scientist clerics. The Earth is doing an elliptical orbit around the sun. It's doing an elliptical orbit around the sun. It's changing speed. So then you would feel that. So if you feel the change in speed of a car going 1 mile per hour on the road and ever so slightly tapping
When
the
you hit the
brake,
brakes.
then how much more would you feel a humongous ass object, evidently an object of a size that is unparalleled by anything else ever in the world, in our experience? This is the biggest object we fucking know, the Earth. The biggest object we've ever experienced, the Earth. So the Earth is allegedly traveling at speeds faster than Mach 7 and changing speed. So why would you not feel it?
So I might.
It's called an argument
I might
a
agree with
fortiori,
you.
by the way.
Isn't that a false equivalence fallacy? Comparing yourself in a solid container, and the ball Earth doesn't have a solid container.
Who said anything about
I'm not
solid
too
container?
bothered by that exactly, but I'm more curious. Like, I might agree with you if someone ever hit the brakes on the Earth and we came to a stop or even slowed down so suddenly. But if you're talking about the elliptical orbit having different speeds at the different locations, should I be able to lie on my back on the ground for 6 months at a time and feel the difference between spring and winter as the Earth changes speed at the different parts of its rotation? Do you think that's a reasonable
I didn't hear
thing to expect?
part of what you said is missing. I didn't hear a fraction of what you said. I was sitting here concentrating the entire time, but the audio got disrupted.
Sure. So the difference in speed you're talking about is over the orbit of the Earth, right? So when it's in our model, 90 degrees to the sun or 0 degrees to the sun, if I lie on my back in an empty field, perfectly still, for 6 months straight, should I be able to feel the difference in speed of the Earth's orbit?
Why are you not empirically detecting speeds faster than Mach 7? What sense does that make?
Because we don't feel speed, we feel acceleration.
That's ridiculous.
Well, you're accelerating
you
and
feel
decelerating
motion.
in an elliptical orbit. You're accelerating and decelerating.
Yeah, exactly. You feel that motion, like Gio just said. So you should feel. If you can
The
feel,
acceleration over
if you can feel walking down the street, why would you not be able to feel going faster than Mach 7
because what you
and
would have
slowing
to
down
feel
and then
is
speeding
the
up and then
difference.
slowing down and then speeding up?
Yeah, what you would have to feel is the difference over the course of 6 months, standing perfectly still, right, feeling the Earth's acceleration or deceleration as it's orbiting the sun again over a course of like seasons. Like I don't think that's a reasonable thing to expect to feel.
That's your
Well, that's
opinion, great. But
well, that's
what
just
you
No,
just
that's
told us
what
is,
the
I
model
don't
says.
think that's reasonable. Okay, great. So what?
well, that's just your ball Earth doesn't have a physical container, and all experiences here in reality dictate that if you're on, not in, but on um, something in constant motion, without acceleration or deceleration, that you feel that.
Okay, so what
Only
Totem just
acceleration
last
and
told us is
deceleration.
he doesn't think that's reasonable. So what?
That's called
I
psychosis.
mean,
Whenever
you can end it there, I guess.
Okay.
But that's the only difference, right? You're saying
Just
you don't
self-appointed and
unreasonable
not
not to
believing.
expect that.
No, it's a Steelman
It's not the same.
to Steelman his point to a degree, though. I mean, sorry, I might be like, I think I'm pretty much aligned with what you guys are saying, but I'm kind of saying the overall point because I was away from my mic for a second, came back. He is referring to the concept that with gravity in their model, the speeds that are claimed, the claimed of negligible difference and the size of the Earth, if gravity was doing what they claim it's doing, bending, warping space-time, keeping everything perfectly stuck to a ball as this ball is going at these massive speeds, but and it has an atmosphere, which basically makes it experientially like it's just stationary, and then and then the curvature part too. So I mean, I do understand in a way what he's saying is that is what the model claims, is that, the actual forces involved would be undetectable, even, with the gravity clinging everything perfectly to the ball. Whereas normally if you have another ball, like a tennis ball, and you put a little thing, it doesn't have the atmosphere and the clinging effect they claim, you know what I mean? Which is why,
Yeah,
like,
Gio. Yeah, I understand, but that would be all fine and dandy. But he don't have gravity. What gravity?
well, yeah, then there's
I mean,
that.
you can
You
call it
haven't
whatever you
proven
want.
gravity yet.
Even if he did have gravity. Even if he did.
well, yeah,
But I'm not
just like
giving it
if
to him.
someone,
What gravity?
okay, just
I ain't
like
giving
the
it to him
okay,
either.
You can,
I'm with you.
just like the people, the Red Bull people on top of the airplane, they're feeling that when they're on top of the airplane and the airplane's moving through the air, they're feeling that movement, and that's no ways near
you feel the
1,040 miles
air.
an hour.
Yeah, you feel the air. But if I got like big air
Yeah, do we
cannons
have
and
air
blasted you while you're standing still, it would feel very much like you're standing on the wing of an airplane.
when we go outside? Do we feel the air?
Yes.
We feel a 1,040 mile an hour air. Do we?
No, we feel the wind. That whatever wind you have in your local area is what you feel.
But Manufactorum, can you agree that it is kind of can you even admit for yourself, believing this, that you have to take a leap? Like, would you be willing to say in like a moment of emotional honesty that to believe that that's actually happening at those speeds and that we can't detect it in any way other than a little pendulum drift or like these, these little this very light drift and so on. But I mean, even when I was a child, I always thought it was, when I, generally accepted it, that it's strange that you could, have all those motions involved and be perfectly clinging to a ball and not able to detect this massive motion. Like, do you agree there's a disconnect that you have to make a leap there in believing that? I mean, I would say it's pseudophysics ultimately, but that it takes a leap to actually believe that that's actually happening.
No, there's other things in physics I might agree with that on, but it's perfectly coherent to me. I mean, it doesn't tickle my. It's not
What argument?
counterintuitive to me in any way, shape, or form.
That you could be
Coherence with what
going at a
argument?
total of, what do they say, 2.2 million miles an hour, that you could be in motion of 2.2 million miles an hour through a vacuum on a ball, perfectly clung to it with an atmosphere, in a vacuum of all things, to where, I mean, trying to
Low
put a
pressure,
ball in a
very low
vacuum,
pressure.
have an atmosphere around the ball. It's complete pseudophysics.
It's not. But to your question of does it Is it
Any
a leap for me? It's just not. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You might not think that's an honest answer, but it
All
just
right.
does
So
not
with
boggle
what
me in the
argument?
slightest.
How is it not
Right?
a
You say
leap
it's
if you have
coherent.
a
With what argument?
if you have a ball in a vacuum? How do you make a surface where you could put like a human or an ant on that ball and have them breathe regular air in an actual vacuum with a ball? I mean, it's complete
You
pseudophysics.
don't.
It can't be replicated.
It's
wait
not
a minute.
pseudophysics just because you can't replicate it in a
Well,
lab.
hang on. We're flying all over the place to 1,000 different points. Hang on. 'Cause we're
Could I,
still on
could
this
I,
issue of the Earth moving, right? The Earth
Yeah.
flailing through a cosmic void, right? So on this point, with what argument? You can't just sit there confidently talking in the microphone. Oh, it's coherent. It just coherent. It just makes sense entirely. I don't have to make it. With what argument?
No. So the issue, and let's not be confused here. The issue is that the arguments against it, I don't believe are actual debunks because they neglect to take into consideration the physics. No
Okay,
one's
so
posing an
in your
argument as to why this
belief, with
proves the
what
Earth, right?
argument? What argument
I mean, there is
supports
nothing to
the
debunk. You
notion?
don't have an argument. You just have a claim. It's nothing to debunk.
Yeah, so let's try again. Like I
I
want
mean,
you
the
to
Right. You
answer
claim.
don't
this.
have. I mean,
Wait.
listen. You
I
guys
want him
don't
to
have
actually
proof of
answer this.
gravity. You guys don't have proof of Coriolis effect. You guys don't have proof
We
that the
do.
world's spinning and going around some sun. You guys don't have proof of any of that, and you haven't presented
We have
any
evidence of
proof
all
or
of that.
any
Hang on. Let's
observations
concentrate. Let's
whatsoever. So
concentrate.
what what debunk do we have to have?
Hang on. Let's
I don't
concentrate.
know,
Hang
but you
on.
keep rolling
I
them
want him
out.
to actually answer this, right? To prove that he actually knows these things. So, with what argument do you support this notion?
Which shouldn't
I
be
don't
an
think I
argument. It should just
would
be
support it
absolute
with an
fact.
argument. Yeah, it's just
So you
from
don't have
the
any
observations.
justification then. You don't know this.
No, the
You believe
observation,
this
not argument,
notion.
but
You don't have any argument
evidence.
to prove it.
So I
No,
have
but
two
I'm not
questions
interested
for
in proving it
manufacturing.
through argumentation. I have evidence that demonstrates these things to be the case.
Great. What is the evidence?
Okay, dude, hang on, because this categorical misconception of theirs has to stop. Okay, if you tell me that you believe this proposition and then you have evidence to prove it, right? That's you appealing to some greater or lesser empirical data set that indicates your conclusion is true. That's an argument. That's argumentation. So stop telling people that's not argumentation.
All right. Was he
Okay,
going to give the
I
evidence?
don't have a formal argument. I have a syllogism, which is what I thought you were asking me. But if that's what you're asking, sure. So, sunsets, star trails, images from space. As far as Coriolis, the direction of the spin of hurricanes and cyclones.
All that
There's
proves
a
what
lot.
premise?
There's a lot of things that
All
point
that,
to.
hang on, concentrate. All that proves what conclusion?
That we're,
The Earth is a sphere.
that we're
See,
free falling. It sounds like that we're free falling through space and through bendy warpy space time on a ball going 2.2 million miles an hour into an ever expanding void. That's what he thinks.
That's not the premise that I'm pressing.
No, it
on.
See,
stop.
Right. So the premise.
Before you get confused, stop. Hang on. That's not the premise I was pressing you on. I was pressing you on the specific point of lore in your worldview from the Orthodox scientist clerics that the Earth is doing this speeds that is 6 times Mach 9. It's Mach 9 times 6. That's what you believe. Okay, so all that's supposed to prove that the Earth is moving through the cosmic void at Mach 9 times 6?
No.
Okay, then.
It's just
So
supposed
then
to prove
appeal
that
to
it's
something
not
else then.
impossible that be the case. No, it just
Who
proves
said
that it's
anything
not
about it being
impossible that that's the
impossible?
case.
I didn't ask you about stop. I didn't
That's
ask
exactly
you
what
anything
this
about
conversation was.
Stop. Before all this confusion happens. I didn't ask you anything about possible or impossible. Okay, I asked you to give the argument that proves this is happening. You believe it's happening. That the Earth is moving through the cosmic void at Mach 9 times 6. And then you just conceded that
That's not
everything
what
you
I
just
said, though. That
flippantly
wasn't my argument.
Stop. You just flippantly
You're misrepresenting my
listed
argument.
off. Stop. I didn't. You said a list of things, star trails, and all this, when you were answering my question. But then you just proved you did that to answer about a notion I didn't ask you about. I asked you specifically about the Earth allegedly moving at Mach 9 times 6. And then you just conceded that everything you just flippantly listed off doesn't prove that premise. So appeal to something else then.
That's not my
Yeah,
argument. My argument wasn't about proving anything. The whole discussion was all this, that, and the other is impossible. Here's why: because
No,
you
it
should
wasn't. It
feel it
wasn't anything
happening.
about
All I'm saying is
impossibility. It
not.
wasn't.
That is
No, it
where this
wasn't.
thing
No, it wasn't.
began.
Stop.
That's what I was
No, it
addressing. Now, if
wasn't.
you want to take the
No, it
conversation somewhere
wasn't.
else,
Stop.
that's fine.
You're
But
just
that's
trying
not
to talk about
my
something that we're not
argument.
talking
And
about.
don't
We
tell
weren't talking
me
about
how I
possibilities.
present my
We
argument.
weren't talking about
You're not in
possibilities.
control of how I
Stop.
speak to you.
You guys
We
chill.
weren't
Hold on.
talking about
Hold on. It was
possibility.
going fine.
Stop.
Hold on. Let's just reel it back. You guys just hold on. All right.
Just trying to talk about something else.
Hold on. Manufactotum. We were talking about the earth and the motion and all that. And then we were asking, do you have evidence for that? And then you said, yes, I do. The sun sets.
No, that's not how it went.
Okay, then
That's
clarify.
exactly what happened.
That's
Just
what
being
I heard.
dishonest.
That's what I heard. But if you want to clear, I'm not trying to strawman you. So if you want to clarify, go ahead.
I'm sure that's how it felt the conversation went. But there was a conversation happening between Gregory and Daza and Jazza, whoever the fuck. And I stepped in saying, why would you expect you to have different expectations? Why would your expectations be better than his? Blah, blah, blah. Then from there, it went on to all the weird things that the Earth would have to be doing according to the model. The whole thing was couched in the premise that this, that, or the other should be impossible because we don't have
No, it
evidence for this,
wasn't.
that, or the other.
No,
I'm just
it
saying
wasn't.
it's not a
You just
debunk,
shitted this
it's not an
into.
impossibility.
No one said anything about possibilities, so you're wrong.
Greg, this confusion came from me. I'm the one, I'm gonna be honest. I'm the one when he said he had evidence to prove these things. I'm the one that basically stated, hey, we'll prove these things. But since you want to backtrack to the original argument that Greg had with Jezza about expectations, Greg did respond to Jezza and you earlier. It is not his burden to prove that. So he don't have to have expectations whatsoever.
That's fine.
Great.
And it could be that I misunderstood what you meant by these things when you were asking for proof.
Prove it.
But that's not what I came in presenting.
Okay, so enough of that, right? Didn't say anything about possibility. I explicitly said what notion I'm pressing. And then you just dug in your heels to just keep trudging along, to keep yapping about possibility. So that's not the issue. The issue is you people believe this is happening. The this is the earth is moving, flailing around through the cosmic void faster than Mach 9 times 6. So then, what's your argument to prove that?
He then gave a
That specifically, if you're talking about specifically the speeds at which we're moving, I would say the completion of the model that is supported in other areas. So we have a model of what's
It's
happening,
vague as hell.
what the Earth is, how I'm getting there, how the Earth behaves in space. All of these things come as kind of a package, right? So support for one notion is given by the other aspects of the Earth that are understood and demonstrable. So if those things are true, I'm more inclined to believe that the speeds that these things are said to be at are also true.
So these vague, unspecified things prove the premise. That's what you've given us.
Does this model include physics, manufactotum?
Yes.
Okay, so physical implies, or physics implies physical then, correct? Manufactotum?
I suspect you and I mean something different from physical.
So physics doesn't imply physical, according to you then, right?
No.
Manufactotum?
Physics? No. That's not what I said. Physics does imply physical, but I suspect when I say physics implies physical, and you say physics implies physical, you and I are meaning two different things by the word physical.
I mean, you only have one definition. Don't be a semantic idiot.
I'm not being a
It's just
semantic
kind of
idiot. I'm
weird.
talking about what he and I agree or disagree on. That's important.
All right, well, if you guys,
let me finish my point. It's just kind of weird, manufactotum, that you claim that you have a globe model, and whenever I ask you if this globe model has physics, which implies physical, but yet there is no physical model of this globe.
Those are two different questions. Having physics or being physical doesn't require to have a physical model.
Yeah, different questions, but it's applying the same point. Why is you playing these games, bro?
and another thing we could touch on is that Joe brought up earlier the gravity part, because and linking back to the motion as well, if this claim that we're moving at these great motions and so on, there would have to be a, dare I say, magical force that would be able to be involved to make everything seem like it's completely stationary and at rest, even though you're moving at 2.2 million miles an hour, even with the size of the globe involved, because of even with that. So linking back to that too, I was just going to mention that it requires the gravity to be known for the theory to even be potentially, because most would agree you can make a video game where you have Mario on a ball and you can run around the ball and you could technically throw that ball at millions of miles an hour through a digital video game space, as it were. And in theory, you could make the physics to where everything stayed on the ball even though it's moving, to at least to some extent. But for that to even happen, you have to program that into the game. So I'm just saying, like, you would have to have proof of gravity to even have your theory even be viable. And if you don't, and you have a bunch of unknowns and a bunch of dark matters and a bunch of relativities and a bunch of issues with it, then that's not going to lead very strong that your other theory that that thing is the glue that's holding everyone on the ball is even viable.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think gravity doesn't need to be perfectly apprehended, especially when you're talking about like dark matter and dark energy. For the thing that's not saying that's his point, I'm saying this is my rebuttal to his point. You don't need
So why don't you rebut what he
gravity
said?
perfectly. You don't need gravity perfectly apprehended. I'm going to get to the end of the sentence if it kills you. You don't need gravity perfectly apprehended
You're
to
not
understand
rebutting his point. Why are you
certain
wasting
local
our time?
Just let him answer how he
that
wants.
require gravity.
Now you have to start over. Please don't interrupt him. Just let him say it how he wants. I mean, I don't care how he responds to me. I'm just willing to hear his voice. So go ahead, or hear his point. Go ahead. Okay, so
Right. So you don't need gravity perfectly apprehended to understand all of these local phenomena, at least as far as the Earth being round. Then when you get to like the solar system and the galaxy, maybe it starts to break down. But we don't know necessarily that we are wrong about any of those things. It could well be that what they predict with dark energy and dark matter is the case, and we just haven't found it yet. It might not be. I have my doubts, frankly. But all of this doesn't require you to know anything. Like, so long as we understand that things go down, doesn't matter what you call it or what you think has or has not been proven, there's something there that's making everything attract to the ground, and I think that's good enough to have a decent model, at least as far as the Earth
So you're
being
just
round.
waving your hand at the issue.
all right. No, I think he's fine. My response to that, Matthias, I'll say my
And on
last
that
point.
note, I'm so sorry. I do need to go though, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, you're not gonna let me respond to that? All right.
No, I'll be listening. I'll be listening, but I got.
All right, well then let me just respond and then I'll pass the mic. Well, dude, I hear what you're saying. However, there's a few things. Number one, there's even though down, what we call down, things fall down. Yeah, I agree. But to the center of a ball or down to a plane. Because if it's down to a plane, then you have weight and you have a medium and so on. But the claim that it's to the center of a ball is where there is a huge leap in terms of the gravity part locally. Because if you're claiming it's going to the center of a ball, then now there's an implication that, matter that we know, our bodies, rocks, everything, has a quality to it that would actually cling to the center of a sphere. The only way I know that can be done is with magnets. You can make like a spherical magnet, and you can put ferrofluid around it or whatever. So there's that. But I mean, unless you're claiming it's a magnetic thing, but so there's no precedence for objects that we just interpret as down to be implied that they're going to the center of a sphere. There's no known physics that would do that in terms of things actually attracting to the center of a ball. So that is an issue, I would say, locally right there. And then my other point was going to say, in terms of my rebuttal for what you're saying about the solar system and beyond. Well, when you get into dark energy and dark matter problem, that is an issue because it all fits together. And if you're claiming that you're on a ball with the gravity thing, clinging you to the ball and free falling within space and time and all that, then you have to understand how, for that to even be happening, for that one ball, the globe Earth thing, to be doing that, you would have to have a model that actually works gravitationally with the whole claimed thing, which is all these spheres, and why we even formed into spheres in the first place, and stars and suns and all that. So you would have to actually have, that would have to all click together on the small and large scale to actually have a model that works. If is claimed to only work on the local, but it doesn't really because it's to prove this pulling to the middle of a ball. And then if the outer space stuff, if the sky doesn't work either, that's basically both. That's the local not shown that it's pulling to the center of a ball, and it's the outer or the far up there, gravity not working on that level either. So without a working system, and I guess I don't know if you're not going to respond to this, then but I mean that's my two rebuttals to that, because if it's not all a working system and locally there's no actually validation that's pulling the center of a sphere, then I would go as far as to say you kind of have nothing when it comes to gravity. And to claim that that's the thing, I mean, you have something, we can all observe things, but the way it works or whatever, things fall. But to then claim that there's that thing creating the bending and warping of space-time and everything clung to a ball perfectly as if it's all stationary, to me becomes a huge leap in logic to link those together.
Yeah, Jill, you made
Well,
that point.
Once
He has
once
nothing.
again, not everything goes. Yeah, once again, not everything goes down. I mean, the water cycle has things going up and down, up and down. The clouds I see floating in the sky right now, they're floating, not going down, but floating. And how did they get there? Oh, they went up. So not all things go down.
Yeah, so obviously contradicts a significant aspect of our experience. But so again, what they don't want to do, they don't want to discipline themselves to think through their worldview soundly. Okay, it's obvious upon analysis of their worldview that they have this thing, to speak in simple English, they have this thing that sustains the uniformity of nature, the regularity of things. Without gravity, all material bodies disintegrate into the most fundamental particles, right? And pulling things together. Okay, if they don't have that, they don't have the thing to pull anything together into any body at all. That's the obvious entailment of that counterfactual, right? They just don't want to acknowledge that counterfactual. They don't want to actually just analyze their worldview and be consistent. So, of course, when you falsify, when you refute this doctrine that is their TGR, the theory of general relativity, the latest addition, their latest dogma from their scientist clerics, once that's refuted, the worldview falls apart and they can't know anything.
Yeah, their theory of gravity is the keystone that holds their whole paradigm intact. And once you take that theory away, it all falls apart, just like Greg said, and which they don't even have to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I said it earlier, and that's why I said, why even give them gravity to begin with? Because that is what's holding it together. And also, why give them the ball? Because we
Don't
know
give them nothing. I agree with you. Don't give them
value
nothing.
holding everything together. You haven't
Exactly.
proven you haven't proven the foundation of your argument to begin with. So you cannot move forward with anything else, such as images, pictures, star trails, and anything else that will be indirect, because you're trying to prove whether or not that you are living on a spinning ball, which is a sphere, and somehow it's spinning and turning and going around some solar system, and basically with everybody sticking to this ball with gravity. Well, you have to prove the ball first, and you have to prove gravity, then you have to prove those things for as the foundation in order to even talk about the rest of these things. So no, I wouldn't give you gravity. You would have to prove that to be objectively true, and you would have to prove that we are living on a spinning ball, which should be easy. These are facts.
But it's not easy, and this is why it's not easy. In fact, it's so difficult that it's impossible. What motive possibility, Gregory? It's logically impossible. Not logically impossible. It's metaphysically and nomologically impossible. Well, why do you say that? Because their doctrine of gravity there's two versions of it. Right? They themselves don't know how to succinctly articulate this doctrine. But after analysis, I know how to articulate their doctrine better than them. With MAM, mass attracting mass, it's if matter exists, then matter pulls other matter, right? It's obviously a false cause, ontological error, and it's patently false, right? Existing is not a cause. It's not a cause of locomotion. So to espouse that to be a cause is, of course, ridiculous. But for the sake of argument, granted to them concerning MAM. And the same issue with MAM is the same issue with TR, theory of relativity, both SR and GR, special relativity and general relativity. It's the same issue. So with both of them, They both assert this false cause that is matter existing. You read the Britannica citation, you read all these other citations that I've read before. Matter existing, matter being there, is the cause. Okay. So since that's asserted to be the cause, that entails logically that would be the independent variable in the causation hypothesis test, aka scientific method. What they want to do is they insist to clutch to this notion that just moving the object around is an instance of manipulating the independent variable when it's obviously not. What actually manipulating the independent variable entails that you make the material stop existing and then resume existing and repeat this however many more or less times. Why? Because the cause supposedly is matter existing, not matter moving from here to there. Matter existing is allegedly the cause. So you have to manipulate that. What does it mean to manipulate that? To make the matter exist or stop existing and then resume existing. They don't want to acknowledge that because it's so patently absurd. How could their scientist clerics who are so wise, so knowledgeable for all these decades, they got all these degrees and all these accolades, yada, 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 how could they subscribe to a notion that entails such asinine implications? Well, it's possible. And not only is it possible, it happened. So that's the entailment. So obviously they can't do it because even in their own worldview, with the law of the conservation of energy, excuse me, right? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and they think matter is energy, right? So then you can't create nor destroy matter. They obviously can't do the task. It's logically impossible. They can't make matter begin existing and cease existing just themselves. And in their own worldview, there's a law of physics that says that can't happen in their own worldview. So they can't verify their doctrine. They can't know it. They can't prove it. End. That's the end.
Yeah, and I was going to add in too. I think the idea of jumping to other things, being like sunsets and so on. I mean, I know he's not really at his mic still, so maybe we shouldn't keep trying to like say too much in rebuttal if he's not. Well, he said he was coming back, so maybe he's remembering. He said in text chat.
That's not just him. Just in general with the scientists. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say I was gonna say this analogy. It's sort of like, let's say you're trying to. I don't know if this analogy will work, but let's say you're trying to sell a car, and it's got a flat tire, and every time the person he's looking at it, you're trying to sell it to him, and they're like, "Oh, it's a flat tire," and you're like, "No, look at the bumper. It's a beautiful bumper," and they're like, "No, but it's a flat tire." Oh, like listen to the radio. You know, it's like kind of like jumping to other things instead of addressing the tire. Like, wait a minute, there was a flat tire. Who cares if the radio sounds great? You know, if I'm going to buy this car, it's got a flat tire, you know? So it's like jumping to these other things to try to be like, well, we can't really prove that it's actually in motion like that. But sunsets and eclipses and all these other things can be explained with the idea of a ball, you know? So.
Yeah,
and they have to conflate explanation with verification, as though your explanation is proof that the doctrine is true.
But it's explaining something else. It's not explaining the actual thing that we're talking about.
Exactly, that too.
Right. So it's like, okay, well, you're trying to prove whether or not, like for this conversation in general, we asking him, the guy that had the helicopter, hey, you got a helicopter. When you fly, the helicopter could just float pretty much in the air and basically stay stationary in the air. So which means it would be with an inertial frame or something like that. When you look down, do you see the world spinning? Do you feel any of these effects? He say, "Oh no, I treat it as flat and stationary. We treat it as that." But yeah, but when you do fly, though, you do basically experience that the Earth is a globe. Why should I do that? And then you get another guy coming in and say, "Why should he?" That don't make any sense. Like, and then now we have to talk about going around in circles, talking about multiple things that have nothing to do with the original topic. For what reason? So it's not even explaining the thing that we're even talking about. Right now, we was talking about really Coriolis and how that should be explained, or what we should experience on a helicopter. And then this guy is basically saying, no, we treat it as flat and stationary. And then we say, oh, logical. If you are being logical, you should think that the Earth is basically flat and stationary, right? No, untrue. Basically, we should treat it as it's spinning and going around the sun. Why is that? Oh, because not the direct reason of gravity, and not because of the globe was proven in anything. Because the sun, yeah, the sun in Antarctica and all that kind of stuff. So we're not even talking about that right now.
Why do you think I keep saying the
It's
critique
a
I've been
package.
saying? Right,
It's all a package. It comes together.
it's all a package. Ideas, propositions, notions, they have consequences and repercussions and entailments. They just don't want to acknowledge this because they simply are not in the mood to discipline themselves. They don't want to discipline themselves. They don't want to discipline themselves to be logically consistent and sound. Because in their worldview, for why? It's not as though there's some God that's going to actually make me suffer repercussions for being whimsical and arbitrary and erroneous and sinful, right? In their worldview, there is nothing that motivates them to discipline themselves in their mind and their speech and anything else. They just get to do whatever they please, so long as nothing else enforces or inflicts any repercussions that they can't tolerate.
It's like a
So why do they have to be
it's
logically
like a
consistent?
yeah, it's like a compartmentalization of different angles that aren't necessarily all cohesive, but individually seem to have some, to some folks like explanational. Well, and there are claimed, data streams and things depending on what we're referring to. But it's like it's like it makes me think of like a compartmentalized regions of thought that all kind of go together into a belief, but the individual things don't actually all cohesively prove the actual belief. It's just the individual things all kind of point towards or have a way to be correlated or connected to a larger picture that is being portrayed as being the case.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Before it's
And many more people, more than what people realize, is guilty of that very thing. They just have this set of notions, right, that consist their worldview that don't
right.
actually connect to each other. They don't actually cohere together. And they're not epistemologically self-conscious, which is to say they don't discipline themselves to know anything.
Right, and I'd say, for example, like you take the conversation earlier that I had with Demon's Drive, I mean, one of the first things, as soon as it would start to go off the script, it just basically with constant interruptions. It was because it was forcing him to think about what was being said to him.
Indeed.
And because
You can't tolerate that.
you would usually in response, he's looking for a specific response for the thing that he have in his script to respond to. Which is the reason why whenever he asks you a question and then you answer the question, now you can't respond with a question back. He'd rather ask you another question in order to put you in the position that goes according to the script, because you just went off script, but whatever you responded with. So it's just basically, I have a specific worldview, and I have a specific way I want to respond to anybody that oppose it. And if you're not opposing it in a manner that I want you to oppose it, then I'm gonna have to get you back on track in order to basically confirm my bias.
Exactly. All they have in their worldview is just their whims. That's all there is, right? It's a succinct summation of their worldview. Everything exists in this cosmic void. That's it. That's a succinct summation of their worldview. It's just all these material things flailing around in a cosmic void. There's nothing in that worldview that motivates anyone, let alone actually obliges anyone with any immutable and inescapable repercussions to discipline themselves with anything. So they're whimsical and they're whimsical and undisciplined in whatever they don't want to be bothered with. They just do what they please. So when you're having a conversation with them, like for instance in this voice channel, there's nothing in their world that motivates them to discipline their mouth. They don't have to actually exercise any discipline to speak and then stop speaking and let the other person finish and actually discipline themselves to charitably interpret and steel man and be logically consistent. There's nothing in the world that disciplines them whatsoever, including to do these things. So obviously, with that lack of discipline, that could obviously create these obvious problems. Yes, I am saying obvious really often because for some reason, no matter how obvious these things are, people just don't discern them. They just don't recognize them and acknowledge them, in spite of being so damn obvious. is there problems. A lack of discipline, right, makes it much more likely for errors to be committed and errors to go uncorrected, and all sorts of other antics to just continue on with reckless abandon. And it stifles the progress of the conversation, of the debate.
Well, how's the Earth in motion? Hey, bro, come over here. Check this pendulum out. Wait a minute. We're talking about the Earth in motion. No, I got this pendulum though. It swings back and forth. It's really cool. Wait, I thought you were going to tell me how the Earth is in motion. It's like another one of those. Like, wait, look at this pendulum over here.
When they're the same people, right, on that point, the same people that are making some type of inductive appeal to indicate the Earth is doing motion, either spinning, doing axial rotation, or doing locomotion, traversing, from A to B, or just doing some perpetual motion forward, like a ball being tossed through the air, right? That's the most precise way to talk about their doctrine. They think the Earth is flailing through the cosmic void, like a ball being, thrown through the air, being chucked through the air. So, right, like you just mentioned, right? It's supposed to be an effect of the Earth moving. Well, what about all the other pendulums, as it were, quote unquote? All the other objects swinging from some malleable string, okay? They're not swinging around. So it's inconsistent. It's weak inductive arguments. That's all they have. And then have the nerve to try and fix their mouth to phrase it in some type of deductive way, which is only affirming the consequent. They don't actually have an understanding. They don't actually understand what are the symmetry breakers for their various points of lore in their worldview. Notice also what doesn't happen rather often. What doesn't happen rather often is the scientist coming into the VC and actually standing on all 10 toes to defend their worldview. They don't do that. They were supposed to be the intellectual dominators, right, of the controversy. They're supposed to be standing above all the rest, knowing so much, having so much knowledge, and all this prowess to prove that they know all these things. Vast bit of the time, they never come in here to actually articulate any arguments, any apologetics for their worldview. Just obnoxious antics, just being annoying and rude. Well, I'll talk to y'all later. It's kind of silent now.
Yep. See ya. Have a good day.
Yo, later, Greg.
Be at peace.
I mean, Lion, do you feel like you're continually changing your actual position in space around a ball at every moment? That your whole like world is tilting through actual space at all times?
Oh yeah, going back to that conversation, even in their model, like yeah, if you were to entertain their model that the Earth is moving, it's moving, but it's accelerating at such a minute rate that it would be undetectable by the vestibular system.
Yeah.
But I don't believe we're moving at all through space. Cosmic vacuum. But
Well,
even in
if
their
yeah,
go ahead. Well, I was going to say that technically, according to relativity, the Earth is in an inertial state, and even Einstein said that there is no such thing as absolute motion, or there's not an absolute fixed frame. There's no absolute space. Newton believed in an absolute space. Einstein did not. Newton believed in absolute time and absolute space. Einstein did not. I believe in absolute space and absolute time and an absolute fixed reference point. So I believe three things to be universally consistent, concrete, unchanging. Einstein does not. So when it comes to the Earth moving around the sun, Einstein actually said like we don't really know. It could be either or, but that and according to special relativity, general relativity, the Earth isn't experiencing any forces. Contrary to popular belief, there are no forces acting upon the Earth. All the orbital mechanics, all the forces that you think are caused by the sun or the moon or whatever, these forces are explained through relativity as nothing more than pseudo forces or fictitious forces. The centrifugal forces that you would normally experience on Earth in space. They're rationalized through the relativity paradigm, reducing them to nothing more than illusory reference frame cause effect, right? And because the Earth isn't a geodesic, even though in their model it requires, because of the NLEMMA, the Earth's revolution around the sun, because of the NLEMMA, Kepler had to figure this out, and he came up with Kepler's laws, first, second, third laws. One has to do with asymmetrical orbit. One has to do with the focal point, which is it's off-centered. Long story short, the reason I bring that up, the elliptical orbit, because of the nature of of its geometry, it would require that the Earth would experience some type of change in G forces, right? Because think about you're going around a bend, right? Well, the Earth is allegedly going around the sun in elliptical orbit, even though it is incredibly fractionally minute, the change in acceleration that the Earth experiences around the sun, even though it's an elliptical orbit, it should still be measured, but it is not measured. And the reason they say it's not measurable, they call it coordinate acceleration, is because of relativity. So even though the Earth is actually accelerating and decelerating, which should not be happening according to relativity, because the Earth is in an inertial state. For it to remain in an inertial state consistently, it can't be accelerating and decelerating. That would be change in velocity. Right? That if there's a change in velocity, there's energy being added or energy being taken away. If that's the case, then there are forces being acted upon the Earth, right? But in their model, it's all inverted. It's not what you experience that's what's actually going on, right? It's what Einstein said is actually going on. Einstein said that the Earth is actually not moving. If you really look into his letters, the Earth was not moving. Instead, space-time is bending and warping around the Earth, causing the Earth to, from our perspective, right, from our vantage point, it looks like the Earth is moving, but really space is moving around the Earth. That's why you don't actually feel acceleration. I'm not joking, dude. This is their model, bro. I promise you guys. It's space-time bending and warping around the mass, causing the curvature of space-time, causing what looks like to be motion, but really the Earth is in an inertial state.
Yeah, it makes me think of like a demonic entity that's like warping, reality around someone or something. It kind of makes me think of that as like the like occult nature of that concept. Something's like enveloped you and it's like warping around you. And then also their orbit, the way they try to describe that it's like a straight path, but it's actually orbit. It's a free fall in a vacuum and the bending
free
warping
fall.
of space.
Yeah, the Earth is free falling around the sun in a geodesic. But a geodesic, it looks like a curved path, but it's actually a straight path. It only looks curving because of reference frames.
Or it is interpreted as such, yeah. It's kind of wild they came up with that. I wonder what like kind of occult roots that comes from. The whole relativity scenario because it goes right with the globe. And it doesn't really do everything that they want it to do, but it does kind of patch things up and gives a little bit of a wacky idea as to what could be going on. Enough that they can pass it off that a completely stationary, motionless Earth is actually doing all these things in this relativistically disassociated way. It's like disassociate actual motion from claimed motion, and then make claimed motion be claimed to be actual.
Yes, so I have right here my notes. Newton believed in absolute space and absolute time. Now, what is absolute space, absolute time? These are concepts that have to be kind of hashed out. But in this view, motion is measured relative to this invisible universal background that Newton called absolute space. But there's this basically consistent fixed background, right? That everything else can be referenced from. That it is hypothetical. But it says here, example, a ball rolling across the floor has a speed relative to the floor. But Newton thought it also had an absolute speed relative to space itself. He even argued you could detect absolute motion by effects like centrifugal force. Spinning bucket of water makes the water surface curve. Even if you can't see what's spinning relative to. So we all see, most of us agree that centrifugal force, you can detect, you can feel it. It's an actual force. It acts upon objects. Space is not expanding in Newton's paradigm, right? That didn't come till much later when Einstein came around and decided to invoke space was expanding to try to make sense of the orbital mechanics and the spiral arms of the galaxies and all that. But this is the big difference between Einstein and Newtonian, right? Einstein, 1905, absolute motion does not exist. Absolute space does not exist. Absolute frame does not exist. So you have nothing to stand on. Everything's wishy-washy. You don't know what's going on. You can measure speed relative to the Earth, the sun, or a spaceship, but there's no universal rest frame. There's no absolute fixed reference frame. The Earth is moving. Everything is moving. Everything's in constant flux. Motion is always relative to something else. If you're floating in deep space, moving at a steady speed, there's no experiment you can do that will tell you whether you're really moving or at rest, not moving. I know Einstein believed that. I don't think that he was right. Obviously, I think there is experiments that we can objectively do to distinguish what's actually going on, whether it's what Newton said or Einstein, right? But yeah, was it yesterday morning he brought up the equivalence principle?
Yeah.
I don't. Shane and Alan's they've talked a lot about the equivalence principle, and this is where we come up with the neo-Tychonian model of the universe, because even Einstein himself said that because this principle that there's no absolute motion, there's no absolute space, that you could actually create a paradigm that's kinematically dynamically equivalent and have the earth be the center. That's in Einstein's own letters, guys. Like, hold on, let me try to find the exact source.
Yeah, they don't know what's moving. It's a relativistic pretzel.
You guys are quiet today, but it says Einstein, 1905, on the electromagnetics of moving bodies. Quote, the laws by which the states of physical systems alter are independent of the alternative to which of two coordinate systems in uniform translatory motion relative to each other. These alternations of state are referred. As a result of the Michelson-Morley experiment, it became clear, quote, that no motion of the earth with respect to the ether could be detected by any optical experiment. But that's not the only one. Hold on, there's more.
Do you think there's a such thing as like spatial intelligence? You know how people have like, mental, rational, emotional intelligence, one could even say spiritual intelligence, there's like a lot of different ideas with that, but do you think there's one that's like spatial intelligence? which would
Absolutely.
be like the capacity to be aware of like our actual environment, you know, even beyond our senses, like to have the actual awareness of the space, and even like linking into maybe even what the ether is, just to add that in possibly too. But
It's part of your sense of self is your spatial awareness, your home, right? What you call home, your town. But not only that, like having the ability to be able to like figure out concepts, like engineering concepts. Sometimes you need to have that spatial awareness when it comes to gears and like sprockets and stuff and which way they're spinning. You have not provided one single shred of evidence, right? That's verifiably true and mutually exclusive. You guys have failed to do that.
Well, you failed to show that this isn't evidence in my reckoning.
And why is that? Okay, that's your premise. Follow it with where's your evidence for that premise?
Everything I've said so far, everything you've had is just like it's too refined a measurement that I don't think it can be done. Like
Here we
there
go.
could be
See,
some confounding variable
I'm
that
not
they
point
haven't thought
proven, dude.
of.
I'm out.
Those are fine. It could be either of those, but I still say it's evidence. That he did it.
No, I'm here. Listen, bro. I got stuff to do, bro. And forgive me for dropping the F-bomb, man.
I'm not bothered by it.
Yo, what happened? Are you guys here?
Yeah, everyone got quiet.
Yo, the cannonball run may never get beaten again. Like the javelin throw, no one's ever going to set a new world record for the javelin throw because they changed the way the javelin is. It's either like heavier or lighter or longer or something different with the javelin. So no one's ever going to beat the javelin world record. The cannonball run might not ever be beaten again because of COVID. Like the streets were empty, so heads were zooming out there. You know the cannonball, we get to East Coast to West Coast the fastest.
Yeah, what about it? What makes you say that they'll never be able to beat it?
No, I'm saying, well, it's not definitive like the javelin one. Like no one's getting the javelin one. The cannonball one, it maybe could be beaten. But remember how during COVID all the roads were empty? Remember that?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? I think you're on to something there.
So if you did a cannonball run when that was going on, you had a massive advantage because you can have a souped up car with an extra gas tank and all and the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? The radar jammers, laser all that shit. What you can't do is beat traffic. You know what I'm saying?
You
Like
could drive
one,
on the shoulder.
you could drive on a shoulder. That's true. There may be instances where you just can't though. So I hear you, but well, I don't know. It was set in 2020, so I'm just saying that might have been a huge factor in the setting of it.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. If that's the case where the record was set in 2020, then yeah, for sure.
Yeah, bro. It may never get beaten just because of that. Like, dude, I mean, yeah, there's maneuvers you can do and shit, but bro, there's times in traffic where you just can't. You know what I'm saying? You get gridlocked in DC or something. I know they try to avoid spots like that, but like it's just unavoidable.
Well, you got to keep in mind the whole what is it, Agenda 2030? You'll own nothing and be happy or whatever. It is quite possible that your really rich celebrities and billionaires and shit can cannonball run and beat the record because everyone lives in 15-minute cities and the rest of the country's empty.
That's a good, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It may be able, if we continue as we are, though, it may not ever get beat. In fact, it's only going to get worse because there's just going to get more and more traffic. You know what I'm saying? Unless they build more roads. But I hear you. It could end up getting beaten 100%. Yeah. But I
Yeah,
mean, if things,
only the super wealthy will be able to travel, and the super wealthy can have shit like the what's that, the DeVille. You ever seen that car?
the DeVille,
Yeah, not to be confused with like a DeVille, but the DeVille. I think it's a DeVille 16. Look that thing up.
talking about like a Dodge Demon Red Eye or something.
Oh no! This is a V16 quad turbo supercar that makes like 5,000 horsepower. It's absolutely insane.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, look that shit up, dude. It's insane.
Bro, there's only how fast the fastest a car can go. Like I think Lamborghini had this problem actually. Like they had to make it so their car could only go a certain speed. Like it could go faster, but they had to cap it because if they didn't cap their car, their tires would just fly apart. Like that was the problem. That's what's keeping us back from traveling faster as tires. Like so, I don't know if that car is probably not going to be able to do better than the Lambo. Maybe they got better tires. I don't know.
No,
Lamborghini isn't even close to the fastest car anymore.
because the
It's not about being fat. Yeah, but the thing is, the thing limiting how fast you can go is it's not how many horsepowers you can get, or it's the tires.
Well, it's traction is some of it.
No, it ain't
Land,
about traction, bro. The car would go so fast it would rip the tires apart.
land speed
Yeah, but
record
it's
cars
still
don't
some
have
of
that
it's
problem.
still traction. Like even on the salt flats going 700 miles an hour, traction is still a thing because you're fighting the wind.
Yeah, you got to have traction. I hear you, but I don't know what kind of tires they're using on the salt flats. But the story from Lambo is they had to cap their car out because the tires would just rip to shreds
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
in
because
the
from the sheer
90s.
speed, the centrifugal or centrifugal force or whatever.
yes, that's the exact reason why they come apart. Except land speed record cars, like in the salt flats, what he's talking about. You're talking about cars doing 600-700 miles an hour. They pay ridiculously high amounts for their tires. And
Okay.
Lamborghini, they do make expensive cars, but they don't make cars that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And people that do own land speed record cars, they don't mind shelling out $400,000 on a tire,
We're not spending $400,000 on a tire.
or whatever the hell it is. I've never looked up the price of a land speed record car's
Those
tires
land
before,
those
but
land
you
speed
get the
record
point.
cars, they don't even use rubber tires. They use like a high strength metal tire rim thing. It runs on metal. It don't even have rubber on the tires.
Yeah, you can't use rubber because Lambo got it capped. Like Lambo got the cap on how fast you can go with rubber tires. It's like 237 or 7. I forget what it is, but you just can't do it. The centrifugal force will just rip the tire apart.
What speed are you talking about?
Top speed on a Lambo, I don't know, whatever, 230, 270. I have no idea what the tops. I forgot what the numbers were exactly. But I remember the thing where they had to cap the speed. Like the car could go faster. It could go faster, but they had to put a governor on it to make sure that it didn't go faster because you'd get in like a crazy car accident because your tires would explode.
Maybe in the 90s or something.
I don't know when that was from. Yeah, it could have been anywhere from the 80s to whenever. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, like back in Countach days or something, because there's cars that are faster than that now. Even like a
Faster than
top
what though?
fuel
I don't even know
car
what
goes over 300, and those tires are floppy.
what goes over. You talking about Formula
Like a
One or
like a
something?
no, like a top fuel dragster.
That's a good point. That's a good
And they're
point.
a lot. I don't know if you have any experience with those tires. They're like floppy when
Yeah,
they're just sitting there. Like there's only 10 pounds of air in them, and they expand by inches.
Well,
apparently a
that's
tire
why.
company.
That's why they. Sorry, go ahead.
Apparently, a tire company called Giti GITI makes the land speed record cars tires, and they're at 308 miles an hour so far. I don't think Lambo's making 300 miles an hour.
They've
Yeah,
been
this
way
might have been.
faster than that on
Now, the
land
high
speed
speed
wheel
record
driven.
right now is like 760 some miles per hour. They've almost reached the speed of sound on land. That's the car I'm talking about that uses metal wheels. They don't even have
Yeah,
rubber on them.
yeah,
Is that
correct.
a
But
wheel
the
driven car
tire
though?
makes the tire called from Giti GITI is the name of the tire company, but they make actual car tires, and they set a record for 308 miles an hour.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that'd be the cap.
that's
That'd
not
be the
even
cap.
that's not even close to the wheel driven speed record.
I know, but he's just talking about rubber, like regular for a car.
Like,
You know,
I
yeah,
know. That's
car
what
we
I'm talking
tires
understand.
about.
that they're using.
We understand these land speed records are not using rubber tires because you can't.
They they do though.
I don't know.
They don't.
Cole
The
said
ones
they
that go
don't.
like 650 miles per hour, look it up. Like I've watched whole videos about it. They show the tires on the car and everything. They're just metal rims. They even talk about them being metal wheels, not rubber. They talk about how the rubber would literally fly off the wheel at that speed as fast as they're turning. But I think what the other guy's talking about, he's talking about an actual car, not just some kind of special one-off built machine that's made to go ridiculous speed. He's
In the
talking about
Oh,
desert,
maybe, yeah.
an
Like a
assault flat,
production
yeah.
car or something.
Yeah, in fact, the tires set the record on a Bugatti Veyron.
How fast is the Veyron?
Well, those tires that they were using set the record at 308. But I think
Oh,
the Veyron
the
is
Getty people
typically
put it on
like
a
250.
sorry, the Getty people put it on a Veyron.
Yes,
That was the car they used.
yeah, that's what they used.
What else were you saying? Though I kind of clipped you. Where
No, you said it. That's it. The Getty people used Bugatti Veyron. Veyrons usually cap out at like 250, but I'm not sure if that's done through the ECU, if it's detuned or what, for the reasons like you speak of with Lambo. But as far as I understand, the Veyron usually reaches about 250 miles an hour. Maybe they messed with this particular Bugatti, but the tire record from Getty is set at 308.
it's pretty fast. They
Fast
probably
as
used
shit.
some thick ass rubber or some. They probably had a lot of. I bet you they had a lot of metal inside the rubber.
Yeah, we'd like to see how many belts is stacked in
Yeah.
that tires.
Yeah.
Oh, I see those tires now. That was on a Chiron did it in 304, and then they'd use some electric car that went 308.
Yeah, it could be. I just glanced at the picture. It looked like a Bugatti to me or something, just at a glance.
Yeah, they kind of do look like looks like a Chiron or something like that.
Does anyone have any other records that aren't going to get broken other than the javelin and the cannonball one? Well, the cannonball one might be broken, but does anyone have any ones that like probably aren't going to be broken?
I'm going to take the old 93 4Runner to the Salt Flats and break a record on it. But
You ain't doing nothing with that. What are you going to do with that?
There's probably a class for it. There's like a class for everything in land
What are you going to do
speed.
with a 4Runner in the Salt Flats? No, seriously, does anyone know any other records that probably aren't going to get broken?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll find you a funny one.
Yeah, because I came up with two. Now it's on you guys. Come on, do something with your lives, will you?
I know one, but it's a video game. Can't beat the Home Alone record because the way it is, you can only get a certain time. So everybody ties. There's like 300 people that have the record tied.
The Home Alone, what is it?
Yeah,
A
on
speed?
NES.
A speed
On
run?
NES. Yeah, it's a speed run.
I don't know, bro. They're those speed run.
No, but
Those
it's because the way the game's designed. You can't beat the time because well, unless someone figures out something. So yeah, but
dude,
the way
some
it's
of those speed
designed, like,
runs. Sorry.
Go. No.
No.
You go.
I just want to say some of those speed runs. Dude, Tetris just broke a record in 2025, I think, or 24. But some of
Yeah,
those
the
speed runs,
kill screen. Yeah.
some of those speed runs though, like they'll sit for like 20, 30 years and then someone will beat it. It's crazy. Like people are out there still trying to beat speed runs on games from like like mad long ago. The NES.
Yeah.
You're saying this is impossible though?
Yeah, because of the way the game's designed. Like you have to catch or survive a certain amount of time, or it's like under 20. Like the record is like 18 or I forget the time. Whatever. I did it like a year ago, but yeah, like you can't get a faster time because the game ends like right, and you can't. Yeah. and like nobody can beat it. It's like that Atari one too. There's that Dragster one too is unbeatable now too. Yeah, so there's video game ones, but yeah, other than that, I don't know any other ones.
The javelin is because they changed. I don't know. Something happened with the javelin throwing where they changed the shape or the length or the weight. Something with the javelin. So like, no, it's not even humanly possible to throw it that far. I mean, maybe it is if you had some like, if all of a sudden we got way bigger and stronger, maybe they could beat it. I don't know.
I posted a YouTube
Yeah, I
short
heard
in
of
the
that one,
chat
yeah.
there of some guys breaking some crazy records. It's like firefighters or some shit.
Well, they'll never beat the record of the most reliable vehicle ever, the old Toyota Hilux.
On that short I posted, watch how them guys use ladders to climb up from level to level to level. Like they got two little sticks on their ladder, and they go from window to window to window.
I'm very now. This is a record that could be broken potentially, but I'm almost certain no one's going to beat John Stockton in assists. That record's probably never going to get broken unless you get a guy in the NBA for 30, 40 years. But he did the pick and roll with Malone for so long. Like I don't think anyone's ever going to break that one.
Oh yeah, in hockey, nobody's gonna beat Wayne Gretzky's points record. Yeah.
I'm not a
Or
big
his
hockey fan.
assists.
How far off is it?
Really far off. Yeah. Like the goals got beaten though. Like Ovechkin just recently beat the goals, and now he's at 900 now. But points, yeah, nobody's gonna beat that record probably.
Dude, my
'Cause he had
buddy
a
was saying
shitload of
something like
assists.
if you could take away his goals, nobody still would have a chance or something like that. If you pull
Yeah,
up the
'cause
numbers, it's crazy.
Yeah, there's so many assists. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, it's true. And also the goalies sucked back then too. Now the goalies are good. Better, yeah.
He played in the league when the goon thing was big too, so that was like kind of a different game in a way, you know, because there's a lot more talent on the ice now, whereas they used to assign, you know, goons, if you will, to fall.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's not too many goons now. There's only that one guy on New York. A couple others too. Ryan Reeves. Yeah, there's not too many goons anymore.
You guys talking about hockey?
Yeah. Well, actually, it was. And you don't have any records that can't be beaten. That was the. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
we
I
went
mentioned
over
Wayne Gretzky.
like the javelin throw. the Cannonball Run, Gretzky, John Stockton with the assists. Like if anyone knows any like records that just aren't going to get broken or are very unlikely to get broken.
I don't know how you do that Cannonball Run now. I live literally right next to Interstate 40. I mean, I'm talking about I could throw a rock and hit it. And there's so many damn trucks on that road that I don't know how in the hell you would get any speed for any distance on that.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Between the cops, see the cops you can kind of control for cops almost, but the traffic is just uncontrollable. Yeah, you can go on the side of the road and shit, but bro, I don't know. That's gonna slow you down because you're not gonna be able to do 90 miles an hour on the side of the road. You know what I'm saying? You need to have like a consistent speed for this. They only stop like 2 or 3 times throughout this whole thing.
There's another pandemic, then that's the only way, yeah. That because then it would have the same situation happen.
Or like you said, we get into some in time Justin Timberlake thing where only the rich can move around like that or something. And yeah, but it's unlikely if we keep going just the way we are.
Hey, that was a good movie, huh? My wife thought it was super corny, but I thought I liked it. I guess they had all those dumb puns.
No, that was fucking great. That was a great dude. Justin Timberlake did that good. The whole concept of it and shit is great. It's kind of analogous to what we got going on now.
Me and my kids watched Over the Top a couple days ago about the arm wrestling truck driver.
Sylvester Stallone.
They thought that was so corny, but I love that movie.
That was a good one in the 80s. Dude, Sylvester Stallone makes a great gangster. Have you guys seen Tulsa? Like, I never seen Stallone do a gangster before. He does an excellent gangster.
Hey, we gonna have to take you out back.
He does a really good gangster. De Niro, excellent comedian. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Well, he is funny in he's funny in the Fokker movie, or what it was called, the Meet the Parents stuff.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. You never would have thought De Niro up until he did. I think it was Analyze This or Analyze That. I think that was his first breakout comedy. Up until that point, though, you would have never thought to have De Niro as doing a comedic role. Like he was just typecast as a gangster.
I know it's some funny in the gangster movies. Like I said, some funny scenes where it's like, oh, is this serious right now? Like you're laughing at how much they're trying to bust his balls. He's like
You're talking
he's
about
always cute. Even
I love gangster movies. Like gangster stuff is my favorite stuff, and even games. There's a game that's all about. It's called Mafia. It's like 1, 2, 3, and then they just come out New World. And I just think it's so fucking cool the way those dudes acted. They were like manly, no bullshit motherfuckers that didn't take shit from anyone. That's the type of world I think we need.
Yeah, go get your shoe shine box.
Get your shine box. Yeah, there's a lot of like like those guys had like good, despite them being like ruthless gangsters. Like they had like, there's a lot of street justice involved. You know what I'm saying? They would help people and shit. Like it wasn't all bad.
Dude, I'll put Goodfellas above any of the fucking Godfathers.
Oh, it's not even close.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I agree.
100.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was just saying it's way better. What else? What else you got?
Las Vegas. Ain't that what it was called? The one where they were in Las Vegas running
Casino.
Casino.
Yeah.
Casino. Yeah.
Not Casino and Goodfellas. I know it's tough to compete with that.
yeah, that shit was cute. Like where De Niro in Casino, he was dealing with his wife, and she's just like a mess, and he's just like, a guy nodding his head. Okay, then, okay. Like that's how it is. He's just so cute when doing that shit.
Now, one of my favorite parts was Pesci and De Niro in a desert. He's like, "Where the fuck do you get off going over my head, behind my back, talking to the bot?" Like when that little scene was.
Yeah.
In reality, they lost that whole thing because they refused to give the commissioner's stupid nephew a job. That's how they blew that whole operation. What a bunch of boneheads.
At the least, yeah, you didn't want him in charge of anything because he was an idiot, but at least you just put him in a room somewhere and be like, "All right, you make 100 G's a year now. Nice work."
Yeah, you watch the cameras. Watch the cameras. Anything, man. They blew a whole freaking
Exactly.
operation because of one dude. Unbelievable. If
Yeah,
it's
dude,
true, right? Yeah.
you put him in a room with a bunch of cameras that you already have a real security guy watching and shit, but you just put an extra feed in an extra room and just have him watch. Be like, "Yo, watch. Let us know if anything crazy happens."
Yeah. And you have a couple of, those half naked women just keep bringing him coffee, chocolates. Are you okay, sir? That's it.
But seriously, De Niro's transition into being a comedian was great because I'm pretty sure it was Analyze That with Billy Crystal or Analyze This or whatever one it was. The thing that was so good about it is in those movies he was still a gangster, but it was funny though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, De Niro is a bit unhinged, though, in real life. You hear him when he talks about Trump. I'm gonna beat him up and punch him in the nose. Like, he's pretty unhinged in real life. But you can't take his acting away from him. Yeah.
It was like a seamless transition from him going from a gangster to a comedian because it was like the one role that did it was that he was a gangster and it was a comedy. It was fucking great. What a perfect role to transition into. You couldn't ask for a better transition than that. I don't know.
Yeah, so I got the scare of my life today. I was driving down the
You
road.
realized you lived in Canada. Oh, my bad. What happened?
Yeah, besides that, yeah, I realized I lived in Canada. I was driving down the road, bro, and out of nowhere, this tree comes flying at me, bro. It missed me
Talk
by
to
an inch, by a freaking
talk
inch,
to.
bro.
You gotta watch out for those trees coming at you. I think even Jake agreed though. If you just put yourself in the relativistic paradigm and you forget everything else, then you could say, "Oh, it's valid. The tree's moving at the car." But if you don't put yourself in stupid mode, then you know how trees work, you know how cars work, you can have other observers, measurements. Like we know what's going on with the car and the tree.
It's like, do they actually believe what they're saying, or they're just, um, they have to go with the dogmatic, no matter how ridiculous they sound? Like, do they hear themselves talk? I don't know, man. It's like, yeah. But then again, we're talking about people that are convinced of dark matter, dark energy. They're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. So, like, do you honestly expect to have a critical thinking conversation? Of
Why
course
do you
not.
guys
Right?
bring that up every time, though? As if, like, my confidence in the Earth being a globe compared to my confidence that dark matter exists is, like, not even comparable. It's almost like, I don't know.
Nothing that says
Like
that
knowing China
you can't
exists
travel.
versus whether Bigfoot exists.
There's nothing that says you can't travel at that speed or the planets can't move at that speed through space. I mean, just because it's a fast speed to us, well, doing 100 miles an hour in a car on the interstate is a fast speed to bacteria. It's just, there's nothing says that anything will happen if you travel at super high speed through space.
Right, but I mean, if you use a little bit of critical thinking, like you actually believe you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, you're a trucker, bro. Can you, like, I don't know, like, you can seriously contemplate that?
Yes, because like we think light travels ridiculously fast, but to the size of the universe, light moves slow. It's actually pretty slow compared to the size of everything. Speed is just seems fast to us because we're so small.
Let me ask you something. You think that if you hadn't heard that from somebody else, you think that you would have thought that on your own?
I mean, most of us would just be scratching our ass and smelling our finger if we hadn't learned all the stuff that other people told us.
Well, you can be doing both of that while looking up in the sky and saying, look, the sun is moving, not me, right? You could be scratching your butt, doing a doobie, having a shot. But I don't think, never in your wildest imaginations, you'd say, you know what? I think I'm traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now.
And
I,
see,
I just can't see it.
I didn't mean to not answer SC while ago when he asked me that question. As soon as you started asking me, my boss hollered at me, and I had to mute so I could listen to what that dumb fuck was saying. But anyway, it's irrelevant though whether I would have come up with it on my own or not. I wouldn't have come up with a lot of things in science on my own and thought if I'd never heard them. But the fact that people have and people have spent their lives figuring a lot of this shit out don't means that I don't have to do it myself. I just have to have faith that everybody's not lying to me.
I hear you, bro, but what happened to critical thinking?
The moment you think that all the body of science and all of the mathematicians and everything are all either too dumb to understand the truth or they're in some kind of giant lie that's fooling you, that's the moment you stop using critical thinking.
I think it's the opposite, bro. I think it's the opposite. Like, I don't know what to say to that. I mean, anybody could come up with anything, right? Like, here, let me give you another example, right? Do you actually believe that somebody traveling quickly can age slower than somebody not traveling as fast? Like, does that concept make any sense to you at all? Like, would you like?
It is
Yeah, it makes
strange,
sense
but at the same
when you
time, we have to adjust our GPS satellites clocks on them and stuff just for that very reason.
it makes sense when you consider the fact that, like, whenever you measure the speed of light, whether you're moving or not, it always measures the same, right? Like a laser measuring tool always gives you an accurate answer, whether you're measuring something on a jet at 700 miles an hour or you're on the surface, you still get the same reading. And
Yeah,
to
it
me,
proves
that
we're not moving.
well, no. I'm saying compared to if you're on a jet flying at like 700 miles an hour, right? Like you still get the same reading on the laser measure tool, right? Like
Do
the speed
you?
of light is always measured the same, no matter whether you're moving or not. So then you have to figure out why does it always measure the same regardless of our movement.
You know, there's plenty of people that don't agree with Einstein's speed of light being constant in a vacuum, like Nikola Tesla being one of them. So
Yeah, Nikola Tesla though, he's like a generation before Einstein.
Feel you.
He's an old fogey.
Okay, check this out. Let me put it to you in a kinetic physical way, right? In order for that to happen, right? If you have somebody in a ship traveling quick, a spaceship, right? We'll go in your paradigm, and he travels quick, right? In order for the brother that's left back on Earth to age faster than him, right? The sun or the Earth would have to speed up. Like the days, you see what I'm saying? Think about it kinetically,
But
not
but
fantasy wise,
kinetically,
right? Do, do you understand
I
what I'm
buy
saying
that
though?
shit. I've always bought that. It's never been a paradox for me, though. I just say that the guy with the energy, with the velocity, whatever it is, their atoms are, they say, doing something different, therefore making that age stuff different. When they
You
come
didn't
back
get
They
what I
say
together,
said, bro.
they say
what's
kinetic
kinetic?
energy. I hear you. The sun would have to. For one of them, the sun would speed up, and for one of them, the sun would be going the same rate. I hear you. Like the
No.
It
guy
would.
that ages 80 years, the guy that ages 80 years versus 1 year. That guy would only see the Earth go around the sun one time, where the other guy, he would see the Earth go around the sun 80 times.
Wrong. They would see the sun do the same stuff. The guy's body would have decayed less. 80 years doesn't mean circles around the sun. It would be measured relative to like how much you've decayed at that point. You don't have to stick with the sun clock anymore.
So you think that the entropy would speed up on Earth
I think
because the
that
guy's
atomic
moving? Think
clocks,
of what you're saying, bro.
I am. I'm just taking them for hostile witness, taking what they're saying. Okay. They say that the cesium atom vibrates differently, right? Therefore, decaying, the decay of the atom. Okay. So if that happens, that's what it would be done if you're moving at a different velocity than something else. Your atoms are doing that vibration, that decay at different rates. That's your new clock. You don't have to use sky time as your clock anymore.
Hey, I see. It's entropy dilation.
Yeah, good one. It's like it's preposterous, bro. Think of what you're saying, bro. You're saying because one guy traveling quickly changes entropy for everybody here on Earth. Entropy dilation. Good one, Gio.
I think we're making like a normal thing. Are you like against atomic clocks now or something?
No, I'm trying to get your head away from atomic clocks. I'm trying to
Why?
show you kinetic. Like I'm trying because I'm trying to put this down to earth English speak, right? A day
Me
for
too.
us.
I'm doing the same, right? I put it down to earth English speak, didn't I? The phenomenon in the atomic clock is attributed to a certain atomic level event, right? Why would we throw that phenomenon out if we have witnessed it?
Yeah, but bro, you don't you understand that either entropy has to increase and the
That's over my
motion
head.
of the sun has to like speed up.
No,
Like
the motion that you're invoking, that the sun, we don't need the sun to make our we're not, I don't care how old you think you are based off of the sun. I care how old you are based off of, like, me and you, let's say we're twins and we eat the same, everything is the same. They're going to live and die at the same time. But supposedly with this paradox, which we've talked about, it's not a freaking paradox. It's just a cool thing, right? That supposedly one guy will get old and actually start wrinkling and get old, and the other guy won't. That's what, you get what I'm saying? That's the difference. You don't need the sun anymore. You now have your relative, like one guy looks like he's 80, one guy still looks like he's 20.
You don't need the sun, but you could use it though. You could be observing the sun and say,
Right, but
"Oh,
that's one thing. There's
for
not
this
going to
guy,
spin
the
around
sun."
more. It ain't going to spin around anymore. The
Well, that
XYZ coordinates of everything is still going to be in the same position. It's not like, oh, well, I'm aging less. So now, oh, it looks like Earth didn't go around the sun as many times. That's the stupid, that's mental paradoxes they're trying to lock you, like distract you with.
no,
That's stupid.
the guy that's 80 years old on Earth, you'd have to agree. He would have to see the sun. He'd have to see the sun do 80 times. Whatever,
No, I don't
whatever.
agree. I don't agree. But you
You don't
can.
agree
I
that an
mean,
80-year-old
I've,
on Earth would have to have the sun go around 80 times,
I feel
80
you that
cycles
that's
of the
what you
sun.
would call 80 years. I don't think he has to see it. Okay. I think that that's what you
No,
would
but it would
say.
have to happen. If he was watching the sun
Fine.
the whole time, it would have to happen, right?
Right. And so I would contend that also the other guy watching the sun would see that also, or he could see a video of it. They could videotape it, send it to him. But since he's flying around the universe so fast, he's not getting wrinkly. So he'll agree Earth and the sun went around 80 times. He just didn't get it wrinkly. So he's still 80 years old also. He just doesn't look 80.
So you're saying the guy that only ages 5 minutes, he's gonna also see the sun go around Earth 80 times,
Yes.
but he only aged 5 minutes.
Because the energy is constrained his decay or whatever. That's the atomic clock
The energy
phenomenon.
has constrained. Hold on, the energy
It's
has
not phenomenal.
constrained his what?
Well, I look at it like this. Like if you're bouncing a ball back and forth, like if you're playing wall ball or you're just playing pong, right? And the ball's going back and forth, bing, 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 right? And it's like decaying because whatever, entropy or something. But then if you're moving that box in a direction, right? And that ball's trying to bounce back and forth in between, but it's right, you're moving in a direction. So it has to like go longer in one direction. And like, you get what I'm saying? You're like, you're not letting it bounce off that wall because you're taking the wall away from it. That's just a simple layman's way that I've always seen the atomic clock stuff. But that's how you would go. Oh well, maybe yeah, they're not aging as much because the atomic phenomenon is altered in a way because they have that energy, that velocity in
What
them.
phenomena? It's not phenomena. It's just nonsense.
Oh, okay. Atomic clocks are nonsense. I'm sorry. Dr. Lewis Hessian actually shits on Einstein and says the exact stuff I'm saying. Why relativity is not a paradox and is not this weird. It doesn't have to be all these extensions of Einstein because it's simply the thing I'm saying. So I love atomic clocks for this because it shits on Einstein. But okay, take them away. That's fine. I mean, I'm just an idiot on the internet, so you know. I guess forget what I'm saying and go with the other idiot on the internet. That's fine.
No, but bro, it doesn't make physical sense. Like it's not. It's it's
You're right.
it's it's not kinetically possible
You're right.
for that to happen. Either entropy has to increase because a person is moving, bro. Think about what you're saying.
You know they say kinetic energy is reference frame dependent.
I say a lot of stuff.
Lol.
But this one is so easy, right? In order for that to happen, the sun would have to increase its speed, or the earth, whatever you believe. It's like, it's mind boggling to me that you can even contemplate that.
Contemplate it with a straight face.
Yeah, look, they believe it. I mean, somebody told them this and they believe it. And I don't know what's up with the critical thinking, but I guess it's a dogmatic, it's like a religion at this point. I mean, you can't explain it physically, kinetically, logically. You just have to believe it. Obviously, you don't hear anybody arguing about it, right? There's a few ballers in here. Obviously, I mean, this is like reducto ad absurdum, right? I just reduced that argument to absurdity. And it was quite simple, actually. Unless somebody could prove me wrong on that one, I'm all ears. Anybody want to tackle that one?
There's nothing really to tackle, is there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the house of cards to fall over. That's all.
It's all over, bro. It's just that, the last Japanese soldiers haven't caught up, but their cosmology's finished. It's full of holes. It's like a tire that you patch and patch, but there's no more. It's all patches. There's nothing left, really.
Yeah, the Japanese soldier thing. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
They're still fighting the battle, but the war is over. Now they're waiting for the high priest to say it. Like that Japanese soldier didn't surrender until they brought his commander way back in the day, and then he told him, "Look, dude, the war's over." So I think maybe they're waiting for the high priest to tell them. I don't know. Would they believe it even then? I'm not so sure.
No, I don't think they would believe it. You know how many times I hear ballers just like throw Neil deGrasse Tyson and shit like under the bus immediately?
Yep, they throw Sabine under the bus and anybody else that contradicts their cosmology.
Yeah, I agree. They all of them. They just throw them all underneath the bus, and it's just like, well, screw those guys. They don't know what they're talking about, even though they're the priests that come up with our bullshit religion. But they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's fascinating to look at that psyche, right? Like, there's some things that are debatable, but others are like so clear cut, like what I just said right now, that it's just you just have to believe. It's like a dogma, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's kind of like that. You just it's a dogmatic belief. But at least the religious guys say, look, I believe this. I mean, I have no proof for it, but this is my belief. At least I'll respect that 100 times more than the other one.
And it would be curious to see how they do react whenever their high priest finally do come out and say, yeah, it's all just made up nonsense.
That's why they won't let these guys talk to common folk like us, right? Because imagine now we were on whatever Nova or something, and just a simple old guy like me just comes along and, hey, professor, can I ask you a question? Imagine now, what do you think the guy would say? Like he would be caught between a rock and a hard place. What do you think a professional scientist would say to that? They would be like laughed at.
It
What's he gonna
reminds
say? Sorry, go on.
It reminds me whenever that guy approached that dude in university, that professor, and he was asking him about the second law and entropy and gas expansion into a vacuum, and he didn't know what to do. And his handler had to be like, "All right, come on, let's get out of here real quick."
Yeah, run. Yeah. Like, don't these guys think of this? Is it like the Prussian education system? Even the scientists have no critical thinking. They just go by, the dogma and take it from there and just do math and stuff. I don't understand. It's mind-boggling.
Well, not really whenever you think about it. I'm sure half of them figured out that, wait a minute, this is just a load of garbage. But what are you going to do? You just spent $200,000 on, your education, whatever the hell it winds up being. You got your two PhDs and shit, and you just throw it all away and go back to, I don't know, being a landscaper or something. Like, nah, you're not going to do that.
So go with the flow, huh? Yeah, I mean, they can't be that dumb, right? I mean, if we see it, they for sure they see it, right? Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah. There's no way that we see it, and these PhD university guys, they don't see it. There's no way.
Yeah, I guess job security, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson has what TV shows, and you know, I don't know how much money that dude's worth, how much he makes, but yeah, if he comes out and says, "Yeah, my entire field is nothing but pseudoscience," just observe and declare, and no one should believe a damn thing I say because I ain't got nothing to back it up. Uh, what would his job be then?
Yeah, I guess it is what it is. The good old boys club, and yeah, keeping your job. Yeah, sure. You don't want to lose your house. You have kids. Yeah, I mean, you're lying for your future. You're lying for your job.
I think it's like the same thing with like Matthew Learns, whenever he comes in. I think he knows, but what's he going to do? Admit it and possibly get kicked out of being a professor?
Yeah. Well, you know, he's religious as well. So he's got to juggle two things in his head, right? That must be tough, man. That must be difficult.
No, I don't think it is difficult. I think he actually does know. But like I said, if somebody presents, some other baller presents a sound clip to the university going, "Oh, look, you got a flat earther working here. What are you guys going to do about it?" You know how those ballers are. They get people canned from their jobs all the time.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what the truth does. The truth doesn't pay, it costs. That's why I laugh when people call somebody like Austin Whitsitt a grifter. Like, you think this is a net positive for his life? Telling the truth all the time? Yeah. I guess that's what separates the men from the boys, huh? The people that got the balls to tell the truth and the people that don't.
Yeah, I wish I could time travel and go like 100 years and see what they're gonna say at this time. You know, we had the Dark Ages, right? What are they gonna name this era? The Moron Ages or the Dumbo Ages or
Yeah, that's funny you say that. It made me immediately think of how we've actually, many of the arguments, if not all of the arguments around relativity and the ether have been going on for over 100 years. So I see the same, well, they probably thought the same thing. I wonder what'll happen in 100 years. Well, turns out we're arguing over the same shit.
yeah, yeah.
Well, time to come up with a better globe model that's not centered around relativity.
Yeah, you can't separate the two.
Yeah, you
The
can.
globe model needs relativity. Well, no, it doesn't. You can be a geostatic glober, but it makes your globe stationary. And, I've already asked people that, how about you keep your globe, but it's not moving?
How about the Age of Incredulity? Would that be a good one?
That sounds good. I like it. It's got a ring to it. I was kind of like thinking last night, just like meditating, like about, just about all the things we talk about in here a lot. And I found it like, so the sky is not only the clock, but it doubles as a navigation device. But also at the same time, for the times that we're headed into in the world, not just literally, but also figuratively, you need to understand cosmology in order to be able to navigate properly. Like all the narratives we're being sold are all fake, and it's like, being a flat earther kind of makes you immune because you know how to navigate through it already because you know what the truth is. So I thought that an interesting, like, philosophical correlation where knowing cosmology allows you to actually physically navigate this earth, but if you don't know cosmology, you won't be able to navigate what we're about to go through socially, I guess. Or with the paradigm with science, Did that make sense? Proper cosmology helps you navigate through the lies that we're going through right now.
Absolutely. Critical thinking is the key.
Yeah, you got to be willing to say I was wrong, or examine your own thoughts and beliefs. I mean, I think that's how we all got here, right? Was we looked at our own thoughts and beliefs and we thought maybe it's different than what I believe.
Critical cooperative thinking.
Let's find a way to model the stars then.
We don't even know what they are.
We don't need to know what they are. We could model the lights first, and then we can figure out what they are later.
I believe modeling stuff requires some understanding of them, right?
We could figure out where the GPs are, represent the stars as dots, trace their paths over time with other GPs.
Yeah, I've thought about
Truth
that,
seeking is looking towards a solution, not just denial, right? I mean,
I'm with you.
we could deny all day, but that's not going to give us the truth. Now that's an unpopular road right there.
You see, we can't advance before people are convinced that their pseudo model is wrong. We're not even at that point yet. Never mind moving forward. They're not even convinced they're wrong. That's the scary part.
No, yeah, you make a good point. I was thinking recently of different lines of questioning to ask people. I come back to something I think I heard Austin Whitsitt say was, if you don't feel the ground beneath your feet moving and you never experience it, is it possible that it's not moving? And then the same for the stars. You see the stars and everything in the sky moving around you. Is it possible that those things are moving around us like we see? Not is it so, just is it possible?
Yeah, the default position. The default position, right, is what you observe and what you feel. That, and I mean, isn't that where you should start? But I guess not.
No, the default position is believe what the hell you're told from your teachers.
Yep.
So let's drop the relativity concept on the globe and find a better model of the globe.
Called the ether. There isn't another option.
Yeah, let's build up on that model.
Yeah, there's a lot been done already. I mean, it's just people need to accept it. Where
Would you
we go
guys
from there, I don't know.
would you guys be okay with the globe model with the same scale and distances and sizes, just with the ether?
Not me personally, no. I just offer that as a concession for globers. You know,
Okay.
keep your globe, but it's not moving.
Okay, would you guys be okay with the global model with different scales and sizes of the universe and stuff, but with the ether?
Not me personally, no. No, I'm totally
Okay.
geostatic and flat.
Would you guys be okay with the stationary globe with the ether with different sizes of this universes and scales and distances?
No, no globe at all.
Okay. Would you guys be okay with an ether flat Earth with a different scale and scales of distances and stars and everything?
The globe is out of the question, bro. And where they say it is a globe of gas in a vacuum. That is physically impossible, bro. It's an absurd place to begin.
Would you guys like to begin in figuring out at any level, not just with words, but like with demonstrating the flat Earth and the sky and stars and stuff like that? I mean, we got to start from the ground up. So we're going to be working with GPs, dots to represent lights in the sky.
Like the
And
celestial theodolite. I don't know, maybe you guys haven't caught on to how brilliant that is, but there's layers to that thing, man.
Why don't you guys use the sun when you do just do that?
Oh, funny you asked that. Somebody made a video about it, and it's excellent. And it turns out
Why
you
don't you
can
use
use
stars
the sun
above
and the
2
moon.
degrees?
Oh,
Why don't you use?
yeah, because
Wow,
that.
interesting. Why do you know why you don't do that? Are you asking me a trick question?
Nope.
Well, no, I
Not
I
your
thought the
question.
Globers used the sun though too. Because yes, I can't even say it, but they use the sun, and like it's been a thing before Alan and Shane brought it up, or Mike Heffron. And they use the sun.
Yeah, somebody made a video about that recently. The guy in Ethercause, Lamazing is his screen name. He did a very excellent presentation, outlining what you're talking about there, where he uses the sun and the moon in the same Cell-Theo method. Great short. It's
Okay,
not even
yeah.
that long of a video. It's a great video. I can post it if you want, link it if you want.
Yeah, I'll check. Hold on, I need to get into the texting. And I'll check it out. I guess. Yeah. All right.
right now, there seems to be, this is just from my observation, there seems to be some understanding or thinking that, as soon as enough people question the globe and realize it's wrong, and perhaps they realize that it's flat and stationary, that humanity can discover the truth and progress and evolve. But for every person that's done that, most people, they so-called realize that the globe is wrong, drop it, but all they do is talk about the globe still. Like there is no work in being done, short of a very few people, and actually finding a solution. So are we just like waiting for CERN physicists and these advanced people? Like, are they the ones that are going to find the solution?
I'm not looking for a solution. I want a revolution.
No, look,
We
bro,
don't
get
do
me
we
a
don't do
rocket. Get me a
anything.
rocket.
We don't talk about anything you want us to talk about. We know, man. Please stop telling us every day.
Jeremy, what do you think's the best FE setup in regards to FE setup?
What's that mean?
Okay, so the globe and their distances and relativity is wrong for
Oh, like a
reasons.
map?
Yeah,
Like a
what's the
map
best map,
best
star
FE
setup?
have no idea, dude. It's like some very big picture shit that you'd have to put
I think
together.
it's
I don't know.
important to have an idea. I think it's important to have an idea.
It's probably not the AE map, but it's probably not the AE map. But when I think of flat Earth, I still think of the AE map, even though I know it's probably not the AE map. So I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for posting that. I clicked on it, so yeah, I got it now. Thanks.
It's just below the equator where the AE map gets messed up. But you could center an
You know
azimuth equidistant projection anywhere on the Earth and it'll work.
what I'm saying? Yeah, but to have it work all at the same time though is the thing.
You know, I was thinking about this funny idea when they go to measure their spherical excess and they say, oh, the sum of all these angles is greater than 180 degrees. When you initiate those measurements, it's all chord lengths. You know, they're not measuring arc lengths. So, you know, to even start, one of the sides of your triangle has to be a linear distance, and it's measured correctly as a chord length to be that distance. It's just when you start to try to incorporate other distances is when it's, but
Oh, dude,
yeah, it's just a funny thing.
all the triangle pieces, in spherical excess, they're just straight line from mountain to mountain. They just use 3 different triangles. They take an angle from 3 different triangles. So you got 3 angles, 3 different triangles, and then that's what they add up. They're all straight lines though. They're not doing any curvy lines or anything.
And this obsession with if you prove something wrong, you got to come up with something else. This is like I don't know where that notion has been put in their head, right?
But so like if you measure like distances and you consider they're all chord lengths, that it's all like, you know, shortest from A to B, and they really are linear distances, it's only one of the sides of the triangle that reflects an improper distance. But the other two is just fine. I don't know. Maybe it's something worth thinking about.
Well, I mean, it looks like the truth is resting on just a handful of people's shoulders. Geo, New Perspective, Brian Fe Tests, Kasra, Flat Earth Persian. Who else? Who else is actually putting some work and visualizing and looking at data? And everyone else is just focused on the globe. Which
Dude,
as it
that was the
seems,
gayest list I've ever heard. What do you? These are all dual pole earthers you named. How do you know that? You would have to explore the Earth, confirm a teleporting sun. How is that science if you haven't confirmed that?
it's not about confirming, it's about working towards a solution. Listen, like I have to talk like this because if I just not sugarcoat things and speak truthfully, as
Presuming
like
dual pole is not really a solution.
it might not be the solution. It's the
But
endeavor
you
of
just gave them
finding.
credit as
It's
if they're
the
doing the most
endeavor of
work. I think
finding a
that's just going in the
solution.
wrong direction, dude.
It's the
That's
endeavor
not
of
even work. It's
finding
just
a
a presumption.
solution, at looking at the data, at taking the next step. Me even mentioning this makes guys like Jeremy get really salty. Me even mentioning like let's work towards a solution, like people start yelling at me, accusing me of things.
What you're doing is the equivalent of this, right? Somebody says there's a unicorn, right? We say there's no unicorn. Now you're saying, well, come on, man, try to find a way that unicorn flies. That's basically what you're saying, bro. And
That's
notice
not.
I didn't
You
yell at
see,
you
this is
or
exactly
insult
what
you.
happens.
What do you mean that? Of course, that's exactly what happens because that's what you're asking for, bro.
I'm inviting you guys' minds and being, and to stop dedicating 100% of your life and denying the globe, because it's already netted to you. It's eliminated. Put it to the side and work towards
No, it's you
finding a
denying flat.
solution.
Nope, you're denying flat.
No,
And you're trying to coerce
I'm
people that
assuming
believe in
flat.
TFB.
I'm you
You're trying
see
to
there
coerce
goes
people that believe in TFB to go back to
the
globe.
example right there. There goes the example right there. I'm assuming flat. I'm saying assume flat and stationary and work towards a solution. But no more sugarcoating. You guys don't want that. You guys don't want to put it any work. You don't want to find the truth. All you want to do is engage in arrogant and prideful based denialism of the globe. You want to put people down. You want to put yourself above something else by pointing out the hypocrisy, but not taking the next step. That's what you guys
No,
want to
dual pole
happen.
is not the next step, dude. It's just not. You don't have a
Another
teleporting
something
sun.
else then. You don't want to do that. You don't want to find a solution. Your being
I
isn't
actually
taking
have been
any step.
investigating all these
It is
claims.
what it is. This is what we call being gate kept. And that's why my
No.
name is Gate Breaker,
No,
is
the
because
information that
I
I
don't
have
engage
is it should
in
not be
that
gate
type
kept.
of being.
I
Now,
don't know what you're talking about.
hold on. Before I leave, I apologize for ruining you guys' daily motto of just talking about the globe and holding hands and pretending you're friends and just arrogantly, globe. Go back to it. I got better things to do.
Calm yourself down, bro. Calm yourself down. Let me ask you a question, okay? Can you discern a shape of something if you haven't seen the entirety of it?
He left.
100,
he left. That's all he
100%.
does.
I'll answer that. 100%. The answer to your question is yes.
You can discern the shape of something 100% if you haven't seen the entirety of it from a distance. You're
Yeah.
saying yes.
Yes. Well, you can definitely. Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase that. You can definitely discern between if the shape of the thing is of a planar nature or a curved nature. 100%.
That's not what I asked, though, right? Because you can
I
say
know.
something is flat, and then okay, I'll say, okay, well, what else? What's the rest of it? So
Yeah, but you
flat
can
is not the
definitely
shape.
differentiate. You could differentiate between, but no, but you could differentiate between shapes. So I could tell you if the thing you're on is a curving or not curving. So that would rule out certain shapes, like a sphere. It's gonna rule. You could rule out a sphere, or you could rule out a square, a pyramid, cylinders. You could rule out a bunch of things
Maybe
without
so,
having
but
seen the
can you
whole.
be certain 100%?
I could 100% rule things out. Yeah,
That's not what I asked, though.
I couldn't be
I said
100% certain of the shape. Like say we measured Earth and it's all flat. I couldn't tell you the shape if we're on the bottom of a pyramid or the top of a cube or the top of a cylinder or something. I couldn't tell you that, but you could rule out one or the other. You could rule out flat or curved without having seen the whole thing 100%.
I agree.
okay, so we agree that you don't know 100% the shape of something unless you're far away to observe it, right? You can say, well, maybe it's not this, or maybe it's like, but you can't know for certain. Can we agree on that?
You can't know the shape for certain unless you get far away enough to see it. No, I don't agree with that either.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, I guess we're
'Cause
in disagreement.
you could just measure it though. Well, you could measure the whole thing. Like if you have a cube, without seeing the cube, you could be like, oh, there's a 90-degree angle change here. It's all flat over here. It's flat over here. You get all the distances and you're like, oh, it's a cube.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too, is a cube analogy. Yeah, you just walked 100 feet and 90-degree angled this way. So walk another 100 feet, 90-degree angle. Yeah, and then you can figure it out.
You could get the distances, do certain formulas, get the diagonal of a square, do the square root of 2 for the distance between the corners. Like you could figure it out like geometrically without seeing the whole thing.
So then you can figure out what you're on then by what you're saying. Should be easy peasy,
Potentially, if
right?
we could go no, not easy peasy. I never said that. It'd be wildly difficult, but it is doable if you could go on the whole thing. You'd have to go on the whole thing now, everywhere.
Uh-huh. And how are you going to do that?
Well, by force really is the only way I can see.
You need like $1 billion at least, or something like that. I don't know.
Look, we have rockets, right? And if the claim is that they can go high enough, right? I mean, that's one simple way to do it.
No, that's just a claim.
Of course, we're never going to get humans in this.
That it even works, you know.
Well, we figured out what 22. There's 22 claimed people that have eyeballed this, right? I'm not saying I believe it.
I don't care about the liars. That's fine. I don't care about that.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, but I'm just putting it into perspective, right?
No, you need to travel outward, not upward.
Yeah, call it whatever you want, right? You got to be far enough to see the object in its entirety in order to predicate shape. I stand by that. I firmly believe that.
I think about like a blind person, you know, they can't see it no matter how far away they get or whatever, it doesn't matter, but they can just rub their fingers along things and figure out what it is they're touching, you know, so we would be doing the same thing except with a measuring stick.
I see what you're saying, but like you're never going to be able to do that. So that's just, wishful thinking.
Oh, I agree. That's definitely wishful thinking. The only way to be able to do that is to do it by force, which you'd need a revolution for that, which will never happen.
I mean, we got multiple ways we can end this shit right now.
Mostly lots of ammo.
Not convincingly, Jeremy.
Say that again.
You cannot measure convincingly enough for shape because we're on whatever it is we're measuring. So, I mean, if you can measure the entirety of it, like good luck. Like it's just not doable. I mean, first of all, we're not even permitted in certain areas, right? So there goes that idea. Like you said, you
Correct.
need,
Correct.
you
That's why.
need,
That's where the bullets
yeah,
come.
yeah. You got to fight them armed penguins. So look, just the fact that we're not allowed in a certain area of whatever it is we're on, just that fact alone, and that all these competing entities they decided to cooperate in space and in that one certain area, that alone should tell you something, right? So we're
Where
willing
aren't
to
you
kill
allowed to
each
go?
other. Sorry?
Where aren't you allowed to go? Other than like military places or probably Russia, whatever.
Well, I thought it was obvious. Antarctica.
You can go to Antarctica.
Do we got to do this whole thing where you need a permit and you can't go here and you can't bring gas and you got to bring up your poop? Do we got to go through that whole thing?
Yeah.
Or is
That
that
doesn't mean
like,
you can't go. That just means clean up your shit.
and if you can't bring gas with you, how are you going to traverse the area to measure it?
That's not my
Are you-
problem.
That's not your problem. Yeah.
No.
That's entirely the
That
problem.
doesn't mean that you can't go. That means that it's hard to do it. People
No,
have
but
traversed across Antarctica. I don't see what the problem is.
Bro, you make a
that is the
level
problem.
surface. This is one of the best tests. We just talked about it a few days ago. You make a level surface, right? A solid surface level for, it has to be very long. See, that's the problem with that, though. Never mind. Go ahead.
You start getting into like material problems when you try to do that, I
No,
would say.
making a level surface is easy. I can make a level surface going across America if I had the room and the materials to do it. That's easy. Okay, here's what it is. You make a level surface for, it has to be like 100 miles or something crazy, right? 100-mile level surface. That's doable. There's nothing physically stopping us from doing that. It's also something no one would even really disagree with, because you can check to make sure it's level with a water level or still water or whatever. So you make the level surface, right? Then, so we're going to pretend we're on a globe, right? It's level. We're on a globe. That's all the same elevation. Then you make a chord according to the globe. So you don't have to actually make a straight line. Like, you don't have to actually worry about making the line straight. What you do is you do reverse globe math, and you start and end them at the same point. You know what I'm saying? You have these side by side. What you do is you just measure down 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, like upside down.
You make
Yeah.
the chord according to what the globe says. You don't have to actually make it a straight line. You just do it to what the globe says it would be.
Make a
Then,
tangent, basically. Is that what you're
yeah,
talking
but
about?
it would start and end where the chord, where the level part started and ended side by side. You know what I'm saying?
So the
You would
same
just
height off of the ground or whatever.
No, you would take the level surface you made and then measure
Yeah.
off of that. Okay, it's supposed to drop 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. So
You make
1
the
mile
chord. You
would be
make the
8 inches
chord be
off the
that.
ground.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what?
So like at 1 mile, the whatever you fabricated would be 8 inches off the ground.
No, like, say we were going to do this. No, not like that. Say we were going to do this. Let's pretend it's just 1 mile to make the math easy. Right? But we would do that. You'd want to do
Yeah.
this for like 100 miles or something. But pretend we're just going to do 1 mile. We'd make a level surface 1 mile long. Then directly next to it, we would start and stop a chord line. But we would make sure that the sagitta, we would make sure every point on the line is according to what the globe says a chord would be. So you would make sure the sagitta in the middle is up 2 inches. You know what I'm saying? There'd be a 2-inch drop in the middle. And that's where your chord line would be. And then
Oh,
one,
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
so you don't have to
So then you
actually
would see
make
if they
sure
matched.
yeah, no. Not to see, they're not going to match. They're going to be
Yeah, they would
different
match.
lines. No, they're not going to match. They're going to be
Well,
different lines.
if it was no, if you're checking level the whole way, so say you have a water level that has a pipe sticking up every 200 feet, and that's what you build, and then they're all connected, and that's what you build your first structure to, which would be level, right? And then if you build
Yes,
it
you
according to
make
the
your
globe
first
math,
structure.
they would
Your
match.
first structure is just level. That's it. Your first structure is level according to what still water does. Then you use the globe
Yeah.
math. Then you use the globe math to make a chord, what the globe says a chord would be, right next to it. And it starts and ends at the same exact spot.
So it would be low in the middle.
Yes, it'd be lower in the middle because there, according to the globe,
Okay.
there'd be a sagitta and shit,
Yeah.
right? So what you
Yep.
now do is, so now we have 2 points. We have 2 points where both of these start and where both of these stop, right?
They're the same point.
They're basically the same point. They're directly next
Yeah.
to each other. So
I
it's
gotcha.
basically the same point. They're starting and stopping at the same point side by side of each other.
I
So what
gotcha.
you do now, is you measure the distance of both of them. And whoever's got the shorter distance wins. You know what I'm saying? Because the shortest distance has to be the straight line. So if level is curving and that chord line is actually straight and we're on a globe, then the chord line is going to be the shortest distance between those 2 points. However, if we're right and level's flat and that's the straight line, then the level line is going to be the shortest distance.
You're basically just doing reciprocal zenith angles.
No,
Yeah, you
absolutely
are.
not. No. You're
Yeah, you
measuring
are.
the distance. No, you're measuring the distance of 2 lines.
Yeah, I understand that part. But
Reciprocal zenith angles is something else.
it's not gonna the chord piece that you make isn't gonna show level at the end,
No, it's
right?
going to show
If it's a
whatever one
globe,
is.
it's
It's going
not
to
gonna
show.
show.
I
If it's
know.
a globe,
I
it's not
know.
gonna
If it's
show
a.
level out there.
I know. If it's a
Just like I
globe.
wouldn't think like LIGO doesn't, right?
I know, but that's why we have to make this to see which one is the shorter distance. It's not about. It's not even about level or not level at that point. We're just trying to see which one is the shorter distance. Anyways, I want to derail SE's whole. SE still there?
Yeah, bro.
Carry on.
Well, there's nothing to carry on. I mean, it's if if you haven't seen the whole object all around a 360 from what you cannot predicate on it. It's a fact. There's no arguing that. There's no comeback from that. If you can't see the whole object in its entirety all around, you cannot predicate shape. That is not negotiable. That is not debatable. You can't argue that. We've all seen those shapes that they put down. One is half, one is a circle, one is a flat thing, and they all look like a globe. I mean, there's no arguing that. I mean, you have to see the entirety of the object. You got to go around it and see it, and then you can say, okay, that's a triangle, or I mean, that's a pyramid, or that's a cube, or there's no other way to do it, as far
But
as I
your
know.
but your argument is to go up and get a view of it. And like you said, we've seen the whole ball, cup, flat piece of paper thing. Um, and you can't come to no conclusion by going up. You'd have to physically go around it and measure stuff to check stuff, is what we're talking about.
No. If you go, what do you mean? You don't think that if I put an object on the floor, right, and you grab it and you look at it all around, you're not going to be able to tell what that object is without measuring it? You have to measure it to say that's a cube or that's a pyramid shape. You don't have to measure it. You can eyeball it.
Yes, you can eyeball it, but you'd have to be able to get in 3 dimensions to do that. You're talking about just going straight up and then looking at it, and then you can just determine what it is just by going up and looking down at it. It don't work that
No, I
way.
clearly said to go around a 360 view. I clearly stated that.
Okay, in which case that's what we're doing with measuring sticks. The same thing, going around at 360 degrees and measuring everything.
Right, and we determined that you cannot do it. Right, so
Not legally.
I guess we're between a rock and a hard place, right? And a few penguins. Like, think of this, right? They'll come and frag in your backyard, and literally, there's people that set their taps on fire, right? But somehow, we're supposed to believe that they care if you're gonna put poop, which is natural stuff, right, on a piece of land. Think about that. How does that make sense?
Oh, the whole Antarctic Treaty doesn't make sense at all. Like I was saying the other day, like there's probably like frogs and plants and herbs and shit in the Amazon forest that could cure cancer and blind, like all types of medical benefits and shit. And they're burning that down by the acre on a daily basis. However, this barren, frozen desert wasteland, that's the part we got to protect. That shit don't make no fucking sense, dude, at all.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, there. Before the subject changes too much. Wait, is my mic okay?
Yep.
So, elevation change is also going to change the distance. Like, if everything is just like truly coplanar and it's all just like shortest A to B, elevation changes the distance to things as well. And like when they have these like grid systems, they're treating all these coordinates as shortest A to B, when elevation is going to change the distance as well. So I don't know. It's like something funny happens in the mix of all these elements when they're doing surveying. Like out of nowhere, they just say, oh, well, let's just start bending everything. But the initial measurements it's all based on XY coordinates. It's all Cartesian. And then the changes in elevation, that's going to change your chord lengths as well. So I don't know. And like what Jeremy said earlier is exactly what I think matters to this conversation is what is the chord length if you were to like unravel the globe. And I actually did a ChatGPT prompt yesterday, and the difference in distance between Santiago and Sydney, if it were a chord length, is 1,000 miles. It's really not that much. No, not even. I think it was a little less than 1,000 miles.
Yeah, you have to go extremely far to get a difference. Like if you just go 10 feet, there is no difference between an arc length and a chord length on a globe. You'd never be able to measure it. I mean, there would be a difference, but with the errors and margins of error and shit, you'd never be able to measure it.
Yeah, exactly. It's
You
only
got to
when
go
you
like
start
100
going thousands.
miles. You got to go like 100 miles to get like a foot or some shit. It's like, it's crazy. But if you did have a stretch of land, it is doable. You need a lot of concrete, and you'd have to dig down in the center to make the chord line. You have to go pretty far down in the center, but it's not past the physical realm of doability.
And nobody's really measuring these arc lengths. It's all chord lengths.
Another thing you could do,
Yeah.
real quick, another thing you could do is you could do a square. You make a square, and then you measure both of the diagonals of the square, and there's a formula for how I think it's like the square root of 2 or some shit. There's a formula for how long the distances of the diagonal should be versus if it's planar or non-planar. Same thing with pi. If you have pi on a planar surface, it's going to be 3.14. However, if you have pi, so you do a circle too. You do a circle, get the circumference, measure the radius. Pi will be 3.14 on a planar surface. Obviously, we all know that. However, if you start drawing circles on balls and then use the surface of the ball to go from the edge to the center, it's not going to be pi anymore. It's going to be off, depending on how big the ball is. So, I mean, there's ways you could tell without having to like use the long range optical thing if we're planar or non-planar. But like SE said, it wouldn't tell you shape. I couldn't tell you if we were on the side of a cylinder or a sphere, if it was curving or some kind of curved object or dome or something, or a globe or whatever. But, if it's planar, I still couldn't tell you the shape. I couldn't tell you if we were on the top of a cube or a pyramid or an octagon or some kind of flat cubed shape.
Can you just use known distances between major cities? You could go, straight across and then
Yeah,
diagonal.
but I hear you, but the verification on those distances, like if we were to draw a square on a piece of land that we had access to and I could walk it with a roller, those roller things construction guys use, or a something, if I could measure it and verify that that actually is the distance, then I would go with it.
It takes a distance that makes that not practical.
Sorry, what'd you
Does that
say?
make sense? Like it takes a distance that makes measuring with a ruler impractical.
No, it's not. It's not practical. It's doable though. You could do it if we wanted to. We could do it if we
Yeah,
had the
but
money and
like
the land.
if you use that's on like major cities, because if those were off by hundreds of miles, I think someone would have figured that out by now, right? You could go cities away to London
I don't know.
to
You're breaking up, dude.
India. It's not very-
Your mic's breaking up.
Oh, I'm in a bad spot.
I hear you. The distances are probably pretty good for cities, but you don't know. They could be off a little bit. You're not getting you have to do this the thing is you have to do it on level land. Otherwise, you don't know. You're traveling in a car. I'm supposed to get this distance to the next city by a car. You're going up, down, left, right, around turns and shit. You're having elevation changes. Like you need to just do it on a level surface and in a straight line, not turning left or right at all. That's how you get an A to B distance on whatever surface we're on. That's the only way. Make it all level. Don't turn left or right. Now you got an A to B distance on the whatever the surface is of what we're on. Dude, I've gone over it with pilots, uh, boat people. You really can't get a good distance, like a solid distance that satisfies me. If other people are satisfied with the distances, that's fine. I hear you. Go for it.
Bro, I spoke to a surveyor. I told you before. Even he was confused. Even he thought that a distance between two boats in a canal, that there's a hump. And then he came back and he told me, oh, wait a minute. No. It's flat. So even professional surveyors that have been doing this for 30 years are confused about this.
What was the surveyor Canadian?
Yes.
That could be adding to the confusion, the Canadianness.
It could be. It could be, but they did a pretty good job on the street. I'll tell you that. The water was flowing pretty damn good. So, yeah. And by the way, he called flat earthers morons, idiots. He was a hostile witness.
Did you speak to him in French or English?
In French.
Oh, that makes it even more worse. That's even worse, bro.
Oh, no, sorry. No. He was French, but no, he spoke English. Sorry. I spoke to him in English. My bad.
Yeah, a lot of people in Montreal, yeah, they speak English too, yeah. More than Quebec
That's
City. When I went to
Canadian
Quebec
English.
City, they're like, we don't do that shit, yeah.
That's Canadian English, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
You speak French?
Yeah, of course.
Can you say a seal pushed me yesterday?
No. I can't. A seal? No, I don't even know what that
I feel
word
like
is
it's
in
gonna be
French.
crazy. Say it.
I don't speak French, so but I do know what it says. Go and Google Translate or ask Siri to say a seal pushed me yesterday in French. You're gonna get a great laugh.
You can't. You can't say it.
I don't speak French.
All right, SC, do it up.
I don't know how to say seal, but I'll use the English word and then the rest in
No, no, no,
French.
no.
It only
Yeah, yeah,
works.
yeah, yeah. Just make sure it's a seal. That's important.
You gotta go to Google Translate. SC. I've heard some weird shit in other languages. It just sounds like they're saying the same word over and over again, like certain sentences in other languages. It's
Nah, this ain't
very,
like that.
very
This
confusing.
is funny. This is funny. It ain't like that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Un seal me poussait hier. But just take you gotta use the word seal. I don't know what seal in French is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just put it in Google Translate and hit the sound button and listen to it. It's hilarious.
Tell us what does it say?
It says something like, "Oh, fuck my pussy, yeah."
You're kidding, bro.
I'm serious. Try it. It's funny.
Ça c'est pas normal, mon cher ami.
You know how in GPS systems that the that the map that the coordinates have to be plotted to in the system is like the position, the distances between these like coordinates as they're getting plotted to the map. Like you could easily program it so it's like so this two positions 5 feet away. In the map in the system that's actually in the GPS, that 5 feet could reflect 10 feet, and so on and so forth as you go south. So I don't know. I think A equals still holds a lot of validity if we consider that they are spoofing GPS in the south.
You mean those mainly aluminum things that are supposed to be somewhere where it's 2,000 degrees C? Those things? Yeah, you gotta believe in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, all combined.
Well, it pertains to this, arc length versus chord length thing. Like in your GPS system, if it's a linear distance getting plotted to a spherical coordinate system, then you're turning a chord length into an arc length. And you say, "Oh my God, all these chord lengths don't match a globe." Yeah, no crap, because you're trying to plot it all into a sphere.
Look, they'll even tell you it's flat up to 10 miles, 100 square miles. They'll even tell you that straight out. Oh yeah, it's flat up to 10 miles. And then what happens? It takes a sudden drop. It's like every inch of their belief is it's just not physically possible. It's absurd.
Yeah, it's like virtually not there. It's absolutely not observed. It's just invoked post measurement.
Yeah, they'll tell you with a straight face, up to 10 miles, we consider it flat. They'll tell you that. So you can have, listen to this, you can have 100 square plots on a continuously curving surface. It's like preposterous, like dialetheism at its best. You can both have 100 square miles of flat and have a constantly curving surface. You work that out. And then at the same time, they work out slopes so they can make drains. Like I said, zero critical thinking.
Yeah, it's more sensible and it allows for a foundation of architecture and structure and infrastructure in society when you consider that every mind is level to the same plane of consciousness and that you can build, you set up four plumb lines, make a square. And that's the cornerstones of Freemasonry is like knowing that you can build on level surfaces. Like without that base knowledge, you don't have civilization. Like imagine trying to build on a curved surface all day. It's not even observed, so you just don't have to pretend.
I don't know, bro. I don't know how they can square the circle, but I guess they do it. Even professionals. But this professional kind of saw the light, like came back and he told me, no. I made a mistake. First he told, can you explain to me again what you meant? I told him the canal, two boats, and he goes, no, it's flat. And he pointed to a concrete slab. So this guy saw the light pretty quick. But I guess they just don't think about it. They go about their daily business and they just don't think about this. Next time you guys see a surveyor on the road, try it out. Trust me, they'll be more than happy to talk to you. More than happy.
How are we all doing?
What's up, Shaolin?
Hey.
Does any of this even matter, though?
Yes.
Cooperation matters.
It is essential to growth and development that we consider the reality that we all share the same, like, leveled perception. Like, someone in Australia is looking up and I'm looking down and I'm upside down or they're right side up, like whatever, of the globe entails, to present that we're actually all along the same plane. It kind of puts you in a different mindset where you can actually level with people and consider that you're really eye to eye, you know, that we're all relative to the same plane rather than bending around the ball and, you know, the psycho mess of, you know, empty space and flying through empty space, which really holds.
It does matter because they're teaching our children this stuff as a matter of fact. So it stifles our knowledge, it stifles our ability to think critically, and it stifles our ability to advance. So, yeah, it does matter. They're actually lying to our children. Right now, I bet you, well, not now, it's Saturday, but Monday, there's going to be a class taught, and somebody's going to have to put A, B, or C, or D. And if he doesn't, he's going to fail. It's going to ruin his whole life. So, yeah, it does matter.
I mean, I agree that it does absolutely matter, but ultimately, it kind of really doesn't. And here's why. Let's say everybody on Earth knew that our schooling system is absolute garbage. Everyone knows that the Earth is flat. Um, do you think the slave owners are just going to give up their slaves?
That's not, that doesn't have, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, we're all still going to be a slave to this system. You're going to do what the hell you're told to do, and you're going to enjoy it. And if you don't, then that's too bad.
Well, it's kind of a non
If
sequitur, right?
everybody knows, though, like everybody knows the education system's wrong, so that means everybody knows that they don't want their children to learn something which is wrong. So then the people, there's a movement in the people, isn't there? So in terms of like, you know, like that meme, it's got the chessboard and all the people, it's resting on their backs whilst the government are playing the game on top of us. So in that sense, it's like all we have to do is stand up in that way. So in the sense of the ridiculousness of going along with what they're wanting us to go along with, because you look at the state of the world, it's just getting worse. You know, I mean, well, like, it's supposed to be like recession, but we're going to be over, and then like I think it did come to an end, didn't it? Apparently. But now you're like everything's getting more and more expensive, so it's not getting better, and
Yeah,
it's kind
that's
of like, you know, it's intentionally getting worse.
yeah, that's been going on since shit the beginning of time. I mean, hell, even in 1920s or whatever, whenever you could purchase a loaf of bread for I don't know 10 cents or whatever the hell it was, 500 years before that, it was even cheaper than that. So the prices just keep going up. They're always going to go up, and nothing's ever going to stop that unless
It's
people
living
decide to do
conditions as
something
well.
about it.
Yeah, we should all just believe the lies they're telling us are true because they're already making us suffer. So why not just believe the lies?
No,
It's
that's
just
not
that
what I'm
that suffering's
suggesting.
going to get. It's going to get to a point where, because you know, like we were talking about the other day about like robots doing all your housework and all this kind of stuff, and going to work for you and all these kind of things. And it's not where the money's going to come from in terms of like, you know, where do we get our money because we've got these doing all the work for us and stuff. It's the case that we'll become obsolete, so they won't need us anymore. So in terms of like, you know, this is it's an emergency really. We really need to stand up for ourselves because eventually it's going to be too late. You know, like all Georgia Guidestones, and it's like, you know, they want to keep the population down and all these kind of things. And they're like, we're all family. Like, they speak about the people, like, you know, they call them useless food eaters, and, you know, they're always, you know, talking about depopulation and all these kind of stuff. Then it's definitely an important thing. It's supposed to, like, also, like, 2020, you know, if, like, more people bought into that, then there'd be more deaths. And so, in terms of having to rely on the pharmaceutical industry and all these kind of things. There's so many things. It's kind of like if we didn't buy into it, because we're building that trap, and once it's ready, they're gonna let it go, and it's gonna we're all gonna be underneath it in that respect. Well, like 2020, that was a trap there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with literally everything everyone's saying in here. That's not the problem. The problem is when the hell are people going to stand up? That's the issue.
There ain't enough people that know truth. That's the thing. It's like to get people to be invested into it. I mean, if people realise that it's important, then they will be invested. It's just that in the stance that so many people they don't see it as worthy to entertain because they don't think it's real. I mean, if they're taking things seriously, like when I first came across it, I was truth seeking at the time, and it's like I didn't have time for because I was busy truth seeking. I mean? I just thought it was a joke. I mean? Or something just so silly. I mean? But then I chilled out and ended up watching a video and stuff kind of thing, and it made sense to me. And so I ended up watching. Just never stopped then. But in that mindset though, I mean, if somebody come up to me and told me Earth was flat, I just wouldn't have believed them. I mean? In terms of because I saw it on a video, and it's like, well, actually, it would have like more of a conceptualization, like on the politics and the way the world is and all these kind of things. And because of all the truth seeking that I've done, it kind of connected the dots because it's like all the conspiracies before flat Earth. It's like if there's a missing piece, and it's kind of like you can't understand why they're doing it. You know what I mean? Like all of the different conspiracies and stuff. It's like there's so many. But it's kind of like what's the purpose of it? If you think that you lived on a globe, right, and you're spinning through space at all these speeds and all these kind of things, then things like colonization on other worlds would be really important because this Goldilocks zone, it's in a very random and chaotic environment. So, what I mean? It's like the expansion is really, really important. So, as politicians and world leaders, you'd want the world to prosper as much as possible. So then you can colonize space and go further and all of that kind of stuff. But in terms of like government, they're not doing that. They're doing the opposite. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when you look at nature and how we work with nature, we should be working with nature as like as a codependent relationship with it. So then it can prosper that way. Not completely anti-technology or all that, but in terms of like how the government is trying to move us away from nature. Everything's artificial. It's going to from the using herbs and natural medicines to the pharmaceutical industry, which is witchcraft when you look at it like that. Like the cauldron's pot with all the different materials in there. I mean? It's kind of like really bad for you. um,
You don't exist to them, bro. You're nothing. I'm a nothing. That doesn't even enter their mind. What they're worried about is the next 4-year cycle. Who's going to pay for their reelection? That's all they care about.
but that's also a
You,
distraction
my family, your
because
whole, everybody we know could die. They don't give a damn, bro. I mean, it's quite obvious.
Yeah, voting is fake.
Everything's fake. The whole system is fake.
Yeah, so I don't think they're worried about their election cycle. They can give a damn less. They're going to put whoever they want in office. That's just how it works.
No, the people that are doing their bidding are worried about it. The people that control us, the people that vote, to put poison in your Cheerios and poison in your water, those people, they don't give a damn. They just care about the cycle. Now, the people that control them, times that by a factor of 20, how much of a damn they don't give.
Yeah, so what you're saying is it's really important that people stand up and do something about it, yet nobody is.
we are in
Exactly.
a sense. It's in the sense of like energetically. I'm on that stance where I'm here. You know what I mean? In that way, I'm not. You know what I mean? It's kind of like. It's waiting for that tipping point. You know what I mean? It's gonna like once everybody's kind of ready, it's gonna like all we have to do is turn us back on government anyway. You know what I mean? It's gonna like I don't know. It's it's kind of what kind of limitations would they do in that kind of sense and stuff like because like what you mentioned about what it like you said voting for vaccines, all that kind of thing. Because it's like anything that they design like that is kind of like it's purely intentional. And it's gonna. I don't think it matters who gets voted and all these kind of things. And the only thing that they worry about is like legitimate papers, so laws and rights. So they've got the right to produce something and give you something which is not good for you. Like your phone, for example, that's not good for you, but they've got the legal way to, give you it.
Oh, I agree that laws are a problem for sure.
It's like their loophole with laws. That's how they get away with it. So that's like all they're bothered about in that kind of sense. But like the New World Order, for example, that's going ahead, isn't it? So it doesn't matter which politician they use. They're just still going ahead with the same plan, basically. If that plan's already written, regardless of whoever politician comes on board.
They know we won't rise up and do anything. Give you an example. Right now, there's 48 million Americans that are about to go hungry, right? Do you see anybody? Do you see the rest of the 300 million doing anything protesting? Do you see them protesting? No, and nobody will. The only way is if they really go hungry, and then we're gonna see riot on the streets. That's the only way. Everybody's self-absorbed. They know that, right? You only care about your immediate family, and that's it. Because you have no choice. You got to get up. You got to go to work. Bring your kids. Your whole day is based on like you surviving that day, and they know it.
You ain't got to tell me what I already know.
What I don't understand is how is all right, the government shut down, right? Well, I know a bunch of people that got Social Security. They got their Social Security checks. They automatically go out, even though the government's shut down. Why don't food stamps automatically go out? What's the problem? How come one thing works automatically without people, but food stamps, dude? It's just a freaking ploy. It's just politics bullshit. And I don't know if they're trying to start some shit. I don't know if they want to, spark a couple riots, but I don't know. Maybe they've got some grocery stores that aren't doing too good that they want to just burn down for insurance. They'll put some bricks out in front of those, you know, take care of some of the shitty assets. They always do this
I
kind of
think
crap.
if I want the riots as well, like that chaos out of order. So it's like they make us create the chaos, which is really their fault in the first place. But oops, David Banner's panel. um, so yeah, it's like blame the people for it, and with that, the new world order they create out of it and stuff. If it's that digital ID, so it's kind of like we're not would go along with it anyway. So it's like even if we didn't rise up in that kind of sense, and I'm a little bit against like creating riots and all that kind of thing as well. In one sense of like like inciting violence. It's not kind of a good thing. But also, if they're wanting us to create that chaos, then I don't want to be promoting that either. So, like in terms of like becoming self-functional, but with each other. You know what I mean? Like people for people rather than people for government. Because it's like the government was supposed to be working for people, but instead we're working for it, and it's betraying us at the same time. And so it's like, we should just work with each other, really. You know what I mean? In terms of like, if you drove a bus, like, like at that tipping point, you know what I mean? Rather than rising up as such. I mean, they're going to end up being in prison anyway, because we're going to have as own, we'd refine how the law would be and all these kind of things and stuff like, in terms of like, standing up and stuff. Because it's like, if the people turn away and we just start forming his own government in that sense, not government because that's like mind control, but his own like form of leadership for humanity and rights of the world, life kind rather. That's nature's a big part of it. But we'll be able to function like look how the world functions today, right? Like these Coca-Cola factories, right? So if you go to work and you work at Coca-Cola factory, you do your job and that gets produced, right? If we didn't give that money to the government, then we've still got the Coca-Cola factory, we've still got power stations, we've still got transport, we've still got everything else. You know what I mean? It's gonna like we don't suddenly go back into dark ages. We can still function in a sense. This is like one sense of like making a new currency. You know what I mean? So then suddenly all the money that they've got is suddenly obsolete because if the masses don't use that money anymore, then it will be obsolete. You know what I mean? It's only useful to the 1%. That's if the 99% wake up. Because like like when it comes to violence, and if it's like you're fighting police force or even military, you know what I mean? Then it's still people fighting people. And it's like, it's like the politicians are the ones which are kind of like the target in that kind of way. So it's like it's only a small handful of people rather than, like an entire police force or army or such.
Look, this is not difficult. Okay, the military and industry are running the show. It's that simple. We know what the problem
That's
is. It's that simple.
That's why we stay away from that area. You know what I mean? It's gonna like spreading truth. I think that's the most efficient thing, and it's gonna like. And another aspect of it is like once the tipping point goes over, if there's that many people that's woke up, it's gonna like it'll be organic if there's violence. You know what I mean? I don't want to promote it. It'll probably happen anyway. You know what I mean? In that kind of sense. Um, it's just that I don't want it to go in the way that the New World Order wants it to go. You know what I mean? Because this is like an opportunity for other people to take that power back in that way. Because look at what it does to people. Look at the truth movement. Look at the inspiration in the truth movement. Like the energy of the people, which like it's every day. You know what I mean? Rather than being asleep in that zombie mode of the globe and all that kind of thing. Everyone's ready to work on the truth and stuff kind of thing. It's a form of exploration which we're meant to believe that we're unable to achieve or was already achieved and stuff.
What's the topic? I believe we're talking about how they control us. But if you have something, go right ahead.
Does anybody have an answer for when I said you know why certain with the food stamps, why would one thing stop but other things don't,
That's
like
easy.
Social Security?
That- What do you mean Social Security? Isn't that part of the stoppage?
No, everybody gets their Social Security. Disability comes out still.
It seems like
You
it's designed to just start shit. That's what it seems like to me.
Well, it's like just is it just for the poor people? Because like Social Security, and there are poor people on Social Security, but it's kind of like you're not gonna let the old people starve, but you'll let the really poor. I don't, I don't know. It doesn't
But
make any
hold
sense.
on, bro. Hold on. These people that are on food stamps are they not on Social Security as well?
No, they're on something called social services. It's usually a state-run thing, by the states, and you go to social services and you get food stamps. Now, some of them are also on. Usually, the people on food stamps they'll get HUD, they'll get like really cheap housing, and that some of them get actual, checks to take care of them also. But yeah, and some people that are on food stamps work. They're just under the poverty level. Uh, but no, they're not on Social Security. Most people on food stamps aren't on Social Security. And I just don't know why one thing keeps going automatically without the government. The government's stopped, right? Well, the Social Security checks come out, disability checks come out. Trying to think about something else like I wonder if if you're a veteran and you get your pension, I bet you they got their pensions, whatever their monthly payment is. I haven't heard any veterans talking about, oh, I didn't get my monthly veteran check or something. Like I don't understand why it's just food stamps. It's just like, what are they just trying to start shit
That's
in poor
like
areas? I don't know.
maybe kill off the younger generation that has kids. The older people that's on Social Security, well, they're probably not going to have any more kids, and they're about to die anyway. So maybe it's something along those lines.
No, I think they're just trying to allow more crime. They want more crime, burglaries, robberies, theft. They want it. They want to create division.
Yeah, that's my thing. I think they're just trying to start shit. And they know where it's gonna start. It'll start in the cities, and they're trying to uh I don't know, man. People are like, oh, they just can't get along in the government. Come on, man. That's silly. It's nonsense, man. And besides, even if they're not getting along, they can put some emergency shit through to where obviously people still get their social security. Somebody made sure that's still going. So why can't you just put the food stamps on the same thing that that they do with Social Security? I don't. That just makes no sense.
Because they think that the people on Social Security or the people that are receiving a benefit for a pension, like for their retirement, that money is kind of like in a way it's owed to them. They have to pay it, but whereas food stamps, it's kind of like it's not something that's a prerogative. It's just there as some assistance in need, but it's not something that you're owed. Uh, I think
that could be their excuse, maybe. But you know, at the end of the day, they could pay it.
Yeah, I think the thing is, even Social Security, that's also well, SSI, that's for like if you're, let's say you're born with cerebral palsy and you can't work, like you'll eventually be on SSI, and the SSI will be very low, and you'll also get like state assistance with food stamps. So I don't know. Uh, that hasn't stopped, but I know what you're saying. I mean, it's kind of like most Social Security is it's their own damn money, and you're right. Uh, I don't know though, because that's a reason to just make people go hungry. I don't know anybody's food stamps personally that have gotten cut off. Like I got a couple buddies that are on them, and they still got theirs. I know somebody in West Virginia that didn't get hers though, so it's kind of weird. Um, I don't even know. There's no rhyme or
Our
reason.
food stamps in America, this card, is it federal or is it a local, state by state, totally like different
It's
in every
state.
area?
It's state by state. So, but I don't. Yeah, and that's another thing I don't understand. What? They're not government food stamps. Maryland puts out. You have to go to Maryland Social Services and get it put out. You know, and they put out food stamps. I don't know if that comes from a federal thing. I wish we had somebody in here that worked for the government, but they probably wouldn't know shit anyway. I don't know. It just doesn't make a damn bit of sense.
Yeah, when you can't fend for yourself and you have some restrictions, that is exactly the time when you need some help, right? But if you have an able body, uh, in New Zealand, I've seen more and more on the corners of intersections, people holding cardboard with signs written in hand, writing, saying, please help, any donation, standing in traffic, begging. Some people just sit in front of a shop or supermarket on the concrete ground, just with a cup.
Where are you at
Some
again?
people in Auckland, New Zealand. And
Yeah,
there's some
see,
people, they hold one of those squeegee things and a bottle with soapy water, and they will just come up to you in the intersection and just wash your windshield and hope that you might give them something. It's sad
yeah.
to see.
There's a different
Even we
way in
have
Baltimore City. In Baltimore City, they just run up to it and then they'll do your windshield without asking, and then demand. I'd be like, I
oh my
wave them
God,
off.
really?
I wave them
Yeah.
off. I go, nah, man, don't mess up my windshield. Don't screw up my windshield. I'm good. But sometimes it's they can help though. I remember one time I pulled up to the light and I had the whole top of my van was covered with snow and it all freaking slid to the windshield. And I'm in a wheelchair, right? I'm in a light and the whole thing is covered. And this this white junkie guy comes up, he helped me get it all. He got it all. I he didn't help me. I didn't do shit. He pulled it all off. And sometimes they're a big help. And if you got a dirty windshield, why not? If at least they're willing to do some work. Um, I respect those more than the people that just walk back and forth at the light all day long, up and down, up and down. I'm like, man, if you can do that, you can work a manual job. Like you're walking, I don't know how
You
many
think so, but
miles a
yeah, but
day.
they can't, man. Like I tried it once when I had a restaurant. my last restaurant, I hired somebody like that because I thought I'll give them a go. But their mental capacity is like only really fit for doing that. I tried to let them wash some dishes in the kitchen and they just about broke everything. It's like, and they had strange ways. They weren't able to communicate at all. In an environment with just other paid workers. Yeah, it's sad, but it's kind of it is all in their head, you know. The problems are all in their head, you know? So yeah, they might be able to do some physical things, but they can't socialize. They can't act in a team. They definitely cannot work together in a team, unless they're working in a team doing whatever they're doing on the road, hustling. Yeah, for maybe a lot of their incentive is, alcohol or drugs. Yeah, it's sad.
What is more sad is our society does nothing. We just leave them there. Montreal is full of that too. You can't go to any grocery store, any pharmacy, just about any popular, busy street corner without seeing one of these people there. They're everywhere, everywhere.
Yeah,
Most
I
of the
mean,
time, I hand him a loony or two.
you could only hope that there would be some group that forms together to support them and bring them all into line somehow, into maybe shift them to some area where they can thrive, put them on an island. Oh no, that's mean, but if you could improve their life in any way by doing something having a big, you know how every spring you have a cleanup? It's called spring cleaning, something like that.
Y'all seen all those articles about homeless people disappearing all over the U.S.?
Is the Grim Reaper back in town?
Who?
The Grim Reaper.
There's not reports of homeless people dying all over the U.S. They're just disappearing.
Maybe it's Hannibal Lecter. Had a dinner party last night with a friend I haven't seen for a while. And I told him I'm saving up. I'm going on a trip, for something really exciting. Can you guess what it is? And he was like, okay, you going to Disneyland? No. I said, more exciting than Disneyland. He's, he said, are you going skydiving? I said, no, it's way better than skydiving. He couldn't guess what it was. Can anybody guess what it is? Well, I want to go to Peru to do ayahuasca and that other one as well. I can't remember for the life of me what it's called, the frog juice. Yeah,
What a state of the world. We have to save up money just to use drugs.
yeah, yeah. These aren't any drugs though, and it's a controlled, uh, experience. But, I don't know if it's called drugs. I wouldn't call it drugs. Would anyone else call ayahuasca drugs?
Now, let me look up the
So,
definition and I can tell you.
so there are drugs, like, drugs are used um, to smooth over the symptoms of an illness, or drugs are used like, for recreational, uh, what's it called? For recreational entertainment, right? Uh, for ailments, but ayahuasca is none of those. Ayahuasca is a treatment. Ayahuasca is um, it's a healing, uh, protocol. Yeah.
Well, it meets
Tell
the.
me, they may call it a drug, like a government or whatever might call it a drug, but I don't see anyone going out, night clubbing taking ayahuasca. I don't see, anyone taking it on a daily to cover over symptoms of some other illness, or, it's something that you tell me another substance that you take, like ayahuasca, which is specifically for healing and getting to the root cause of whatever the issue is, like trauma, pain, blah, blah. Like, I mean, to the root cause. Tell me any other.
Well, it meets the definition of a drug if you look up the definition.
Yeah, well, they also
So
say that the
would I
definition
call
of
it a
our
drug?
place where we live, they say the definition of the place where we live is a big spinning testicle ball in space.
Yeah, fine, but we still have words we have to abide by. If you want to call it something else and define it, that's fine, but I just called it a drug and it does meet the definition of a drug. I ain't got another word for it. Sorry.
Well, I could give another word for it, a word for it. I would just call it a natural protocol
Well, let me look that up and
for
see what
healing,
I can find on that.
right? I mean,
It's
yeah,
plant medicine. It's plant medicine. I mean, yeah, it's you got definitely got to put it in another category than I mean, dude, but it is a hallucinogenic, so you can't. I don't know, but people are doing really amazing things with it. So if you're doing it to heal yourself, I don't see
guess
a
what?
problem with it. But
Yeah,
it's gonna fall in the drug category definitely because it's a hallucinogenic.
breathing,
But
breathing can be a hallucinogenic as well. Just breathing.
I'm not knocking it. I mean, yeah, you know, you do you. I don't care if people are shooting fucking
heroin in their eyeballs. I don't. It doesn't affect me at all. I don't care. Let people do whatever the hell they want. I'm not knocking you for it, man. You do you.
Yeah, so all of the guesses, the Disneyland, the skydiving, the bungee jumping, all the things that just were amazing. No, it's none of that. I'm actually going to look after my health. I'm actually going to try and improve and better my life. You know, I want to be able to find out if there's at the next level, because I've already had so much improvement with what I've been doing already. And yeah, some people just they don't want to give it a go. It's gonna be fun anyway.
Oh yeah, enjoy it, man.
And it's not far from America. It's not too far from America, is it?
Peru? Yeah, it's pretty damn far, dude.
Isn't it like in South America? It's like kind of like joined on to America.
I don't think people understand how big America and South America is. It is massive, man. You're talking. It's probably like five, 6,000 miles away from America.
Yeah, but I fly to China all the time, and you look at the distance between New Zealand to China, it takes me 12 hours to get there.
At 500 miles an hour, man, that's covering a lot of distance.
Yeah, so it's not far. You're just going to sleep, you wake up, and you're there.
Yeah. All right.
So what I mean is like the flight from Peru to, let's say, where do I want to go? Where's a good place? Florida wouldn't take that long.
Oh, let me take a look.
They've got international airport there in Peru. Surely they have flights direct to Florida. I just have to plan ahead, because if I'm going on to the other side of the world, uh, you might as well just, what we call them are tiki tours. Have a tiki tour, just like off the beaten track, sort of just maybe take advantage of, the situation, make the best of the situation.
Yeah, to Florida is roughly a 6 hour.
Send me a bag of beans back from Peru. They got some pretty good coffee. You can afford a 150
Yeah,
pound bag. Mail it to me. Mail it to old Bear Pelagic.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, I have some of that coffee at home. It's organic, and it's grown in the Peruvian mountains, nice and high. No chemicals, none of that. Really good stuff. Single origin coffee beans.
But if you're going to Florida, then I guess your friend is kind of right. You're going kind of near Disney World.
Yeah, I would never go to Disney World.
Good call. That place sucks.
Unless, uh, unless it was kind of one of the options for taking my children for some American holiday adventure, maybe.
Dude, you better have
But not for myself.
you better have security guards, man. I'd watch my kids at wouldn't I wouldn't trust kids at Disney World. Hell no. Too many pedos running around. Creepy. Disney World.
Hey, I see you still here.
I am.
This might be a little bit out of your district, seeing as though you're, on the other side. But do you know anything about traveling from America through Canada to Alaska?
I can't say I have. I know. No.
Okay, I just didn't know if you guys were like cool about shit or not. I have no idea.
I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah,
Well, I
you
mean,
gotta go through Canada to get to Alaska, and they don't have no problem with it. But you still got to do the whole border crossing thing. It's not like they're like, oh, you're from America on the way to Canada. Well, come on in. You don't have to do no border checks or anything. That's the same thing, but it's
yeah, I
kind of
figured
weird,
it.
isn't it? We
I
should own
figured.
the coast. We should own the coastline on the way to Canada, so we don't have to go no border checks.
I mean, at least just a little patch, a trail that goes through. I mean, something, or there could be like a neutral zone or something, because it's kind of ridiculous. I have to get a passport to go to my own fucking country. What the hell?
I think they'll let you in, but I don't think if Trump tries to cross the border, I don't think they'll let him through after all the shit he stirred.
Well, what I mean more specifically is like moving and stuff, and I know Canada's real goofy about like guns and shit like that, but it'd be nice to move to Alaska and just be able to transport my damn guns across the country, you know?
Oh, that'll be a problem, I think. A
Yeah,
huge one. Yeah.
yeah, I'm wondering if I have to like airmail ship them or something, you know, something crazy. Who knows?
Nah, dude, this is what you do. You fly in from America to Alaska, and then you just, you could take all the guns you want from America state to state. So I'm sure you just fly and boom, you're there with all your
Yeah,
guns
I,
and
I don't
ammo.
I don't know how much it costs to load up 9 cars into an airplane and have it shipped. I'm sure it's an astronomical amount of fucking money, though.
Oh, sure it is, but I'm talking about just the guns. You would take your guns and, a couple suitcases, fly there, kind of set shit up. You'd have to have somebody you trust to hold your guns for a while, because I wouldn't even leave them in a safe out in the middle of nowhere. But and then you drive the rest of your crap over.
Yeah, I was thinking just get a car haul, an 18-wheeler, and then just load everything up, including guns, and then just travel across.
Dude,
Knowing
Alaska
what kind of guns you
giving.
guys have, somehow I don't see you getting through the border.
Yeah, I might just have to get a boat and sail around the bitch.
Dude, you want to go to Alaska? It's beautiful in the summer, but man, like winters are harsh, bro.
Yeah, I don't care. It's better than hell.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're really fit, or you're fit as a fiddle, and you can chop firewood and in good shape.
And I'm in good enough shape to be chopping firewood and shit and hunting and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Cool.
Are you saying it's so bad where you're at that you want to live? You want to go to Alaska?
I don't think it really matters where you go, but Alaska is still part of America. We're allowed to have our damn guns, and it's like the last, you know, bastion of freedom that you can fucking get.
It's the last frontier, is what they call it. Good afternoon, guys. Um, yeah, Alaska will actually pay you to live there. It's one of the few states that does that.
Nah, I'm kind of not interested in them even knowing I'm there, to be honest with you.
I was
Mm.
gonna ask that because they do the oil thing. They pay each citizen, but I didn't think you could just move there and get that. And once you're a citizen, do you get that?
Well, don't even think about it, Barry. You'd probably need like snow chains or something for your chair.
Hell no, dude. I push. I don't even have a freaking. Everybody thinks I got an electric chair, and hell no, I ain't going to Alaska.
We're gonna get you some spike tires for your chair, bro. Should take up bobsledding, Bear.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about my legs getting cold, right?
Yep.
Says $1,702 for each person as a citizen of Alaska for oil production. That's a lot of money to some guys just living off the land. but not enough to do very much at all.
Everything's
You said
expensive in Alaska.
you
Everything.
said you said 1,700 a year
Yeah,
or a month?
1,702 a year. Pretty sure it's a year. Let's see.
Oh boy, yeah,
Versus
that ain't much.
November
Are you
20.
sure about
Yeah.
those numbers? I thought it was like 10 grand or something.
Nope,
Nah,
this
the
is Alaska
1,700 sounds right.
receives shares from the state oil revenue through an annual permanent fund dividend.
All right.
2024 was $1,702.
I think there's other states aside from Alaska with that'll actually give you land, like acreage and shit, to come there.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, there
that
is. I
might,
think Oklahoma and Kansas is one of them as well.
Really?
yeah, yeah. So that might be
Wyoming
something
may
to
be one.
consider. There's no wheelchair access, Bear. Don't go getting too fucking excited.
No,
I ain't
Wyoming.
going nowhere, bro.
Wyoming's actually pretty expensive, and Montana is ridiculously expensive these days.
Really?
Well, Montana's got, I think, fewer people out of any state. I think they've got the least amount of population per acreage or something along those lines.
Yeah, I was looking at property in Montana a while back, and they want $250,000 for 4 acres, and the closest gas station is 60 miles away.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at, bro, but Montana's got really cheap land if you're looking in the right spot, dude. They also are gold bearing, so I would look at a patented property, something where you got the mineral rights, the water rights, the land, the whole shebang, dude.
Yeah, that's a long ride, though. I
California is one of the
imagine.
most expensive states, dude, and there's parts of California where you can get acreage for pennies on the fucking dollar, dude. So I would assume Montana would be even less expensive.
You're talking about some like really, really inaccessible stuff, though. It would be like probably really hard to get to. You probably have to build your own freaking trail to it, you know?
You might have to cut a trail to it, but yeah, I mean, you're not gonna buy a piece of property that's landlocked, right? Where you got to use some sort of easement to access it. Like that ain't gonna cut it. But nah, dude, you can get accessible shit with power and water on it for fairly cheap in California.
Really?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
power
There's a
and
YouTube
water?
channel, in fact, that I follow that's continuously posting properties. If you're interested, I'll post a link to the channel.
I mean, I'm not moving, but I'd like to just see it. I know that in the middle of the desert in Arizona, it's about anywhere from 15 to 20 grand for a
No.
5-acre lot with nothing on it, no electricity, no well, nothing, barren land. And the
Yeah, I mean
wells are
that's
750 feet
nah.
down. If you have 80,000 to freaking
I mean
drill.
that's fair. Just because somebody's posting an advertisement for that sort of like figure, doesn't mean that's what it's going for, right? You got to look at the last sell offer and like what was last sold, and that's kind of how you're gonna base it off of.
I'm going
Um,
by where we lived. Where we lived, me and my girl were out there in the middle of Arizona desert. That's where she bought 5 acres. She bought it for almost 20 grand, and that's where we stayed for like 3 years. And that's where I was roasting coffee off grid. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, and that was like $90 a year for land tax. Now, I'd love to see a place that's even $500 an acre. That'd be cheap as shit.
um, yeah, it's there. There's a lot you can do to get land. I mean, depending on what state you're in, depending on what the land looks like. If you've got trees, desirable trees on the land, oftentimes you can do what's called selective timbering, and oftentimes the trees alone will pay for the property outright. And that doesn't mean you're clearing all the trees off the property. It just means you're clearing a portion of the trees off the property enough to account for the price of the land. So that's a little trick you can do. But
You could just to get a sawmill, just so you can build some shit. You know, that's That's all anybody really wants to
Well, the
do.
problem is, dude. Yeah, the problem is even though you own the property, you might be in a rural area. Like you still have to have things fucking permitted and all that, and that's kind of bogus in my opinion, right? Like I think if you're in a rural area, like you shouldn't have to abide by any sort of structural codes and all this shit. You should be able to just fucking slap up a lean-to if you want and call it home. But you know, this is the problem, dude.
Yeah.
It's the problem when government gets a little too overbearing.
Yeah, like I
The
said,
most
they're like,
expensive thing you'll ever buy in your lifetime is gonna be a house, dude. And they've made it so unachievable to the point where it's just like
yeah,
life
too many
sucks
places.
because of it, dude.
They want you to get a permit just to pour a friggin' 10 by 10 pad for a shed. You know,
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it is, dude.
I ain't calling anybody for that. I'm pouring a 10 by 10
Like
pad.
I understand if you got like an HOA association and like, you know, you want things to be orderly to a degree, but dude, when you're out in the middle of fucking nowhere, bro, like they shouldn't be concerned about any of that.
Yeah, I mean, they probably got maybe some laws for clear cutting for good reason, but you're right. Like if you want to just take half the half the